Fucking geezer.
This is our lives
right.
now.
I'm the oldest person here, so it's fine.
No, I think Cass has you beat. I think Cass has you beat handily.
Cass is not a day older than 28. Get it right.
Yeah.
I mean, I appreciate that. I realistically, intellectually, I hit 24 and was just like, this is good. We're going to do this.
This is my life now. I love it.
Yeah.
All right. I'm 24. I'm out.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So I've started on the peach soju.
I'm actually getting myself together. I even ate a little. Well, so I don't have a shot glass because I never
beer.
drink.
I'm drinking it straight from the bottle.
I need to be a little more careful than that. Oh, I found where I put it. So I'm using this Anchor Hawking measuring cup that I have so that I can pour myself doubles.
Oh wow.
Perfect.
So I went to the dentist today and I found out that I have a chipped tooth. That's like super fucking fun. And I have to fucking go in and get like a whole cleaning. So I haven't visited the dentist in a while because the last time I went to the dentist they were very rude to me and I was like, fuck this.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, wow, my fucking teeth hurt. And it's like, you have a chipped tooth and also we need to clean your teeth because, oh my god, you have other issues. It's like...
Fair.
They're like, why didn't you come? I'm like, because last time I was here, you guys were mean to me, and I've fucking, like, fuck you.
Yeah.
I had waffles for supper. We made waffles and sausage. So question, which is better, waffles or pancakes?
Pancakes.
Waffles.
I'm on board with waffles. Waffles are like pancakes that are polite enough to bring their own pockets for your syrup.
That's legit.
I don't want to be here anymore.
I was waiting for someone to say fucking French toast. Like, get out of here with your bougie ass French toast. It was
French
pancakes
toast.
or waffles.
French toast is pretty good. Yeah, but that wasn't a
That's right. French
choice
toast
in the
is delicious,
conversation.
but you know,
It is delicious.
Holy shit.
What?
Soju's delicious.
Max, have you ever had soju?
Is that like sake?
Yeah, but it's like fruit flavored and it's like charcoal filtered, so all it tastes like is fruit. There is no alcohol taste to this at all. It's like
Just barely.
alcohol.
Just barely. It barely alcohols.
Yeah. It does. It's dangerous stuff.
I have not had soju. I've had other fruity things like I think I got you raspberry non-such at some point. That's kind of like a favorite go-to of mine. Just because
I will fully admit that I love fruity girly drinks. Like, I want something that tastes delicious, and then I don't want to stand up later. Like, that's how that goes.
That's fair.
That's fair. That's legit. I had an experience. So when I was in my 20s, I was listening to a lot of Ghostface Killer. And he really would rap about Alizé a lot, which is like a blended fruit liqueur. Like, it's one of those cheap-ass... Like, it's basically just vodka with fruit flavoring and a ton of sugar.
Nice.
Sounds delicious already.
Yeah, so I was really into it. And so I was... I had a bottle, and me and my wife at the time and our friends were going to go to the club. And I wanted to pregame more than I was able to, with a 2.6 of alcohol being my primary alcohol source. So my genius idea, not thinking about how much sugar they were putting in the Alizé, was to mix it 1-to-1 with Mountain Dew, which would have been fine if I drank it slow enough. But I didn't do that.
No.
I carried it with me until we were just outside of the club, and then I pounded it as fast as I could. And then I was getting hyperglycemic in the club, y'all.
Nice.
Having the worst piss of my life, wondering if I'm gonna die. Like,
God's plan right there.
Well,
that
I
was
don't
a
drink
life
very
lesson.
much, so like this half a thing of soju I have left that I'm drinking is a lot for me, and I have to work tomorrow morning. So I've got a couple of 7-Ups over here too.
Yeah, I'm definitely cutting with water tonight because I'm a 40-year-old drinker.
But like I just don't drink a ton, so like the last time I got really, really drunk was actually at a fundraiser dinner for a local nursing home. And the nurses just kept buying me drinks, and I don't know how I got home. Like, they got me home. I had to work the next morning, and so I didn't have my car at home.
I gotta be right back. I just
miles.
spilled beer on myself like an idiot.
Oh, shit.
I'll be right back.
So I walked the 2 miles to work, and my technician came in, and I was standing behind the counter with just a bottle of Pedialyte that I had pulled off the shelf, room temperature. Just drinking grape Pedialyte, and she's like, "What happened to you?" It's like, "Shut up." It was like 10 o'clock before I didn't think I was gonna die anymore, and then I was like, "Man, I'm old. I can't do this anymore."
That's legit.
You gotta be careful of those nurses. They will absolutely take advantage of you.
I mean, that's the hope.
That's the hope. You want the nurses to take advantage of you, Cass?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, not everybody's gonna scalpel you, so you gotta play the odds.
Grandmaster Boydington, what are you doing? Why did you tip all that stuff over? The cat that's down here just tipped over a bunch of my models because that's the way this works.
Yeah,
I definitely heard trying to reason with an animal, which is one of my favorite human interactions.
I believe he just took the shields off of about 20 veterans.
Oh wow, that is
brutal.
Is that is it the one that's not smart?
No, this is the smart one. This is
that's
Master
why he
Boy.
did it on purpose. Okay.
Buddy. Yeah, oh yeah, he definitely did because he wants attention. Because I'm not usually down here that much, so he definitely is just gonna pester me the whole time we're doing this.
Have you tried?
Hell yeah,
petting the cat.
I usually have one of my cats on my lap when we record, because she won't not.
Well, so we have 2 black cats that hang out in the basement, which is where all my hobby stuff is set up. And one of them is upstairs right now, and she is like actually like she seriously is. She is mentally handicapped. Like she can't clean herself very well. She doesn't know how to retract her claws, so her claws are out all the time. So like she'll get in your lap and just stab the shit out of you, and not like meaning anything. It's just she's got her pokies out. All the animals are due for their shots, so we take them because we got too many. We take them in like rotation. And the vet tech commented that her head is oddly small. Like she actually has like health problems.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, poor cat.
Yeah.
I mean, I call her Dumbness Kitty most of the time, so instead of Darkness Kitty.
All right, that was kind of funny.
Yeah. You know, like you've been to my place, Mass. I live out in the middle of nowhere. I have way too many animals.
Yeah.
Like I say I'm rural, I mean rural. Like it's gravel road out here, so. Are you 2 going to Adepticon this year? Maybe?
It's no for me at this point, but
no free Cass. What?
Yeah.
My heart is broken.
Too many things went wrong this year.
That's fair.
I need to. Yeah. You're going to Adepticon?
I have a hotel room booked, and I have the time noted that I can't work then. So that's the goal.
Okay.
I mean, my last month has been fairly awful, so hopefully it gets better in the 3 months till Adepticon, and I have stuff ready because I am not painted.
Yeah. Well, you gotta pull. Gotta get the spray can going.
I could. I'm gonna probably run some sort of stupid monster mash list because I think we'll probably end up talking about that in this episode. Like, how does this work? Like, what's our structure for this bad boy? Do we have structure? You have Cass and I on a call together.
Yeah, I know. That's the whole point. So, right now, I'm actually doing Radon, Consort of Nicola while we're doing the pregame. So it's the hardest boss fight in Elden Ring right now.
I don't play Elden Ring. I wanted to do this playing Stardew Valley.
Oh, then you can play Stardew
Valley.
My
speed.
I'm just playing something more my speed.
They can play Balatro when we do this?
Yeah. You can totally play, go to Balatro. It's actually a good game.
It's super fun.
Surprising. It's such a weird, how good that game is. I'm getting it is fucking a rave night with this goddamn boss. I probably, I'm getting this boss out of the right now before we really start going. But there is a bit of I have a list of questions, and it's like a full faction breakdown. So
I'm in.
Yeah, we're gonna go through all the characters. We're gonna go through all the regiments. We're gonna talk about some shit, some couple lists at the end, or some builds kind of thing.
All right.
We're gonna, talk about like why you even play this faction.
Because the entire time you're trying to do that, the fiendish Crappler, Cassandra, is going to be trying to interfere.
Yeah, so that's how this works.
Crappler. So, when's the last time you've played WoD, Cass?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because you were playing Nords last I knew, and it sounds like it's been a while.
I would say 2 revisions ago is when I last played WoD.
Two revisions. Okay, so it's been a while. I mean, there's definitely stuff in WoD that is good and fun. The update as a whole was really disappointing.
Okay, so I've just finished defeating Radahn, Consort of Miquella, so we can now begin.
Did you use?
It is a god slain.
Did you use the Fire Flame Frenzy?
Finish, no, I used the chonk build. What's called fucking not die.
Did you do the waterfowl dance?
No, because that fucking move sucks. It sucks for the player, not for Millennia Blade of Miquella, because she's just like, aha, eat it!
I will fully admit I've played like 15 minutes of Elden Ring. Like, I downloaded it because the game was supposed to be good, and then I started it, and I'm not a huge fan of the Souls-like games in general. And I was like, no, this still doesn't do it for me. So, but
it won me over, and then I took a break, and now I'm having a hard time getting back into it.
Well, I think some of it's just like my age, that a lot of the games I play are definitely nostalgia oriented, and I played a ton of like mid-90s JRPGs growing up. So it's like, that's what I want to play. Like, give me some Persona 5 was great. That held my attention for like 90 hours.
I thought you were going to say 90 minutes. It's like, wow.
No, like 90 hours in that freaking game. And I like 4 better. But
isn't
like that's
4
more
with
my speed.
With the ginger lady? Like, it's about your Persona girl. I've never played a Persona game. I've only seen the characters. And I'm like, I understand why people are all over these people, but like, also I'm pretty sure their canonical age is high school.
Yes, so they're almost always high schoolers because that's the setting.
And you can go after the MILF.
You can go after the MILF in 4. Is there a MILF in 5? I don't remember. It's your teacher in 4 you can bang, actually, if you want. But it's like a blend of like a life sim with like a dungeon crawler, but it's got a lot of time management, and you have to like decide what you're gonna do. So you almost want to play it with a guide, otherwise you'll just miss a ton of shit. So it's kind of frustrating in that regard.
It reminds me of those like romance games back in like the late 90s, early 2000s, where it's like you had to like give the optimal strategy was to give the anime girl watermelons, because that was like her favorite food, and it was like cost to affection ratio was the watermelon. I remember playing those when I was like on Newgrounds.
Oh man. Yeah, that's old school. But like, there's also been a bunch of old school JRPGs getting like remakes and remasters. So like the first 2 Suikoden games are getting remastered next year, and those are 2 of my favorites. So I'm having a ton of fun with the older stuff. Like, I've been playing through the first 6 Final Fantasies, and Final Fantasy 2 is still one of the worst games I've ever played. Like, age did not make it better.
Wait, like Final Fantasy 2 or Final Fantasy 4?
2.
Oh, like actual 2, not
actual
American,
2.
not American 2.
No, not American 2. Actual 2.
Have you played 1?
Yes, I beat 1 a couple weeks ago.
Oh, nice. That is.
Now
I got grounded, and my father slapped the NES on my chest, and he was like, "You're gonna play Final Fantasy, kid." I'm like, "Okay."
Dating myself, we had an original Nintendo, and I had Final Fantasy, so I played that game when I was growing up.
So. Yeah, it's a great game if you want to just like bleed hours.
Well, and like the Pixel reworks, because you can get them on Steam for pretty cheap, did a good job of just adding some quality of life. Like, you can pull up a map now.
I still have the my father's, when he bought the game and he played Final Fantasy, it came with the map, and then on the backside of the map is all the monsters. So I used that and the items. So I used that a lot to try and figure shit out. Because I was like 10 and I'm like, I don't understand any of this. And I was grounded from my PC at the time. So, yeah, like, I don't know. I did something stupid.
The Marsh Dungeon is still a pain in the ass. Like, absolutely. Like, why does everything here cause poison and paralysis? What the fuck were you thinking, Square?
What was... one of my favorite places all time in Final Fantasy 1 was the Castle in the Sky.
Yeah, with Tiamat.
Yeah, I just fucking love that area where it's just like, oh, you're going into space, and it's like this whole forgotten race or like people, and you're going into space. It was like, oh, it's so cool.
And then out of nowhere, the war mech appears and absolutely demolishes you.
Yeah, it's like that is the real final boss, the war mech.
Oh Lord! All right, so are we ready to get into this?
Oh yeah, we've been recording for a while.
Sweet. So if I ever record another podcast, I do have like a new ending. I'm gonna a new outro.
Music or like
yes, music specifically for Cass.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm so interested.
Cass, do you listen to other Conquest content creators?
Well, I'm literally going to ping Cass and tell her to listen to the last like 4 minutes of this.
Why don't you just send her the song?
I support the entire community.
Can I call you out? Can we? Is that allowed?
Cass, do you listen to your own podcast? Because I don't listen to mine. Like I record, I don't edit. I just
I would rather listen to somebody else's podcast than my own.
Yeah. I'll be really honest. The only podcasts I actually or the only episodes I listen to of our own podcast are the guest ones, so that I can re-listen to what the fuck they said.
Yeah.
And usually I find them better. They're just better.
So it's fine.
Yeah, well,
they're just better.
Yeah. By the way, dear listener / viewer, as I fuck around with Elden Ring, ooh, don't fall off and die. There's gonna be a lot of table talk or side talk. So just sit back, relax, get on that drive, get on that airplane, get on your walk. I don't know what the fuck you do.
Well, it's not like we started drinking or anything.
No, actually, talking about that, let me get more beer on my new shirt.
Oh no,
more beer.
Oh no, you broke it in.
The alcohol.
Yeah. All right. Well, I got the other shirt. I spilt on myself after I died, and I was like, I don't want this to stain. It's actually a decent shirt.
No, I change into PJs like as soon as I get home anymore. So.
Oh yeah, you've mastered the art of PJs.
Well, we got the comfy pants, and like it's weird because I go to the farm supply store a lot because of all the animals. Like I need chicken feed and stuff, and like the farm supply store has the most comfortable, like soft fleece pants that also have cargo pockets.
Ooh.
Like they're like, and because it's at the farm supply store, so they're like $12.
Does your this will be a little personal. Does your wife get these pants just because they have pockets?
She does. She has a deep-seated hatred for all the women's pants that don't have real pockets.
Yeah, because bullshit.
It is.
Yeah. Why do you need a purse or a satchel or a fanny pack when you could just have fucking pockets?
No, she still carries her purse because there's stuff in it.
There's a brick in it, so you can hit people.
I'll tell you something. I have a little experience on both sides of this coin, and it turns out the person you're with will give you shit about keeping shit in your pockets no matter what your gender is. So,
you know what like for the males, for the duders, the wallet in the back pocket. I'm always just
don't do it. That's fucking your back up.
No, that's the worst.
It's like
bad for your hips. Get the slim wallet, wear it in the front.
My dad does that, and I'm like, please, Dad, stop. I know you have a slim wallet, but like, please stop doing it.
So
I knew a guy. Sorry, you first.
So I have a patient, and he's about our age, Cass, and he still rocks the wallet chain. Like he's got a big chain. It's fucking great.
That honestly, it's to the point where it has circled around. And I'm just like, fucking cool, man. You're doing it.
It's like the belt buckles.
I don't like. Yeah,
Did belt buckles ever leave? Like I'm rural Midwest, man. Belt buckles are still a thing here, and I've never left.
I've only met maybe like 2 other Canadians who have done the big belt buckle thing, and I think one of them was like a wannabe Texan. He was from Alberta, so like it was pretty obvious.
Oh, just wait.
What do you mean, just wait? Are you gonna belt buckle it up?
Yes.
Is it awesome? Like, is it just fire? Does it have like ridiculous patterns on it?
I haven't found. Here's the thing. I haven't found the buckle yet, but like that's definitely been a fashion mode where I'm like, yeah, I want to do that. Like now that I'm kind of free to do anything, it's like I want to do like Texas, like a Texas homage type thing.
I love how you taught me these words, and now I'm just like, oh, you got a fucking Wadrhun Max and Dino Max, and like fucking stupid.
I made you a word cell.
Yeah, a word cell.
There are words that get used on the Discord that I do not Google search because I'm pretty sure I don't want to know what they mean. I just go with context clues and just take the norm cell way out of that one.
Honestly, sometimes I put I do inject Kajito hazards into the chat of just stuff that I know is a little too weird for people that are in that Discord, but it's just sometimes things happen in life and you get hurt or you don't. You have to make choices without the full benefit of knowing what the outcomes are, and I'm trying to bring that to our Discord.
I follow you have your own Discord where you can ruin people. Too.
Man, I got 4 Discords where I'm ruining people. That's not the topic of this podcast.
The topic of this podcast is ruining Wadrhun. Is that it?
That was already done.
Don't turn this into the Wadrhun problem episode because we have not done the research for that.
I don't know enough about the faction to say what the Wadrhun problem is. So that's the advantage that we have going into this one.
I don't know because here's the thing. I don't think Wadrhun is bad. I think it's just
different.
I don't think there's a problem with Wadrhun. I think it actually functions pretty well.
Well, so I think when you look at it as the update as a whole, right? I kind of look at 3 things. Internal balance,
looks matching,
which is not good. Which is not good. Competitive balance, which is very good.
Comp maxing.
And then did they manage to keep the flavor of the faction?
No,
which has been a big problem with a lot of players. So, but the idea that it's competitively balanced and is really good because Wadrhun is probably a top 3 faction.
Oh, easy. That hunting pack, they're
oh yeah, well,
hunting pack is
hunting pack slingers and vets are they're all top tier.
Did you listen to the Just Roll Run guys? Light tier list. They did a light tier list, and it's actually pretty good. There was only one thing that I was kind of annoyed about where they placed it, and it was you guys are fucking stupid. I was just, and I called good old Aaron out on it. I'm like, what is wrong with you guys? And they were yeah, probably not the best spot for it, but it's still their opinions on that stuff. Actually, I would put them roughly the same spot, to be honest.
We had a little bit of a conversation about this on the bonk court at one point where we were trying to come up with the top 5 lights, and we were really struggling with 5 things that belong in number 5. Because there's a lot of really good lights right now. You've got carries, you've got Moroi, you've got Flame Berserkers, you've got Hunting Pack, you've got Slingers, you've got Raptors, you've got
Raiders.
Raiders
are probably an easy 1-2 right there.
1 or 2 Moroi are up there. You've got the ones from city states that I can't pronounce that can score. Where does scoring militia bowman end up when you can pay 100 points for a self-scoring regiment? And
so what are they? They're going to be.
I'm actually really curious to see.
Yeah,
I'm really curious to see 100K.
So my hope for 100K is to now we're on to 100K but. My hope is to have the cav better because my issues with 100K are the range units are too stagnated, and I don't think the vet options actually improve the current range situation. We'll have to see what merc crossbows, what militia. I think Ranger Corps were revealed as well.
Yeah, I believe so.
So we'll have to see what that actually pans out to be, but I don't I want them just baseline more distinct. I'm fine where militia bowmen are because they are the cheap option. I am I'm tired of Barrage 3 Volley 2. That's my real issue. I want to see more shots. Or Barrage Volley 2, Barrage 3, AP1. Fucking do something. Currently Hunter Cadre are doing something, but they're your premium shooting unit currently.
What do they even cost?
It's 190 points to as an MSU. It's fucking insane because you have to vets them.
Oh, right, because they're Valley 2 base, so it's 160. But they have flank. They have cleave 1 randomly. They're Clash 3 actually. They're not bad at all.
No, but you want their volley higher, so you're gonna have to vets them for volley 3, and then you can actually move and shoot. But remember, your barrage 3, you're how much are Bocho?
210.
Okay, so for and they're a mainstay For the Connie?
With the Connie, I believe, yeah.
And I think they can only be taken with the Connie. So they're a mainstay 210, volley 3 barrage 5, with smite shot. I don't know why I went down here.
I think the luxury option is a little too rich for both your bloods, so I don't know why we're bothering.
Like, it's just... You get more out of the Bocho with less investment. Then you can go like, well, their range is different. I'm like, yeah, they have less volley though, so you're like, not less volley, less barrage. So like, you're not just picking up MSU lights, but you're almost spending the same amount of points, and you're still not going to be picking up MSU lights like the Bocho. Like that's kind of like my issue because the Bocho over like barrage 5, so you're getting like 16 shots compared to the 10 for an MSU Hunter Cadre with vets. Like, it's not enough to, like, fucking tear through a unit. And it's, 20 points less? So I'm just kind of like, you should be doing maybe a little more than that. Like, that's one of my fundamental issues with 100k is, like, its shooting is so stagnated and it's too similar, and then you really need to diversify it and actually make it something. My other issue is, like, wound 4 is just like kill me stats, to be honest. Like a lot of things are like defense 2 or defense 3 with wound 4. Like they're very susceptible to chip damage. So I'm not super excited about that anymore. Like I've been playing a bunch of Dwagholm with wound 5, and that extra wound matters. There have been plenty of times where I've had a stand live on 1 wound. It's like, this is fucking sweet. Yeah.
And well, like Wadrhun are all wound 5 plus.
Yeah, so like you'll like, find stuff where it just lives on a wound, and you're like, oh, sweet.
Yeah. Like it changes the dice math just enough where it's a lot of times you're sitting there, it's like, well, you did 4, I don't lose anything.
Yeah, but it's just like Old Dominion doesn't take resolve, and a lot of their stuff is wound 4, or then you get into their brutes and you're just like, oh fuck my life. Nords is wound 4, but they also like now have access to a lot of tenacious, so that changes the dice math. Dwagholm 5, like it's just, I don't know. I'd like to see more diversity or something. Like it's just, I find chip damage works really well into 100k, and you just can't really recover from it very well.
Yeah. Well, the idea is it's cheaper, so like it does have these almost victim level stats, but also like you still can only fit so much into a list because of the way list building works.
Yeah.
So it doesn't, like, you can't necessarily leverage that all these regiments are a little bit cheaper.
Yeah. Like,
so it's weird.
And then it like wants you to run big bricks, and you're like, okay, but my big brick just gets shot by fucking Bocho or Marksman clones on its ride up, and just kind of gets fucking like kind of mauled before it can really commit or something. I don't know. I'm not impressed with current 100k. Like the changes they did, I'm like, oh yeah, Steel Legion mainstay. A bit of too little, too late. To be honest, I don't find them worth it. Like they're an infantry heavy that cannot effectively get into fights effectively, and they're a counterpunch unit. Is kind of like where they're kind of sitting, and it's just like, okay, there's so many other units that does the same offensive or more offensive stats, and they actually get into fights. So it's just like, what the fuck is your point?
Yeah, well, they're M5, right?
Yeah, and it's like, look at Dragon Slayers, look at Thanes. They're M5.
Yeah, M5 heavy is a rough place to be, and it's probably going to continue being rough if Vanguard goes, lower.
Vanguard X, yeah. So I'm just kind of like,
I mean, I personally am expecting Vanguard 3 almost across the board outside of like the one supremacy for 100k we got shown. I would be like, it doesn't make any sense for me if the idea is to slow down the game if you're going to give out a bunch of like Vanguard 5. Like, oh no, 1 inch.
Yeah, on a lot of things. Like, what is it? Like bear sharks are fucking great. Like,
yeah, they're a little bit.
If you have not played into or with bear sharks, strongly recommend. It is.
Yeah,
I have played into
fantastic.
Them, so yes.
I haven't gotten a lot of games in, but the last game that I did, my bear sharks did the thing.
Did they shark?
They bared and then they sarked.
Yeah,
and
it's good.
It was
Yeah, I forgot the Savage existed for a hot minute and lost 5 stands of Braves and a Chieftain to a regiment of Bearsarks with a character.
Yeah, I lost Magma Forge. Like,
Yeah.
Same thing.
She's like, I'll march charge you in the flank and then pummel you. Cleave 2 in the flank of a shield unit, your defense 0. Like, great.
Yeah, like this is exactly where I want to be. No, I had the same thing, like all game, like, oh yeah, remember they have this, and then the one time I like bait my opponent, they counter baited me with the bear sharks. I was like, fuck. Still won
Like, it's also one of those things, like, I have a dislike for the way they're designed, because like they're 170, but you're taking the Savage. Like, is there any reason you would ever play Bear Sharks without the Savage?
No, it's so good.
Why even
so
make it
there's like I think that there's this fantasy.
A sexual fantasy?
It might as well be, because it's just as fucking unlikely that you're gonna cut that the 30 points that you need to make up is gonna be by cutting the Savage. It's just they give you the option, but it's like
no, this is mandatory.
You take it. It's a 200 point unit that comes with its officer. That's what it is, and you're never playing the other officer because there's a second officer for that, right?
The shield biter.
Yeah. Yes, it's the shield.
But why would you do that?
He gets banished to a
bite more a lot more than a shield if you took that.
So I actually this is one of those issues I have with the way the update worked, because I don't feel like that's a choice. Like, I feel like this is designed. This is the only way you're ever running that regiment.
Yeah. Like, yeah.
Yeah, the internal balance is a little bit fucky with both Nords and Wadrhun, and part of it is because I think they bit off more than what they reasonably could do trying to update 2.5 factions, because OD got a bunch of updates and update some core stuff, and it's like neither faction necessarily feels like they got the full treatment. Like, neither of them got the full Monty out of this. They got teased a little bit, but
I want to.
Cass wants to counter.
Yeah, I want to make just one quick point about the Nords specifically.
Sure.
Is that like Nords pre-update were pretty fucking good. So it's like
they were real good.
They just dumped icing sugar on my pre-existing cloyingly sweet birthday cake. And now I'm just, and then when I bite into it, like, other candy comes out, so I'm just spoiled for choice. More candy is inside of it than the physical dimensions of the cake can constrain because of magic.
But like, nice. Are you ever gonna play a Blooded and Stalkers? Like,
well, no, but so the thing is, the options that are good are so good that you're always gonna take them, which is valid.
Like in Wadrhun, but it's the competitive part conceals that the update actually wasn't that healthy.
I just,
why?
So I don't think.
Break it down. I'm fighting a bullshitter. Break it down for me.
Well, no. So both of these factions, and I'll stick a little bit more toward Wadrhun because that's what I know, are definitely held up by a couple of things that are probably not acceptable. Like,
is it the Savage?
Well, it's almost Raiders more than that. Like, because you've got this cheap light scoring thing that's utter nonsense, you can play anything else you want, so you don't have to think about it, so you can throw in the other good stuff like Savage, and it hides that. Like, the Blooded is terrible. Stalkers are terrible. On the Wadrhun end, like, have you seen a list since the update that uses Hunters?
No, there's no reason to. You have Slingers.
Exactly. You're never going to play Hunters because you're going to play Hunting Pack and Slingers. Unless you're playing a Speakers build, in which case you'll play Raptors. The only reason to ever play a Matriarch Queen is to play like a Raptor list with her, because then you can actually leverage her rather terrible supremacy because she'll be an on 1 to cap it on 2. There's no reason for Blooded to exist. The Drum Beast might be the worst thing in the game. Like, I say might because I don't know, but I can't think of anything.
Are we going to do a quick, like, the fucking worst thing in the game? That's a whole episode on itself.
I want to go over something.
Dig for the bottom.
Just to give this a little structure, let's actually look at those regiments, because I haven't taken a close look. Like, I got to the new chants and I was just like, you know what? I'll look at this later, and then later turned into forever.
Okay, I am fighting bats, but please continue. I'm all here for it.
Well, so one of the big ones to look at is Braves and Blooded, right? Because these are your basic, your basic bitch mainline infantry. They're both 130 points. Braves lost Bloodlust because that's now gone. They went to Resolve 3.
That's actually really good.
And they gained an attack because they got the champion rolled in.
Built in.
So Blooded are 6 attacks, 5 wounds, Resolve 3, Defense 2, Evasion 1. And Braves are 5 attacks, 5 wounds, resolve 3, defense 2 with a shield, and no evasion, and they're the same cost. Like, you're always going to take Braves because you just want them to sit on an objective, so the shield is more important to you than the evasion and the 1 attack. There is no reason for Blooded to exist in the current list. They can both take the Aberration as an officer. They're all mainstays in exactly the same characters.
Yeah. And that's a crazy reversal because the Blooded were like workhorses prior to this revision.
They're also like,
they lost all the officers, so you can't flank them in anymore. Like, that was a huge loss. You used to have flank on them, so you'd take them for the guaranteed mediums.
That's true.
And like hunters, they're speakers, whereas slingers are tribes. So slingers get Vanguard and hunters don't. Like, hunters aren't bad. Like, if you look at them, you're like, why wouldn't I use this? And then you realize that they're competing with hunting pack and raptors and everything.
And slingers. I would say they're more predominantly competing with slingers because of how effective slingers are. Like, even with the nerfs of slingers, they're still good. Like, I would still play slingers.
Oh, slingers. The nerf to slingers is weird because they definitely got nerfed because triple action was obnoxious with them. But the way they got nerfed opens you up to playing them differently in a way that's still really, really effective, because now you can viably play multiple units. And just the way the rules work with singing bullets and effective range, you're getting extra shots into things in terrain and into loose formation, and torrential fire is just incredible. So even though they lost the resolve damage and they lost a barrage, they're going to get that barrage back most of the time, and torrential fire is going to make up for the resolve. You can't just shoot and run the entire game like you could before with Conquest 3.
Mm-hmm.
But you're also going to have Vanguard on them most of the time, and currently that means you have a 19-inch onboard with an 18-inch gun that can be torrential at 18 inches. So, like, if you're playing into something that's not fast enough to stop you, slingers just own the table. Start of the game. You walk on 11 inches and get shot by slingers that aimed and have torrential fire. And if you can aim with slingers, their estimated hits equals their barrage. Like, that's the way the math works out.
Ugh.
So, like, I play them in 5 stands a lot of the time, so I'm getting, like, 21 shots. So that's an average of 21 hits at you.
Yeah, and most things are defense 2 or 3, so 10 of them are getting in or more.
On 2, yeah.
Like, so that's like, an MSU is basically dead at that point. Like, you're one stand.
Yeah, you just break or shatter a bunch of stuff. Like, that has done pretty well since the update for me. Is 2 5-stand groups of slingers with some number of characters taking up some of those stands, and hunting pack. And if you play with 2 predators, you get all of it. So that's your turn 1 is 8 stands of slingers with 2 predators moving up the table with a hunting pack dirtling around in front of them, asking you to charge them so you can get charged in the butt by hunting pack with their 19 attacks opportunist.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's
yeah, like
why am I here?
I played a game into an SK list that didn't have any goals, so they had no lights.
Oh,
so
no. Like,
yeah, he came on and is just looking at it like, I don't even know what to do here.
Yeah, you just set up to kill, and it's just like, well, this sucks.
Yep.
I don't know. Like,
there's that sort of
lately,
stuff.
There's been things about the game where I'm just kind of like, yeah, sweet. I just gotta deal with this. Like, cool.
Yeah. There's stuff in Wadrhun that's super good like that, but also I don't know that it's healthy. And certainly changing Vanguard down will change that, but so much of the game, at least, in the sort of metas I've been in, feels like faster wins.
Yeah.
Like, if you get out fast and get control of the table, it's just such an uphill slog, and scoring is so fast. Like, I'm, as a person who loves Tauntors, I'm taking Tauntors out of my list because they're too slow.
Ooh, really? Too slow?
Yeah,
so what do you bring on turn 3?
Well, so my new list has no heavies.
Welcome to the game. All right.
Yeah, no heavies. It has, instead of the 2 Tauntors, it has 2 Quaddle, a Winglord, and an extra medium, just like Braves.
Oh, you built, how many Quaddles did you build? Did you build 2 or did you
3?
Have 3?
I have 3.
How many Winglords?
Oh, 1 Winglord and 2 Quaddles.
Oh, okay. So you've built 3 Pterosaurs.
Yes, I have built 3 pterosaurs.
Okay, cool.
And like they're so flexible because at 170 on those Quaddle, you can hold an objective with them. It's not too expensive to do it. And with the whole like flight thing, they can charge into engagements on the side. They get their free shots. They have impacts. So like their attack volume doesn't look good, but they can roll like 20 dice a turn.
Yeah, I'm just okay. Here's a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you think the game is power creeping?
I mean, do I think the game is power creeping? No more so than I think would be expected because new things have to be fairly decent. Otherwise, you end up where like they're just not worth having. But I don't think it's so much.
It's
so
not like GW power creep
always wins. Well, like throwback to like 7th edition fantasy
demons,
where it was like demons and dark elves and vampire counts, and that was like anything else was just hot garbage. It's just definitely that. What I would actually compare it more to, and I think you'll maybe appreciate this, is like late Mark II War Machine, where every faction has something, but like you may only have 1 or 2 things, and some other factions may have a bunch just because of the way they're designed.
Like Legion Circle, Signar, and Crix. Those were the big 4.
Signar had that much. It was
Crix,
Haley
Legion,
2.
And
Circle.
It's on the back of Haley 2.
But like Haley 2 was like one of your things.
But Haley 2
I was a degenerate Kruger player, so
yeah, living my fucking Merc life over here. I always remember locally
Merc's
when we had a Signar player come in, just started the game, and he had Haley 2, and that was like his first game, and he like ran up his Stormblades, and I just like ran up a gun bunny and shot down, like sprayed down the side and killed all his shit, and he was just like, oh no, and he just like lost everything and lost to Osram, and I'm like, yep, that's life. Don't play bad.
I mean, Osram was definitely very good. I mean, Trolls only had like 2 lists. Scorn was
but Trolls had a whole like meta-defining thing at the end of Mark II.
Yeah, they had the Elemental list and then the Meat Mountain.
No, what a fucking like, just it was awful.
That's a lot of how I look at current Conquest, where I think every faction has something. It's just it's not necessarily broad what you have, but you can compete with it. Like I honestly would not be surprised if anybody won a large event with any given faction.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. I do agree. I think each faction has their own thing. But okay, does 100k have its own thing? Because I currently don't think 100k is really competing right now. I think they're the worst. I think they're
the bottom, but
yeah.
I think you'll still probably win most of your games playing a bunch of Ashen Dawn.
Yeah, but it's changed.
I mean, it's just not fun. Like, it's not fun to play a bunch of Ashen Dawn because it's mid units of Ashen Dawn, and you're hoping to not run into somebody who can actually play into mid units of Ashen Dawn. Like, it's your classic skew where it's great until somebody has an answer, and then you're just fucked.
Yeah, and like before with the stacks of Ashen Dawn, you could actually kind of. Oh, okay. Is that death? No, I live. I live on like barely anything. Oh, get the fuck out of here, bat! Basically being harassed.
I live. I die.
I live again. God has let me live, and I'm gonna make it everyone else's problem.
Perfect.
Yeah, but I don't know. I find with MSU Ashen Dawn, like there was a point in the game where I think players fundamentally did not understand how to deal with Ashen Dawn properly, and like there is a way to do it, and I just don't think a lot of players knew how. And now with the multiple nerfs and players playing into Ashen Dawn enough, I think there's finally like the general population is starting to learn how to deal with them. But then they've been nerfed so much that it's like you can actually just deal with them now, and you don't have to learn why. Like it's like knowing how to do something, but why to do something.
Yes.
Like I think it's that. Like people know what to do, but they don't understand fundamentally why they have to do it that way. Like they never learn that part of the problem or question or whatever you wanna put out there. Oh, there. I think that's Cass eating the microphone. I'm not exactly sure. Or somebody eating the microphone.
Heavy breathing into the microphone. Perfect.
Yeah.
Not disconcerting in the least. I didn't have shivers at that one. It's just.
So yeah.
Well, I mean, I always found the 2x5 to be a concern, because like I had stuff that could deal with 1 5-stand of Ashen Dawn, but that second one, can I slow it down enough before this beats me? With them going to MSU, there's a lot of stuff that can actually like compete with them, because a lot of times most factions don't run a lot of bulked up stuff. You know, I've always liked doing it. I liked running the Teuton tours. I like running a little bit of a bulkier thing of slingers where you're getting this huge output. And Wadrhun has been really good at concentrating force like that, more so than some of the other factions. That's almost a Wadrhun thing to me. But Ashen Dawn did that super well. Where like dealing with 5 stands of those things was a fucking nightmare. And then you had the second 5-stand regiment you had to deal with. With that being gone, I actually think Ashen Dawn are like, they're still really, really good. I don't even know what I'd call them top tier.
No, that's why I think they're not top tier. And now you have 100k at a point of. You have 100k at a point where it is basically back to the start of version 2 Conquest, but with Ashen Dawn.
Yeah.
Like, and I'll tell you this, start of version 2 100k sucked ass. It was awful. It did. And people were like, I'm like, you still won. And I'm like, yeah, but this game was like basically me pulling my goddamn teeth out to try and like skidibby my way through this whole fucking thing. Gazed upon the skidibity toilet. The Skibisi, and I was like, what the fuck?
See, you can do that, man. You can tell this was a podcast where he started drinking because it's about Wadrun, but Mass has just been complaining about how bad 100k has it the whole time.
Well, you know, we'll get to the Wadrun. You know,
people knew what they were signing up for when they're like, oh, a BonkTable podcast / faction breakdown with wonderful Apex Sex Dungeon Chinchilla over here. Yeah, explain that title. Explain that one.
So if anyone wants
how am I not the non-rowdy one right now?
So I don't actually go by that anymore. I might change back to it.
I don't go by that anymore. What are you, the artist formerly known as Prince?
Well, no, it's Degenerate Pimp Chinchilla now.
They haven't called me Sex Chinchilla in a long time.
So when Mass started the BonkTable Discord, he invited me in to do some of the testing so that everybody could post where it's supposed to. And one of the very first posts in the general section of this is me saying things I learned on the BonkTable episode. And it was one of the episodes where Mass was talking about inviting somebody to his basement dungeon. And I said, Mass has a sex dungeon. So one of the very first posts on this Discord is me saying that Mass has a sex dungeon. And then I changed my handle to Degenerate Sex Dungeon Chinchilla or something like that. I don't remember. Because I'm a little bit drunk. But yeah, so it's been Degenerate Pimp Chinchilla since Cass said something about how she refers to anybody she knows fucks as a pimp. So
nose fucks? Sorry, nose fucks.
So that no, not like nose like your face. Like she knows that you fuck. You
okay.
Pimp in your title, so you could be pimping Mass because we know you fuck, bro.
That's me making reference to a load-bearing tweet, and I don't want people to think that I stole it, but it's one of my favorites of all time because it's like all my friends who fuck are pimps, and all my friends who don't fuck are Volcel kings, but all my enemies who fuck are sex pests, and all my enemies who don't fuck are incel losers.
What the fuck?
So I immediately threw pimp in my title.
Oh my god. Really?
But I believe that. That's my honest belief.
I mean, you know me. I'm only fucking if it's convenient.
That's fair. We stand a convenience pimp, though.
I'm getting that fucking warhog. Oh wow, this the hog is weird.
Pimps, hogs. It's a BonkTable podcast.
It really is. I have just been heavy hogged. That was not fun.
Oh, we're an hour in and we haven't talked about Wadrun at all. This is great.
Yeah, this is
and I am half drunk and I'm about to go get another soju.
I like that this is the new age of the BonkTable podcast.
We have
well, we tried.
We've ascended to bullshit. Would the title of this episode be like, we really tried, I swear?
No, we can get back on topic.
All right, so the first
are we going to go through the characters? Or you're going to ask questions? Ask me questions.
Okay, why did you pick the faction?
So I picked the faction entirely based on appearance. I was waffling between 100k because I love cavalry and Wadrhun because I love monsters. And the Apex Predator is an absolutely glorious kit, and that sold me on the faction.
Okay. Cass?
So,
yeah.
Well,
nice.
I mean, I think everybody in their heart knows the answer, but I'll play the game, of course. So, actually, I'll tell a funny Conquest story. The reason I played Conquest is because I got confused over Conquest and Kings of War, and I was trying to read up about Kings of War, and then I saw the orc lady riding a dinosaur, and I got real light in the head, and then I played Conquest.
Respect.
yeah, we got hard orc mommies up here.
Exactly. It's
and I don't think anyone ever decided what is better in life, a hard orc mommy or a short stack goblin cutie.
I think it really depends on like what you're into.
I am contractually obligated to answer that in one direction.
I know you are. I've seen what brings you joy.
So I like honestly, we could do a whole episode about just that.
Didn't we have that listener question where they were like, "Are you a?" It was worded basically in such a way that like, "Are you a top or are you a bottom?" That was effectively what it was, and it was like, "Oh, what are you like?" Because of like your choice in, like Whammon or like Monster Girls. I'm gonna die here. Yeah, fuck.
I'm 100% sure that last time we did like the Podcasters Assemble podcast, we discovered that Mass was a power bottom.
Yeah, I do remember that. There's definitely an episode because there's a comment in one of the episodes where they were like,
"What are you into, Mass?" It's like, I'll just fucking do anything. At this point, I don't give a fuck.
Fucking do anything. I mean, I'm down as long as we get a snuggle after. Like that's.
I'll hold you. Don't worry.
I'm a big cuddler.
We've shared a room.
We have. That's that's gonna.
I know.
I have an episode entitled "That Time I Got Sweaty in the Truck with Mass."
Yeah, it was truly brilliant.
Yeah.
Fuck you, game.
Oh, did you die?
No, I'm just being stupid.
Okay. All right. Second question.
Okay. So, how do they play?
I'm in it for dinosaurs. And Cass is in it for hard orc mummies. And like the new kit is so good for Chosen of Death. It's too bad they're so bad. Question 2?
We'll get there. We'll get to regiments. We'll get to characters. We'll get to warbands. We'll get to regiments. Don't worry. But how does the Wadrhun faction play? My hands are in the air. I should have like a video on of like my face as I progressively get more and more drunk and like rowdy.
So I think you have 2 distinct playstyles right now post update with Wadrhun. You have this aggressive early game build that's going to be probably tribes built around slingers taking up table, that range superiority. You're going to back it up with vets, maybe with some Chosen of Conquest. Vets are extremely good at killing other MSUs because they're flurry, they're clash 3. You can chant whatever you want on them. They're going to get you extra tokens. So you can play this early game almost like Nord's MSU style. Or I think you can play a speakers list where you're going to do more things that are going to be like Raptors to kind of hold off and then Thunder Riders to counterpunch with that Juggernaut March Charge 19-inch bullshit you can do that when somebody goes to an objective, you just blow them the fuck up. And I think those are your 2 options. So you have a counterpunch style, you have an aggressive early game style. You can do either. You can actually do a fair bit stylistically with Wadrhun right now, which is pretty nice.
Okay. What is your preferred of these 2?
I am much more of I want to be playing on your side of the table, hyper-aggressive psychopath. So I lean more towards tribes currently.
Okay.
Like, I want most of our game to be played on your half of the table, because I figure if I accomplish that, I've controlled so much of the table, I am outscoring you.
Yeah, that's fair. Also, you have board control, so like...
Yeah, I'm a blue player when it comes to like Magic too. On the rare occasion I play Magic, so I'm a psychopath. Like that's just
you're really just setting up there to like cause problems.
Yeah, I want to cause chaos and havoc, and it's way better for me if that chaos and havoc is happening in your deployment area.
I hate this boss. Anyway, yeah, no, that's fair. Okay, so then that leads into the next question. What are the faction's weaknesses?
Whoa. Can you wait? Can you never let that scary man talk again?
So faction weaknesses, you do sort of have to have your stack built correctly. Like there is a definite player requirement here. It's much less than it used to be because those chants used to be so much more impactful, but you are still kind of locked into, like, you're playing slingers, you need slingers to chant at a specific time, so they have to be in a specific spot, so you're a little bit predictable in that regard. Even though you can hold it now, so that's a little bit better. You are, I think, also still fairly vulnerable to anybody who can be faster than you because a lot of your stuff is very poor defense. There is nothing in the Wadrhun faction that is defense 4.
Good, they don't deserve it.
There's nothing currently released that is defense 3 plus a shield. Some of your really good stuff, like slingers, are defense 1. Hunting pack are evasion 1 with 3 wounds. Braves are quite durable at defense 2 and a shield, but they're also resolve 3. They do in 5 wounds. Vets are the same way, where they're defense 2, shield, resolve 3, but 6 wounds. So you're going to make up for it some with wounds, but you are vulnerable to just getting to a point where you can't maintain the way Nords is. And if you're playing that the counterpunch style, Thunder Riders are also defense 3, resolve 3. So they do have 6 wounds, but they're vulnerable to a fair bit of shooting. If you get a little bit unlucky and lose some stands of Thunder Riders, that's just a game over.
Also, defense 3 is I find it to be a little more like your dice rolls of how lucky you are on that 50-50 for the save.
Yeah, you're vulnerable to a little bit of everything, right? Like defense 3 isn't high enough where you can slough off volume, and it's also not like low enough where you don't care about cleave or anything. Defense 3 is kind of one of the worst spots to be in, and there's also not a lot of like hardened. You can give Thunder Riders hardened. I believe that's the only hardened in the faction. The only way to get any tenacious in the faction is with beads of death. Like you don't have a lot of that, so you are quite vulnerable defensively.
Okay. Can you address the beads of death as the anal beads of death?
I mean, I don't know how the character wears them. You don't have to display them on the model. So if your character wearing the beads of death wants to have them in their butt, that's a them issue as far as I'm concerned.
Sounds like a them solution.
Sounds like this is what Cass is
the vibrating anal beads of death, or what?
Yeah. Well, no, I can't say.
Can't say. No, I'm very curious.
Well, it's like the orc levens is when you feel the roar of the tribe through your beads of death.
I also think there's a lot of traps in Wadrhun list building. A lot of traps. There's a lot of bad stuff. There's a lot of the way things are restricted, like makes you think that maybe you should do, take things you shouldn't take, like Roar of the Tribe, which is mostly bad, or the Horn of Ronan for the extra tramples, which you probably don't want most of the time.
But Thunder Rider Kid.
Like, I love the Legend of Thunder Rider Kid, and I love that they named the artifact that. That is amazing to me. But like, it forces you into war, and part of that whole
is war not good because of how the cleave thing works?
War's fine, but most of the time, your Thunder Chieftain is going to be your warlord because you want a supremacy, and then you'll want to play Conquest because Conquest is better than everything else.
Yeah, we should go over that. What we got for chants? So we got Death, Famine, War, and Conquest.
And Conquest. So, as of this update, your warlord can just choose to follow the Cult of Conquest, and then everything in his warband is Cult of Conquest. Cult of Conquest changed. You no longer chant it by using, tokens from 2 different cults. You actually have to use Conquest cult tokens now, which is okay, I guess, because you still have them available. But Conquest is still a wild card for other things, so you can convert Conquest to whatever you want, whenever you want. So by choosing Conquest, you just give yourself a lot of flexibility. War is Cleave 1. So all War, Death, and Famine all have the same tier 1, and it's medium and heavy regiments get +1 scoring on their command stand. And it's super restrictive. It doesn't let you score lights. It doesn't affect monsters. So like half the faction already can't use this. Nice. Which is weird for your faction rule. I mean, it's fine. Like, you're not going to turn down bonus scoring, but it's cut off from so much. So your tier 2s are really what separates them. Famine gives you +2 to charge distance. War gives you cleave 1. Death gives you untouchable, so reroll 6s for your defensive rolls. Conquest is still a little bit different. Tier 1 went from +3 inches to your first march down to +2 inches to your first march. And tier 2 is still +2 evasion, but it used to be capped at 3, now it is capped at 2. So both parts of Conquest also got nerfed in this. Part of the goal was to take power out of chants, and they did that.
But my did they give enough to the regiment?
So my understanding is that this was primarily for future regiments and not necessarily for things we had now. Which, kind of makes it even harder when you feel like the update was very uneven when it comes to the current regiments. But when you're looking at the cult choices, because Conquest gives you so much flexibility, you're probably going to want to do that the vast majority of the time on your Warlord. And then your other characters likely want to be the same cult. I lean toward Famine because of the way I play with Chaos and Havoc. I like having all that extra threat range. It does what I want it to do.
For moderate speed.
Well, I mean, it does make your, M5 stuff basically cavalry. Like, you're M7 on the charge now.
Whoa.
It's quite decent, and it does work on monsters now. So your monsters are very fast, and they don't need cleave. Like, if you're not playing a lot of monsters, you might want to go into war because you might want cleave 1. Death is kind of the outlier, and not because untouchable is bad per se, but because you're putting a conditional defensive buff that's timing dependent on wanting to chant with a specific thing in an order. So a lot of times you just won't get value out of it. So Death is sort of disappointing. But then the other part of what they did with the cults, which is a better idea than it is an execution, is a lot of masteries and artifacts are locked to the character being part of that cult. So if you want to take the Horn of Ronin, which gives a cavalry regiment +2 tramples, that character has to be War. So if you wanted to do it on Thunder Riders because you wanted the silliness of saying, all right, and 16 tramples, which is pretty fun, your Thunder Chieftain has to be in War. But most of the time, your Thunder Chieftain's going to want to be your Warlord because you want shock. But now you're giving up Conquest to do it. So you're giving up the best cult for some silliness. And several of the masteries are restricted to your Warlord. So a lot of it is just heavily restricted in a way I don't know that another faction has to deal with, because they don't have like these 4 disparate elements in the same way. Like, you're... And then, additionally, a couple of those artifacts are locked to you actually having chanted. So, like, Roar of the Tribe gives an infantry regiment Blessed, which would be awesome, but you can only take it on a character following Conquest, and they have to chant tier 2 Conquest to get it to work.
Ugh. That's bad.
That sounds like way too much fucking work. I don't want to do it.
Yeah,
especially since all my Valkyries have to do is show up.
Yeah, like, Valkyries show up, they're blessed.
And they get blessed every turn they're in the game.
Well,
is it the blessing of Cassandra where she's like, only my Valkyries get blessed, all those other Valkyries do not?
Yeah.
Gives the blessing of the heavy hog.
Yeah, exactly.
What's that on the groin on the codpiece of your Valkyries? Oh, just the heavy hog.
The mark of the vulva who leads them.
God. Oh Lord.
Oh God.
I mean, I do think there's a legitimate concern here for how much like rules burden there is with this stuff for Wadrhun players. Because like, if
they're
you're
really afraid
player. Like, I see Roar of the Tribe on a cavalry model all the time. It's like, bro, that doesn't work. It has to be infantry only, and you have to chant.
Do you go, yo, bro? No, Is that what you say? Like that?
No, but it's happened a dozen times since the update. Like lists posted on the Discord.
Oh, do you?
You know that?
Like, oh Lord,
you gotta do that. We need an audio clip of whatever the fuck I just did, and be like, hey, bro,
bro,
yeah.
So, and then to add to this, they do not have the app updated to tell you when you are breaking all of these restrictions. The app will let you do a ton of illegal shit.
So,
that is the
Wadrhun design reminds me of a quote from Spy Kids 2: Island of Lost Dreams. And in terms of PB's relationship to the faction, the quote is, "Do you think God stays in heaven because he too lives in fear of what he's created?"
From Steve Buscemi? Yes.
Yeah.
100%, yes.
So that's the thing, is I think they design the faction and then they get scared of what they made and they put like all these shackles on it.
Well, I mean, and it feels like certain things in the faction were designed at like different times and where they were at conceptually with the update. So the only officer left in Wadrhun lost all its officers except the one released, which is the Aberration. And he's
not even real. He's an aberration.
The aberration is 20 points, and it lets you generate 2 tokens instead of 1.
I'm not gonna lie, man.
That's a stinker.
But like you don't want to chant that much with those regiments because they don't get any bonuses.
Yeah, like is it do you just make 2 tokens, or do you make 2 tokens that have to be used in a chant from that regiment?
It is 2 tokens of that of the cult of that regiment.
Okay,
so like if it's
there's a niche case to be like, oh, I'm playing low card deck, I need to get more tokens. Like, yeah, okay, sure, but
most things don't need the tokens.
Yeah,
because anything you have low cards probably doesn't need more tokens. So slingers are really good, and they're one of the better designed things because they are a non-chosen regiment that has a bonus to chanting. So almost everything else just doesn't have that and probably should, and that's what feels like it's missing. Like, it just feels like all of these other regiments need to get something when they chant beyond that garbage bonus. Kind of like the
+1 to scoring?
Yeah, well, like even the rest of it's like, oh, untouchable and +1 to scoring, yay. It's like, okay, but if I got another bonus out of it, I would probably still consider doing that on like Warbread. Like, let's take Warbread, because I don't think Warbread get played. And Warbread,
you mean they have 2 nicknames, Sexbread and Woundbread. Your pick.
Well, right now they're Woundbread because they're definitely not sexy. So they shouldn't be bad, right? They're 180, they're March 6th, they're Clash 3 now. They went up from Clash 2 to Clash 3, but they lost Relentless Blows. So they got like nothing, right? They're 5 attacks, they're 6 wounds, they're D3R3. Like, this is a decent regiment. But so they would get the tier 1 because they're a medium, but they have Cleave 2, so they don't get anything out of war. And they have Juggernaut, so their March value is always +5 and can't be modified, so they don't get anything out of Famine. So the only thing that can affect them is
death?
Conquest, Conquest and Death. But like, if you put onto this regiment like a chant rider, like Singing Bullets is what I call a chant rider, where it's an additional effect you get regardless of what you chant. If you put that on them and gave them back Relentless Blows that they used to have through that chant that said, if this unit chants, it gets Relentless Blows, like, these things are way more appealing.
Yeah.
And like now they're competing with like, how am I spending my tokens? I have neat things I can do. This is fun. But most of the regiment doesn't have that, or most of the army doesn't have that.
Mm-hmm.
I will agree. Like, I thought there was actually more unique chants in Wadrhun when I first read them, and then I went over them again, and I was like, there really isn't. There's like 2 or 3 regiments, and like the big one you're doing is
Conquest and Slingers.
Yeah, and I think the unique chants are actually on the other Chosen. What are not even out yet.
So all the Chosen have one. So Fnatic is gone, tier 3 is gone. Instead, all of the Chosen get the Cultists of rule, and it restricts them to their cult, and it gives them a bonus. So like Conquest get their 3rd action through that, and anything with 3 actions is good. Like, it's just, I think this is a hard and fast rule. If you get 3 actions, you're probably a good regiment.
You immediately shot to A or S tier immediately.
Pretty much.
Even if you're
but, like,
dog
the
shit.
other ones, even the other ones aren't that good. Like the unreleased ones, like Famine, if they were to release as is,
oh, they're terrible.
There's just gives them terrifying.
Like, fucking why?
The ones for death give them back evasion 3, and like evasion 3 is good and all, but like Chosen of Death are a solid 30 points overcosted.
They have time to fix that. They can still cook in the oven.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that I think rubbed a lot of Wadrhun players the wrong way about this is every update in version 2 has been kind of shaky for Wadrhun, and then like the update that happened in February, there was a lot of complaints about it, and one of the comments made publicly was, well, it's okay because Wadrhun is going to get a full faction rework.
Yes, I do remember that. I do remember that comment.
So when you say that, you are putting a lot of expectations for your rework. And again, I don't think Wadrhun is like competitively unviable or anything like that. It's important to say that Wadrhun is very strong in the competitive lists with the things you would take competitively. A lot of the update issues are uneven.
So you would say they would stack tall but not wide?
Yes.
They don't have that big woundbred dumper?
They don't have the breadth. And like you put a lot on this update and then kind of didn't hit it. And that kind of hurts a lot. like the expectations you put on there, and then to have things that are huge misses and 4 or 5 regiments that don't need to even exist.
Cast tag in, go.
I'm gonna be honest, as a fan of this game, as soon as PB did the magic rework and they were like, this is gonna be mind blowing, this is gonna change the game, and then it was just like, you need to hit 2 successes to cast the spell, I was like, okay, these people, they kind of inflate.
Yeah. We overhype a smidge. A smidge because I got told the Drum Beast was amazing, and I don't know what it looked like when I got told that. But like I said, I think it's competing for the worst thing in the game, and I'm gonna love when we get to that section at the end because I really want thoughts on that.
I do want to have thoughts on that.
How long are we staying up late? We gonna push 4 hours? Is that the? We have to beat. So Ben has the current record of 3 hours and 58 minutes.
So I don't want to do that, time, man. But we'll see what happens.
Cass, if you need to tag out, it's okay with me. I can go a long time.
I've seen how long he can go.
Wow. Were you guys just gooning together, or?
Well, this man, I will admit, I have unlocked secrets of the multiverse with Apex Chinchilla when I rolled over in bed and he was still fucking reading at 1 a.m. And then I went, okay, and then I rolled back over and went back to sleep.
And the thing he was reading?
I don't know.
Human Domestication Guide.
What did you say?
That's literally for one person who listens to this, and
I didn't even know what you said.
You should Google the name of that story.
I missed the story.
It's called Human Domestication Guide. It's these series of stories that are really appealing to some people. I don't have an opinion about them, but whenever somebody needs to be reading something ridiculous at 1 a.m. because you rolled over and noticed it's Human Domestication Guide.
I don't think there's anything too sleazy on my tablet right now.
Oh.
And despite the name, what I'm referring to is really not that salacious at all.
Okay. I mean, I'm not going to Google it, man. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to Google that.
That's funny.
I mean, does it involve collars and leashes?
Not as much as you'd think.
That wasn't a no.
There's been a lot of non-nos tonight.
Oh Lord, Mass, you knew what you signed up for, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm already drinking. That's why I'm playing Elden Ring.
That's why I'm already drinking. Do we have more questions?
Oh yeah, no. There's a whole sheet here. I'm just getting attacked by a giant bull.
Oh, you're getting. Ooh,
what makes Wadrhun good? Did you hear that? Oh no, he's thinking.
Yeah, thinking. There are a couple of really independently powerful regiments that sort of carry the faction. Slingers, vets, chosen to conquest, and to a lesser degree, Thunder
Were you talking about your cock?
Sometimes.
Oh, okay.
You know, I am thick with cock. I actually have like 12 stands or something like that.
I know. I've seen your chickens. I even photoshopped you holding one of your chickens into an angry chicken.
Yeah, but that was one of the hens and not the cock. There is a cock out there.
There is? Why didn't you show me that guy?
He's the smaller one, though, because he's a bantam. His name is Disco Inferno.
Oh, wow.
He's got feathered legs.
Damn.
Oh, that's not a reference to the 90s WCW mid-Carter.
I mean, it could be, but yeah, I wasn't even thinking about WCW in the mid-90s. Although I do continuously make the reference that the Thunder Riders or the Thunder Chieftain's biceps look like peak steroid Scott Steiner.
They do.
Big Papa Pump. I want a chainmail cough on his head. Like
I love doing the Scott Steiner math anytime I can.
Do you randomly flex and kiss your bicep for no reason?
Well, it goes without saying. Yes.
Perfect. Like, and so, a personal commentary here. My wife is enough younger than me that she doesn't get any of those references because she wasn't around for any of that bullshit. So she has no idea what the fuck I am doing when I'm making 90s WWF or WCW references.
But you know what that means? She doesn't know that you're not in the NWO.
I am 100% D Generation X, man. 100% D Gen X.
So China was iconic, but I think DX aged pretty poorly in a lot of ways. And then the NWO avoided.
Hilariously poorly. But like, if you're gonna go back to mid-90s wrestling, I assume you're going back to like the teenage mindset where it's still cool. Like you've just jumped the cringe and it's fine. Like you don't care anymore.
That's no, I mean that's fair. I think that you have to engage with it in any significant way.
Oh god.
But
I mean, I just want to roll up to a convention in a beer truck and spray down the staff like Stone Cold Steve Austin style.
Oh my god.
That's fair. The Iowa rattlesnake over here.
Iowa rattlesnake. Just flash double bird, Stone Cold Stunner, somebody spray everybody down with beer and leave.
Yeah.
There's a joke I can't make. There's a joke I cannot make.
I should start at the end of Conquest games, going up to my opponent and then kicking them in the stomach and hitting the Stone Cold Stunner. Good game, you piece of trash, and then I give him the bird while I walk away.
So have you seen any of Stone Cold Steve Austin's more recent like life stuff?
No.
Like, a little bit. He lives on a ranch somewhere and he has like these two cats.
Is that he's lived his life, he's peaked.
Oh,
like what more do you want out of him?
He'll be taking care of animals on his ranch with these two cats following him around, but he's still like doing the character while he's making these videos. It's very funny.
I'm so glad that man has just like he's living his life. He's doing great.
Yeah, well, you know what? He made his money and he fucked off to a ranch in Texas somewhere.
Yeah,
it's fine.
It's also kind of funny every once in a while. Is it? I forget who they've been bringing back lately. Who's just like super old now. Like, I think it's the Undertaker.
I have no idea. I haven't followed wrestling it since the 90s. So
yeah, no, I stopped following it once I was I think 8. So 2003 is when I stopped.
Oh, and I have a lot of appreciation.
It was Dwayne
The
Rock Johnson. There's Booker T, and Triple H. That's kind of when I stopped, and that's like the wrestling I know.
So you need to start, just throwing out, can I ask you a question on your podcast? Can I ask you a question? Booker T style.
God, there are people who say that who are younger than even myself, and I'm just like, do you know where that's from? Like, I'm pretty sure you don't even know where that's from. Like, you've seen maybe a clip on the internet and don't really fully understand the whole fucking shit behind it. And I'm just like,
I mean,
That's
when
the
I watched
internet,
wrestling,
baby.
Booker T was still part of a tag team. It was like Harlem Heat or something like that. Was it Harlem Heat?
Yeah, it was Harlem Heat. They had a great entrance music.
They did. Their entrance. So many acts had great freaking entrance music.
So here's the other thing. This is trivia for nobody, but I love this fact. Is the Harlem Heat entrance music got used in a Kids in the Hall skit in a Francesca Fiore sketch.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's one
Kids
for the
in
head.
the Hall is also a super old reference.
Yeah.
When was Kids in the Hall?
I could not tell you. I remember
80s
watching
and 90s.
Yeah.
So you know what? Why don't you kids go to fucking Skibbity Hell? How about that?
I remember the bird lady in Kids in the Hall where she had like her weird fucking nest. It was like, it's like, what the fuck is happening?
TV show.
And she'd have the explosive orgasms.
The TV show ran until 1995.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like I also had to explain to my wife that Tom Green was a thing that happened.
Oh wow.
Ooh.
Well, you can kind of contextualize that through Jackass, though, right?
Yeah, you can.
Like, imagine a formless Dadaist version of Jackass. The objective was to terrify you. Well, that's vintage pre-TV Tom Green.
Yeah.
I played the music video for the Bum Bum song for her, and she was just stunned. She was stunned.
Yeah.
You know what's something that has been around for a while that I just learned of probably in like the last 2 years? Old Greg.
You know Old Greg.
Yeah, I never knew it, and then I watched it. I'm like, oh my god! And also, like, I think it was like mid 2005 when it came out. I want to say around there. I'm just like, how did I miss this? How did I miss Old Greg? Apex, have you seen Old Greg?
I am aware of the legend of Old Greg.
Okay, cool. At least we're on the same page. But it was just wild. I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
Oh Lord.
There we go. Okay, so let's talk about the warband. Starting with, how we're gonna do this is we're gonna open up the app. We have a variety of characters. We're just gonna open them up, and we're gonna kind of talk about the character a bit. And then we're going to talk about things relative to that character. Oh, I'm being attacked by a homeless person. And we're going to talk about the things in their mainstay and restricted. Now, if there is something in there that is going to be more relevant for a different character, like say, aka Thunder Riders is going to be more relevant for the Thunder Chieftain than the regular Chieftain, we can kind of say like, yeah, you can take them, and there might be a little bit of play in there. But we can hold off for the majority of their breakdown for the character that's going to do more for them. You okay with that, Chinchilla?
Sure.
Okay, cool.
Sounds great.
Yeah. So number one, the Chieftain. Why is he best? Why is he best? Why is he best character? Do you know what that means?
So the Chieftain is 100% a top 2 character in the faction.
A top 2?
So he has.
Oh yeah, that's right. The Ring Lord came out. My apologies.
The Thunder Chieftain is also a top 2 because you're going to play them in different styles, and they both have very good things for their style. So you have a character in the Chieftain who has very good personal output. He's Cleave 2, he's Flurry, he's 6 attacks. He's got very good special rules in Crushing Force and Tempo, and he's got a very good Supremacy. And then, as an added bonus, he has the Tribe's Pride special rule, and any vets you take with him gain Flurry. And as it turns out, that Flurry... makes that really good.
Is it Flurry in his warband or all vets?
In his warband.
Okay, cool. But still, you can... If I recall correctly, Vet's Mainstay? Oh, yeah. Vet's Mainstay.
Vet's Mainstay. So you have Braves, Blooded, and Vet's Mainstay. And now we have to kind of explain a little bit about Wadrhun, again with the cults thing. So the cults rule also allows your warlord to take up to 2 regiments of the chosen that matches the cult they chose. So since you're going to play Conquest most of the time, and Chosen of Conquest are really good, another reason to play Conquest all the time, Chosen of Conquest are technically Mainstay because this guy is likely to be your warlord.
And why would he be my warlord?
So his Supremacy ability makes his Tempo and his Crushing Force ability affect your whole army instead of just his warband. And the Tempo ability is all friendly tribes infantry regiments gain Vanguard. So that's going to be braves, blooded, veterans, and slingers.
Yeah, it sounds a little good.
And yeah, it's real good. Now, again, this is probably going to go down to like Vanguard 3, which changes the math on what can get to like scenario pieces, and that is a big deal. But right now, that means you're getting 16 inches on from those medium infantry, which lets you get to a lot of objectives, and 19 inches on for slingers, which also sets your reinforcement line that high up. The Crushing Force ability says when a friendly tribe's regiment chants, they get +2 impact, which is fine. Like, you're not going to turn down free attacks.
No.
None of them have, like, brutal or anything, so meh. But, like, it's free. So, the app says that it's infantry only. It is not. It is all tribes, so it does also affect Warbred. And it's +2, so it would stack with Death's Gaze. But Death's Gaze is locked to death, so you're probably not going to take it on him.
No, poor guy. What? Are there any other, like... So we're getting into the regiments, so... Already, pretty good. Just a little.
Yeah. He's got great mainstays and he's got great restricteds. So...
What...
You can... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, my apologies. I'm just kind of like... Where do you want to begin with his warband?
Well, I think you can look at his, his kind of signature mainstay in veterans, and veterans are legitimately a top tier regiment. They're 170 points. They are 5 attacks, clash 3. In his warband, they will have flurry, so you're hitting 90% of your rolls when you inspire. They have 6 wounds, so they have decent durability. They are resolve 3. They are defense 2 with a shield, and they are evasion 1. So there's no cleave, but... Oh, and their special rule, Forged in Battle, that used to give them a free tier 1, gives them a bonus chant marker when you put tokens in, and that can be their called Or Conquest. So they're one of the few things you can still just go from nothing to a tier 2 with, and they do like all of the chants. Like, they're fine with, extra speed out of Conquest. They are fine with, extra range out of Famine. When you're getting... 16 clash 3 flurries when you make those cleave 1, there's a ton of flexibility there. So yeah, this is a really great mainstay, and they're 170 points for him. So you're almost certainly going to take one of them. You might bump it up to like 4 or 5 stands and put the chieftain in it. The chieftain has flurry himself. He's bringing cleave 2. He hits like a truck. And then you have options for your second mainstay. If he's your warlord and you're playing Conquest, you could throw some Chosen to Conquest in there. They're self-sufficient. They're giving you 3 actions, so we know that's good. You could go with a cheap objective holder like Braves at 130, and they're going to get Vanguard out of the deal, so they're going to be fast onto those objectives. And then in your restricted slot, he lost Raptor Riders, but replaced them with Slingers. So he can bring you Vanguard Slingers himself if you want to play him not as your warlord. And they're gonna be, he's not gonna be in them, so you're not getting the bonuses you get out of the Predator, but Slingers are really good on their own. You can play them min, you can play them 5 stands. He can take a Quaddle if you want for that pace. You can take Thunder Riders with the Chieftain. I probably wouldn't, but you could. So he's just got a lot of really great options on those restricteds, and he's got the mainstays that you want to have anyway. So you're not sacrificing any of the slots in a Chieftain warband. So a lot of times I think... Oh, go ahead.
So he gets to have his cake and eat it too, basically.
He does. He's getting basically just double servings of cake with everything in his warband. I think a lot of the times if you're playing tribes, he'll be your warlord. If you are not playing tribes, you can still take a chieftain because he's giving Vanguard to his own warband regardless, and you can fit some slingers and some vets in there to have a good medium presence and to have those elite lights you want. So he's probably the best character in the faction. And probably one of the best characters in the game right now. Definitely like S tier character here.
Yeah, easy. What the fuck is this? There's like a... Yeah, easy. Would you take... Yeah, he has Quaddle Tauntaur. You wouldn't never ride him on the Tauntaur? I feel like there's no point, to be honest.
Oh, I mean... Putting a character on a Tauntaur makes the Tauntaur over Probably about 450, if not a little bit more. So it's very expensive to do that, and the Tantor is kind of slow because it's an M6 heavy that doesn't get any bonuses to coming in. So there's this cute thing you could theoretically do, which I think is more humorous than it is good. So the Way of the Speaker's masteries that let you mount a character on a monster also lets you take another mastery now. So if you were to play the chieftain in death and put him on a Tantor, you can take the Cure mastery. For 15 points, that gives the regiment the character stat is attached to Deadly Blades. So you can have a Deadly Blades Tantor with a 6-attack Flurry Chieftain on top.
Jesus.
Sounds kind of good, but also meme tier. But also,
it's meme tier, but a hilarious meme tier.
Like good meme tier, not just like bad meme tier where it's like, please stop doing this. But yeah, I get your point. Like it's just expensive and like.
Yeah, I mean 450 points for a Tantor. Like a Tantor is bulky with the 26 wounds, but its defense isn't that good. The Tantor when it came out was this just massive pile of wounds that was so much more durable than most things in the game at the time. But since then, a lot has come out that is at least as durable situationally, if not just way more durable, especially for its points. Like a Tantor's durability doesn't stand up to a Talos. It doesn't really stand up to a Mahout even, because that thing has hardened and the Tantor doesn't. So like anything with cleave 1 kills a Tantor easier than it kills a Mahout, and at cleave 2 they're even. And per points, it's fairly similar anyway, because the Tantor is so much more expensive at 330. Like the Tantor is still 330 points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I forget how expensive that thing is. Like it's actually like it's always been good. It's just the Tantor does have its own issues.
Yeah, it's heavy. It's not fast.
No,
it doesn't benefit from chants that well. It doesn't have reinforcement bonus mechanics that help you. So it's overcosted at this point with all the nerfs it's gone through to make it less of a negative experience, because at various points the Tantor has been really horrid. When it was charging and you were doing 10 tramples and they were doing resolve, like I understand why it was a problem.
Yeah.
But like it hasn't been adjusted. It's gotten those downward adjustments. I believe the thing has gotten 12 or 13 individual nerfs at this point, and its cost hasn't changed.
No.
And it's not like unplayable. I don't like running single Tantor anymore. I don't think it's hard enough to deal with. What I've had success with is the list you played against, where I had 2 Tantor and I slammed 2 Tantor into the same general vicinity, because it's not that hard to deal with 1 Tantor, but 2 of them is a pain in the ass.
Yep.
And that has worked well. And the only games I lost with that list was when I split my Tantors.
And then you stopped doing it, and then you got good.
Yeah, you stop getting cute with it. Just play the Tantors together, and it's good. I don't think it's bad. I don't want anybody to think that I'm saying the Tantor is trash. It's high C, low B tier for me. But can you take a B tier thing when you're spending 330 points on it?
Yeah, if you have a plan that'll actually work out, kind of thing. Like if it's not going to work out, then no. But
yeah, it's
like
hard to spend.
Like the double Tantor was
good.
That's what was doing it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Two Tantor was great.
But like one Tantor now, I probably wouldn't do it. Like, or because like I've played into a couple of Dream players who did do 1 Tantor, and it was just like, okay, I know how to deal with this. This is not going to be an issue. Yeah. And even then, they had like a Tantor and an Apex, but they would split deploy them.
Yes.
Am I going to die to this easy ass boss? Maybe.
And then, like, when you add on mounting the chieftain to it, like I said, you're like a 500 point thing here, 450. This is almost a quarter year list. Like, again, it's not bad, but are you paying? It's like running the old Household Knights bus, right?
Yeah, like, the Death Star.
It wasn't bad, but could you really afford 500 points of things that were okay?
That could be could be dealt with if an infantry unit march charged them. Like that's a bad sign, to be honest. Like there's people who build the Death Star and they're like, yeah, the Death Star, this is amazing, it did so much work, and it's like, okay, well, why didn't your opponent just either A, sack lamb something that was like cheap, or B, march charge you and tie you up so that you have to kill this thing, and it's just gonna live through the front row. Like, that's my issue with the death ball units. Like
yeah. I mean, the points in this game are so tight that as soon as somebody can deal with something you put that much into, it's really hard to win that game now. And I think some of that is the reason why we see a lot of lists that are mostly MSU.
Yeah, because like, if I get like, okay, so like one of my issues with Heavy Hog with like the 3 bricks is that like you can just kind of, they're very unwieldy, and you have to have a lot of foresight in advance, so you don't have as much flexibility as things change to deal with stuff. And so with that, you're kind of locked into whatever path you're going for. And it's really hard to move these bricks around. If someone like catches you in the side, you're kind of just going to lose the whole brick.
Yeah.
And it's just
it's a huge investment. It's not necessarily easy to get value out of.
Yeah.
And activation advantage in this game is massive.
And for Cassandra, back to 100k. It's one of my problems with 100k is that they just fucking die to shit. And you're basically getting bigger bricks for extra wounds because your shit dies so much.
Preach,
yeah. Might have to go get another beer at some point, but back to Wadrhun. Yeah, it's just like I feel like Wadrhun MSUs are not actually good, but like they are good. They're very effective for what they're doing. Good, yes. They're gonna output like there's a couple things we're gonna have here that are actually going to be very good as an MSU. Like even though Blooded are now no longer the objective chuds, I still like Blooded on what they're doing. I still find their killing potential to be well. I'm still finding that their zone scoring to be well. So we have both Braves and Blooded in the Chieftain's Warband, so let's talk about those guys. Now, I know we've already kind of talked earlier where it's like, just take Braves, because currently they are in a better spot.
Yes. It's not that Blooded are bad.
No.
Blooded are not bad.
But like, aren't Braves cheaper?
19 attacks. No, they're the same cost. They're both 130.
Oh, yeah. Then like, okay.
Where this thing was more of a big deal is Braves used to be 4 attacks and now they're 5. So Blooded used to be 19 attacks versus 13, and now it's 19 attacks versus 16 attacks.
Yeah,
So basically you're getting a shield and you're trading 3 attacks for it. And because most of the time you're playing this on an objective, the shield helps you more against like chip range damage.
Yep.
It's not that Blooded are bad. I still do use Blooded because I only have so many Braves painted and I don't want to paint more infantry. So I have 9 stands of Blooded painted and 6 stands of Braves. You used to be able to play Braves in a brick because War 3 was worth it for a defensive buff because you were getting +1 defense, +1 resolve, and blessed. You don't really have a defense buff anymore, so I don't think you're taking either of these in a brick at all. Like, you used to be able to play a brick of Braves in War or a brick of Blooded in Conquest because Fanatic Conquest Blooded were like budget cock. They were like they were narrow cock. That's what they were. They weren't 7 wounds. They were 5, but they were thin cock.
You take what you can in a pinch.
Well, it was cheap, so you didn't have to pay as much for it. But now you're almost certainly running either of these as an MSU because there's no reason to bulk them up because it's just not good enough. I mean, you could get cute and try like a Braves block with a Queen for the healing still and do something dumb with Death's Gaze so you get a bunch of impacts at Clash 2 and no Brutal. But like, that's cute and not good.
Yeah.
You're gonna play these MSU most of the time. An MSU cheap unit wants to be kind of left alone holding something more than fighting. So Braves are better being left alone. Blooded are slightly better when they actually have to fight things. I don't think it's wrong to play Blooded. It's just, if you had both available, you're going to reach for Braves almost all the time.
Here's the thing about the Braves and the Blood thing. I think they, like, as you said, they both have their rules. But I don't think there's that much of a dichotomy between the two of them. Like, there are times where I want that objective chud to be able to, like, fucking kick a guy in the nuts. Because I need to get some dude either away from the zone or I need the additional support because of how that game is being played out. And I believe the Blooded can do it. But
well, it's 3 attacks difference, and you're clash 2, so it's like 1 hit. It's 1 hit, 1.5.
It does seem
no, okay. I'm in
like
yeah,
a worthless
no,
difference.
you got me.
When they were 7 or 19 attacks
You
versus
got
13,
me.
it was a
If
big
they-
difference.
you know what?
Just
If they
take
made
it, take
so
your
that the
W.
blooded-
Take the W. You got me.
Okay,
Well,
shut
so
up,
my
shut up,
thought-
shut up. If they gave the blooded flurry again, this would all be fixed. If they locked it behind a chant, so be it.
They have
But that would be
flurry?
the
Well,
difference.
So you know what I would like blooded to get, because I'm
Hog
assuming
pieces.
the Vanguard is I'm assuming the Vanguard is going to go to 3, and a 3-inch Vanguard on an M5 regiment does not get to like a 6-inch 18 up objective. I would like blooded to be M6 because that does get there. So blooded would be your choice to actually get to these. Blooded would let you play faster. Braves would let you play, a little bit more durable.
Yeah, they just find
That
the
makes
roles.
sense.
Okay, yeah, no, I do agree with you. Like, they need a little bit more of role defining because, yes.
Yeah.
I understand now that, yes, that extra attack has changed how these guys
And when it was
handle.
2 attacks, you're 100% right. Like blooded at 19 attacks when Braves were 13 is a big swing. And also blooded, you used to play with the tracker, so you'd have flank and you'd have fiend hunter. So a lot of times you were getting like 19 attacks of flurry because of the fiend hunter. So like blooded were legitimately scary for a lot of mid-tier brutes. Like blooded would randomly walk up and kill 2 stands of Ogre.
Yep.
They they don't really do that anymore, and they don't have flank anymore, and they're not faster. It's like, oh well.
But yeah,
And again, it's not that they're bad. Like you look at their stat line for 130, you're like, oh, this is a decent unit. But then you actually build a list, and you're like, And that's if you play either one, because vets are 170, and vets are phenomenal.
yeah. So okay, so you no longer run a big block of? Am I gonna die here? Yes, I am gonna die. Sweet. You no longer run a big block of Braves. You just run both of them as blood, like MSUs. Would you run the vets as a big block, or would you run them as MSU?
I think you can run a vet's character bunker, and that's going to be like a centerpiece. Like, that's going to be an anchor, right? There's 6 wounds, and they're 170, and they're only 50 per extra stand. So, like, 220 in a character gets you to 5 stands, where you can either go 5 wide if the table allows, or go, 3x2. You're fairly durable with the 6 wounds. You're at an odd number, so you're hard to kill. You're getting a ton of attacks. The chieftain hits really hard. I don't know that you're ever going to want to go much more than like 5 stands of vets with that, because then you're at a really kind of high cost. Like 5 stands is 270. I don't know that you want to go to 300 points, because I don't know that like you're getting enough out of those extra wounds to have 6 wounds sitting in the back and what's already a 30 wound unit. I think you can definitely play like one decent sized block with a character if you like that, and then they're also really good as an MSU because they're 16 attacks, flurry, clash 3, so you're getting like 14 hits out of them all the time.
Yeah. So like character, potential run as Brick, just run them as MSUs.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
6 wounds really puts you into a spot where you're like, even as an MSU, you kind of take forever to die.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 6 wounds changes the math. Like, that's an extra stand of most things. Stand and a half of a lot of 100K stuff. So yeah, it's definitely a big deal. And then, like I said, we kind of have to talk about Chanting Conquest here, who are fantastic as an MSU. Because, like I said, you can fit a Chosen in as a mainstay for any character you want, as long as you're going to make him your warlord of that cult, and Conquest is going to be the way to go most of the time. So, do you want to talk about Chosen now, or do you want to talk about Chosen later?
Yeah, I'll do it with the actual.
Do it with the Scion?
Scion, yeah. But then we get into we've talked about the Tauntor.
Yep.
You want to save the Quaddle for the Quaddle Man? What about
Sure, you can save the Quaddle for the Wing Lord.
Do you want to save Slingers for Predator, Thunder Riders for Thunder Chieftain, and Warbread? We can do Warbread now because they don't have a. You just get Warbread.
We can talk a little bit about Thunder Riders.
Okay.
Thunder Riders are really good. With the Chieftain, they lose out on the flank they get automatically with the Thunder Chieftain.
They also lose out on Shock. Unless you're trying to like run a bunch of them.
Yeah, you're probably not going to have shock. So you're losing out on some of the things that make Thunder Riders really good. So even though Thunder Riders are quite good, they're not necessarily that good in a chieftain warband. And I don't know if you could do something really janky and do like a Thunder chieftain as two of your characters, and then play. This is going to get really dumb. And then play Brood of Ongora Chieftain and put him in Thunders? Because you could have 3 regiments of Thunder Riders coming in on 3 that way.
Yeah.
Which might not be bad. I have not thought about this. I have been drinking tonight. I think it's probably probably in good meme territory. Not in like actually good territory.
Here's the thing. Before, when Wadrhun first came out, there was a bunch of when the new Wadrhun came out, there was a bunch of shit there, and they were like, "Oh, this is OP," but like Thunder Riders had Defense 4 with 6 moons with all their crap, and I was like, "This is fucking bullshit." I fucking look at
Defense 4 for a day.
Yeah, and I'm like, if that fucking stuck around, I'd be like, "This is fucking bullshit." I don't respect the opinions of the council, and this is insane because I would not be surprised if somebody was like, "Yeah, so I'm currently running 2 Thunder Chieftains, Thunder Chieftain Warlord with 4 units of Thunder Riders, and then I'm running 2 more regular on foot chieftains with like 4 Braves and 4 more units of Thunder Riders," just to be like, like, here you go, deal with this, because it's been fucking horrible. Yeah. I don't know if that's an actual list, but I would not be like, I would make that list, and I'd be like, here, you just get fucking Juggernaut charge, March charge, brutal, trampled by like a bunch of Thunder Riders who are all defense 4, wound 6. Like, this is going to take forever to chew through. Have fun.
Yes. With Hardened 1.
With Hardened 1, so like, have fun.
The Thunder Chieftain can only take 2 regiments of Thunder Riders.
Yeah, I know. So you take 2 Thunder Chieftains, 2 Thunder Riders each.
2 each, yeah.
And then you go into the Chieftain and you take like Braves, 4 Braves, and then 4 more Thunder Riders. So you'd have 8. I will tell
you the list I made for the one day they had Defense 4 did have 2 Thunder Chieftains, but it only had 12 total stands of Thunder Riders.
Good. Where the fuck am I?
But yeah, so like Thunder Riders we'll talk more about with the Chieftain. You are Thunder Chieftain. You could play them with the Chieftain. It just would be worse than playing them where they're supposed to be. And then Warbred, I kind of already talked about Warbred. I ran through their stats. Like they're one of these things that exist in Wadrhun where there's several of these where like it looks good on paper, but when it comes to actually building a list, there's just always a better option in its slot. Yeah. Like, Warbred are 180 points. You can take Vets for 170, and War Chanted Up Vets do as much damage as Warbred. The math is incredibly close because of how many hits you're getting out of the Vets. A Quaddle is 170 and doesn't hit as hard, but offers you a lot of flexibility. And an Apex Predator, which has a lot of the similar sort of things it wants to be fighting, is 190. So they kind of get out-competed because there's nothing in there that makes them of interest.
No, it's just...
And I actually sort of think that when you don't have the capability of march charging like Thunder Riders, I actually think Juggernaut is sort of a detrimental rule. It's really? Going to sound weird to say.
Okay, explain that one.
Okay, so Warbred have an 11-inch charge mass.
Yes, I know. Okay? I know what 11 inches looks like.
It's always 11 inches, right? You've played War Machine. How far away from Warbred are you staying?
11.1.
11.1. Like the problem is it's predictable, right? And it's fine in a game where everything is predictable, but when you're the only thing that's predictable and your predictability isn't this huge number like 19 inches or whatever the hell it is for Thunder Riders because they can march charge, it's potentially problematic. It doesn't mean like they are worthless because of it, but like a canny opponent is going to make it very difficult to get your Warbred into anything they don't want you to get their Warbred into. because they always know how far they can go. Like there's no risk involved. Like you don't have to try to stay like, oh well, I should be March +6 out if I really don't want to get hit in the off chance my opponent nails this 6 with a reroll. It's 11 inches. You know what it is, so you can measure and be like, nah, I don't want the warbread to hit me this turn.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. There's a like. Okay, I want to like them. It's just.
Oh, same. Like
they don't have a spot, and it's like I don't know why we can't have like Omega Hard Mommy, where she takes a mastery where she's like becomes huge and she can like hang out with the warbread or something. Like I always found that funny. Like
so, I know.
I don't even, at this point, to be honest, at this point, it wouldn't even matter. But
I know. Well, so if you could heal them with her like easily like that, if you could heal and then activate
yeah, but she
them,
can just play ambulance with the Apex spread.
Yeah, but like you can't entourage into them. It's totally different when you can entourage for a token and then jump straight into them. With
you can't you can't even do that with an Apex spread. As a monster.
But they're and they also don't want to chant because they don't get benefit out of most of the chant mechanic. Like I said, this is one of those regiments that I think really needed that chant rider, and it was an easy one because you just threw Relentless back on them that they used to have.
Yeah, that's fair. And you just give them a clash bonus because that's what they were actually chanting for when you did use them, was the clash bonus. Because Clash 2 sucks.
Well, and like Clash 2 Relentless and Clash 3 are a side grade. Like I Clash 3 over Clash 2 Relentless because I like the little bit of extra consistency, but like, on average it's not a difference. Like these didn't really get better.
No. Like yeah, but you can inspire to 4 now. Well, before you inspire to 3. Yeah. Like I don't know. I feel like the extra Clash.
You inspired to 3 Relentless.
Yeah, okay. I don't know.
I mean, the thing was always that you had Relentless and then you had Death 1 as an option if you wanted.
Yeah, but like that requires you to roll ones to get more hits, while like, let's be honest here, my dice are fucking terrible. So I was never going to get those ones anyway. So I want the 4.
The Clash is more consistent. I personally prefer it. The Relentless, like, average math worked out very, very similar. But yeah, they're like fine. They're C grade. Like they're not unplayable. If you want to play some Warbread, go ahead. But they're not. There's not a lot compelling about Warbread. They're one of those things where it's like, okay, why does this exist? Like, in what circumstance am I thinking to myself, man, I really wish I had some Warbread?
Was there ever a time where Warbread were good?
Well, for a short period of time, you could make them fanatic with the Queen. That was pretty cool. But you could also, at one point, like several updates ago, they had Burnout. So you could burn out.
I remember that when that went away, people were like, "No, my Burnout!"
You could burn out Famine or burn out Death if you were playing a chieftain for shock, and have like Clash 5 reroll 6s, Relentless Blows Warbread with like a minimum 11-inch threat range.
Oh my god. Yeah, okay, now that's worth it.
Yeah. And that had some, but even then it was like, you played Warbread, they were good, but not great. You had this thing you could do that was a little bit silly and maybe killed a stand of your own models sometimes. But yeah, Warbread, they were actually pretty good in the previous update. Because you could take a bunch of them and they're really freaking durable because they're also 6 wounds. Like they're 6 wounds D3R3, so it's not like they're not durable enough. But like you could kind of double triple down on wounds, but also like they don't get the Vanguard, and maybe they will when the Vanguard isn't like a full extra march, because 19-inch move. No, they don't have a standard 18-inch move Warbread is ridiculous, but like 15-inch Warbread probably isn't ridiculous. Like then maybe there's a little bit more compelling to play them, but right now they're going to be slow for your mediums too. So they're slow and predictable. Then like, that's not ideal.
Yep.
And like they're not F. They're not like the worst thing in the game. They're just like a C. But like C is almost worse because you can't.
So here's the thing: like on the tier list,
bad.
C stands for counter. What are they countering?
Well, I mean, like they are cleave 2. Like they do hit pretty hard, but also the Apex is super fast and is also cleave 2.
The Apex outruns a horse. I'm still pissed off on that, but by the way.
The Apex should outrun a horse.
No, way longer it's a fucking two-legged animal. Like, do you see the ostrich outrunning the horse? No.
Ostriches are actually super fast.
Okay, but Google it. Google it and tell me if the ostrich outruns a horse.
I'm working on it.
43 miles an hour on a freaking ostrich, man.
Okay, what's the horse?
With someone on
25 to 30 miles per hour.
The horse?
44 maximum on a horse, man.
And the ostrich is getting 43.
But that's a fast horse breed. I was giving the average horse speed number.
Yeah, a quarter horse is hitting an ostrich speed. Yeah, ostriches are super fast.
You know what? I'm just gonna throw the horses in the trash at this point. Fuck the horse. My horse growth phase is over. My new phase with ostrich has begun.
You didn't have the juice.
No, I didn't have the horsepower.
T-Rex would be probably similar based on estimates of its body structure.
Of what? Of ostrich?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
But dinosaurs are always weird because we really don't know. So the guess range is anywhere from like barely faster than me at a jog and then like running down a horse.
We need to Jurassic Park this. We need to see if the T-Rex can chase down and eat the horse.
Yeah, it is maybe. But like they're huge though, and they have huge stride lengths. So how do you figure that in there? You know.
Yeah, but like
I don't.
Kind of one of those things.
I just don't.
But
no, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
we need to have the billionaire. Oh, get shoulder checked. Me. Don't get kicked in the face.
When I was in school, I went to high school with family. Found emu. I out there a couple of times. Emu is delicious, but also they're fairly fast, and I knew ostriches were quite a bit faster than them. Emu are a little bit less disgusting and foul than ostriches are, because ostriches are nasty.
Well, they tried to kill the emu, but I do know that they haven't tried to kill the ostrich.
I believe there is a Dirty Jobs episode about farming ostriches.
Oh, I should watch that. There's some good stuff on Dirty Jobs.
I kind of hate Dirty Jobs. But yeah. There were some really fascinating things they did on there. It's like, why is this even a job?
So one of my favorite ones for Dirty Jobs is like Dirty Jobs through history.
Nice.
That series is actually really fun because they got into like the medieval era, and it was just like all the weird shit they were doing. Like,
that's just like every job then.
Yeah, I know, but it was like
they didn't have germ theory, like
no, but they were also like collecting people's piss and urine for shit. Like you had to like collect
you need the urine.
That's weird now.
Man.
No, I know what the urine was for. It was for actually making cotton. Or
cotton and tanning hides, I think you use urine for.
Like
there's plenty of things to use urine for. It's the user's personal business what they're doing with it.
Yeah, but like if your feudal lord was like,
I'm not down.
Yo, you can't just like you gotta go to the urine piss bucket and submit your urine for the week, or else you're gonna get taxed.
For the week.
Like
I don't think
there was a job where the guy had to come to every town and pick up the piss. Okay,
the piss jug guy.
The piss.
Yeah, it was like the milkman but reverse.
I mean, it's like some of this stuff is why I think anybody who says they wish they were born in like a
fantasy world? No, terrible idea.
No, like they wish they were born like, way earlier in history. Like they're just wrong. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not existing before about 1900 because I'm pretty sure that's when like flushable toilet paper became a thing. There's 0% chance I want to live in any time period where I had to wipe my ass with something that wasn't at least.
You gotta get the Roman communal butt sponge going on.
Absolutely not.
Not a poop knife guy.
No, I'm a poop spoon guy.
Gross. Oh Lord, we're gonna go 4 hours just because it's gonna take us that long to actually answer these questions.
Yeah. Okay. So Chieftain's done. The hard mommy. Let's talk about the Patreon queen.
So Hard Mommy's in a little bit of a hard spot, actually, for me. So, she lost her ability that gave the regiment she was attached to Fearless. So no longer do you get Fearless. The healing became... Well, I mean, it was helpful when you were running her in a block and you could be R5 Fearless.
Yeah, but also she was hard.
Yeah. The Last Breath, her healing ability, no longer works on any monsters.
Oh,
she did pick up Stoic on her own, so she does give her regiment Indomitable 1, so that's not bad. She has cleave, so she's a mediocre fighter. She's C3, 5 attacks, cleave 1, and her supremacy ability is probably bad, except in the one case where you'd play her as the warlord. So her supremacy ability, when a regiment chants, it doesn't matter where they're at, it doesn't matter what cult, they become unbroken. That is okay. Like, when that happens to be impactful, it's probably extremely impactful, but it's one of those things where that might happen like once every 7-10 games.
Yeah.
And then she's got a once a game section of her supremacy that gives all regiments +2 scoring on their command stand. So that does work on lights, but because it's a triggered ability, she has to be on the table to do it. So the only way it's really impactful for lights is if you play her in a light.
Yeah, but she could come onto the table turn 2 and do it? Or am I missing something fundamental?
No, because you have to be on the table to do it, and you have to declare it before the turn. So
you can do it on turn
medium
3?
On 3.
And she can brood of Ungagu and then become, like, sending a raptor unit?
Yes.
I said
so
that
that's the time you would play.
Don't question me about that.
She would take Brood of Umgora, she would be in Raptors, you'd play a ton of Raptors, and you'd leverage this turn 2 scoring, probably with turn 3 Chosen of Conquest coming on, because they're fast enough to do it, and you just try to isolate and choose the right battles and make things really hard for your opponent. That's the one time you'd play her for her supremacy, and really nothing else she does is worth playing on its own.
Alright, so I'm gonna stamp her and kick her into C2. Fuck this woman.
Yeah, mainstays we didn't talk about. She has hunters, but hunters are like the bad light, and they're not bad. They're another one of those things where you look and be like, this regiment's not bad, but like
when you play them,
150,
all their problems come out.
Like their barrage 4, 14 inches, AP1 deadly. Like their shooting's good. It's volley 2. They're fine, but they're speakers, so no vanguard, so they're slower than slingers. They lost all of their officers, and they were the ones with the officer that lets you ignore hardened, so they no longer can ignore hardened. It's another one of those things where if you made that into a thing that said when they chant they ignored hardened, they'd immediately become appealing again, but they don't. It's one of those things where it's like, this was a miss just in the update. Like, not enough regiments got this sort of treatment where it feels like they got updated. So hunters are fine, like, but they're C tier. She's C tier, they're C tier. It's a lot of this stuff that just kind of exists, but isn't bad. She can take Warbred as her mainstay. She cannot join Warbred. Again, I think if she could join Warbred so you could heal them, you added a little bit of extra hitting with her in there. Maybe that's neat. It makes her faster. Like, that's kind of a neat thing you could do, but she just doesn't have the option. And then her restricteds are basically Raptor Riders and then all of the dinosaurs.
She is truly Dino-maxing.
She is. She could ride an Apex, but the Apex is relatively fragile. It's,
and she can't heal it anymore, so...
And she can't heal it. So it becomes 300 points for 15 wounds, which is scary, I think. Like, it's fairly easy to lose 15 wounds D3.
Yeah, yes, as we have found out. You are Dwagholm MSU. You die still.
Yeah, and then you lose 300 points and a character. Like, it's not ideal. There's also a thing where it feels like some of the warbands maybe weren't necessarily updated that well. Like, she's a tribe's character, and would love to be in vets, but can't take them because she would love to heal vets, even if they would lose flurry that way. Like that would be a decent mainstay for her to sit in. And she's got access to maybe too much speakers, like dial it back a little bit. Like why can the queen take a Quaddle and a Tantor? Like it's like there are other things you could give her. Maybe throw some, I don't know, throw a Chosen in there of some varietal. If you made her your warlord, you could put her in Chosen a Conquest, which is probably pretty decent. You know, she hits about the same as a stand of Chosen a Conquest. Chosen a Conquest are D3. They'll be R5 as soon as you add her to it because of the stand bonus, and she'll be healing them in their 6 wounds. Like that sounds nightmarish to deal with, but that's going to force you to be your warlord. And she's not going to be able to do her till turn 3. So she's decidedly C tier with some interesting options that are also probably C tier. So it's kind of one of those things where, like, if you're kicking it around, at the shop with some friends, just playing some games, this is probably pretty decent. As a competitive element, there's one list for her. We
only talk about that.
Well, okay, so actually let's talk about that concept, right? Because I think competitive stuff gets talked about online a lot, and I think part of the reason for that is because, like, a big convention is one of the few experiences we as players could theoretically all share. Like, I would love to not have to work and be able to travel around Tom Guan style.
Tom Guan! Can you tell who Tom Guan is?
Showing up, look, if you know, showing up at random places at random events and like with a borrowed army and playing games. I would love to visit all of these different metas, but I can't. So when you put a list online, the only thing where I can theoretically share this experience with you is if we're playing like a large event. And in a large event, I have to be concerned about playing people who are really good, playing really tuned lists. So like if your list doesn't really like want to play that style, like that's where the conversation's going to go kind of by default. And like, yeah, sometimes you can kind of be like, well, what's your goal with this list? But also sometimes you see people like, playing with lists that maybe aren't very optimized, but having a lot of success. But you dig a little deeper and it's a lot of like newer players, like not necessarily experienced. And then like 6 months later, everybody's more experienced and has understood how to deal with the tricks of that. And you're back to the drawing board. So part of the this concept that, the Discord is too focused on competitive gaming. It's like, no, the Discord is sort of focused on where we could theoretically have a shared experience where I understand what we're dealing with. I do think there is an element of being too competitive, both at the design level and in the way we're talking about things, because I do think it makes a lot of this C tier stuff really just unappealing. Which... reality of any game is that the vast, vast majority of games are not played in a competitive setting. The vast majority of games of anything, even if it's a game typically considered to be hyper competitive, are played like kitchen table style with some friends. Like that's just how it is. That's how most people engage with a game. So it's important to kind of have things that not everything has to be competitive, but everything needs to be interesting. There's a lot in here that's just not interesting.
I always think back about Sword Knights, where it's just like these guys were never good.
Yeah,
it's like why?
So the not everything has to be competitive, but everything needs to be interesting is a Pagani quote.
Yep, it's very good.
That he commented to me when I asked him about something. So again, if you know, Pagani was a designer for War Machine for a long time, and I think he's like a lead designer at Atomic Mass now. Is that what is he still there? Do you know?
I don't. So I know he went to a different company. Then he went, I think, to video game development, and I think he's at Atomic Mass. But I think also no. That's Hungerford. Will Pagani, yes. Okay, so Will Pagani did one CID for War Machine, early Mark III, or no, maybe early Mark III, and then went to Atomic Mass because he did a lot of work for the MCP, I want to say.
Yeah.
MCP is a lot of work from Pagani, and like you see a lot of that through MPC or Marble Crisis.
Oh yeah, because everything in MCP for the most part is interesting. Like even the bad characters do interesting things.
What I do enjoy and like and yeah, like yeah, I do agree. And there's times with Conquest where I'm like, I don't want to play this thing or deal with this thing or even want to look at this thing because it's not interesting. It doesn't have some unique flavor. It doesn't do anything. It, like, at least like with Warbread, yeah, they're not going to be competitively good, but they are interesting. People look at them.
Well, the models are fantastic.
I don't give a shit about models. Everything looks like numbers to me.
Well, Warbread or Wadrhun in general has fantastic models. It is a fantastic model line. Warbread look awesome. The dinosaurs, the big dinosaurs, all look phenomenal. Hunting Pack are 6 tiny dog raptors. Like, this is great. The characters all look really good. I think the Thunder Chieftain is one of the best models in the line. The Apex still holds up as one of the best models in the line.
We're getting that
the
Artisan series Apex.
I'm gonna buy one, and I don't need a 4th Apex, and I don't want to know how much it's gonna cost. I'm not even gonna look. I'm just gonna pre-order it, and I'm expecting it to be unbelievable.
Yes.
But yeah, so there's not a ton to talk about with the Queen. Like, she exists, she's there. There's this one build, and it got talked about a little bit when the update first dropped, that you run like 5 regiments of raptors with a Queen and with a mounted predator, and you take the vision mastery, which requires your warlord to follow the cult of conquest, but all your characters get forward force. So you get stuff on the table fast, and you've got like five regiments of raptors and 2 of hunting pack and a couple of chosen of conquest, and you're just lightning fast, and she can trigger to score on 2, so you can build advantage. And then the game basically boils down to, are you good enough with raptors to make the game really hard for your opponent?
The answer may surprise you.
I mean, I don't know that I am. Like, I haven't practiced the list at all. Like, it's a list you probably lose with to anybody who has understanding of how it works until you've played with it enough to know where your raptors need to attack. But it also just, like, that doesn't feel appealing to me. Like, just spam all the lights and use the janky thing to score. It's like, it'd be fun once.
There is a bit of an issue with, I don't even know what the fuck that did. Okay. There currently is a bit of an issue with how predominant light scoring is right now, and how it forces a lot of lists to either A, deal with that, or B, be that. And if you're not one of those two, like, I don't want to say this like in general, like these are the end all be alls, because there's always tons of shit going on and how people play and all that. But like you can see a trend. You can see a growing trend in light scoring, and I've done it. A lot of people have done it. And either people play a light scoring list, or they play a counter light scoring list, and those are the games. And if you can't handle that, you kind of just lose.
Well, it's hard to play from behind, right? Just mentality wise, and just knowing you need to make things happen is hard. If you've played a ton of games of a whole bunch of things, and you just like, sometimes it goes this way, and it doesn't bother you mentality wise, it's still like you have to make decisions in a certain way. But there are also there are scenarios in this game that can end on like 3. Like you can have such a dominant position on 3, like what it would take to beat you is just like so out of the ordinary. The game is basically over. Yep.
And those like games like that, like as the opponent, it just kind of really sucks because like you don't feel like you had a chance.
Yeah. And you can lose games of this very quickly if your opponent is running something.
You know what? I think I just understand why I liked War Machine, because there was always a chance to win no matter what with the Hail Mary assassination run.
Well, no, you just kept your caster where they couldn't be attacked while you're playing something dumb like Kruger 2 and Mark 2, where you couldn't cast spells at him or shoot him.
Yeah, but like there are plenty of times where it's like, you look at the board and you're like, wow, I am kind of fucked, but I have all these variety of pieces, and I got like a 70% assassination run on the table because my opponent is positioned too aggressively. But if I continue playing their game, I will lose, and there's nothing I can do, so I have to do the 70% assassination run. What I would normally not do, because I would have a better attrition game, that I would just kind of carry myself to victory and not have to put myself in that position.
Yeah, games with assassination always give you plan shovel, or almost always give you plan shovel. Even if plan shovel is a bad plan and is like 15%, it's better to have a 15% chance to win than 0.
Yeah, and I find with Conquest, it's like, if you, at turn 3, because like your first 3 turns are very positioning dependent and like how the game is going to set up and roll from there on. From that point, if you're in a bad position, it's like there's a bit of me that's like just you should play it out because you might discover things or other optimizations that you can take into other games, but also like you're kind of done. Like,
yeah, well,
there's been games where it's like, okay, turn 3 rolled around, I've been outpositioned. Okay, opponent, you've won. We're still gonna play this out because there might be something in here, but like there isn't.
Yeah, well, like my game at Michigan with Kang, where he beat me, like that game was over on like turn 4. Like he outpositioned me. He got his Queen's Braves block onto an objective. I wasn't going to be able to score enough or move him ever. Like the game was over. Like there's no other mechanism for me to try to come back outside of hoping my dice just go crazy hot.
And as we know,
which isn't even a way you want to win anyway.
No,
like if you're winning because you just rolled something absolutely stupid, like come on, he just flat out outplayed me, and like it was over way early.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Like. If you're, I always find it funny when people are like, "Wow, if I just roll really, really, really well, I'll win the game." And I'm like, "That is not a strategy. that is 100% you just being like, fucking Jesus, take the wheel here."
Well, it's a strategy in the same way having the lottery as your retirement plan is a strategy.
Man, at this point, might as well.
Well, I mean, it's not going to be a lottery in time for me to retire. So, we're all young enough. Retirement's probably just a fake thing at this point. But, you get the gist of the...
we are all probably working until the day we die.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, we are not going to be in a good spot.
Probably not.
The politics of Aya.
Yeah, the politics of Aya. I don't know. My wife still wants to move to Canada, so...
Hey, man. I'll take you.
Yeah, I mean, we could. Like, we could move. But, like, part of the reason why I don't want to move is because I like living out in the middle of nowhere and I have too many animals.
Okay, I'm gonna explain Manitoba to you. I'm gonna explain Manitoba to you. The bitch is flat.
Well, no, that's fine. Like, I can live out in the middle of nowhere.
And here's the thing about it.
You don't 40 minutes outside of Winnipeg.
Exactly, you'll be fine.
But do you know how daunting it is to move 8 cats, 4 dogs, a chinchilla, and 6 chickens across the country border?
Man, I'm not gonna lie. I think those.
I wouldn't even do it with my slate of animals, which is much less than that.
Yeah, I don't think those chickens are gonna make it.
The chickens would probably get sold with the acreage, to be honest with you. But I think you
can restart the chickens. I think you can restart the barn cats. Oh, I fucking hate this stupid word, man.
See,
no, you can't give up the cats.
No, they're barn cats, not house cats. They're a whole different.
No, they're both now. They were outside when you were here because you're allergic to cats. But when they all we got all of them fixed because we're responsible pet owners. And 5 of them are actual barn cats, but they're all like inside outside. So they spend most of their day outside hunting in the barns and killing field mice. And then they all come in and crowd around my wife and flop on her and yell happily that they're inside with her, and then they all sleep in here.
Your wife is truly the Beastmaster.
Well, so one of the barn kittens,
also a great
Tiago,
show. I'm really disappointed.
Does not like me very much, and I don't know why. But he ran downstairs where he's not allowed to be because he will cause chaos and damage my models. And he kept hiding from me down here because it's a bit of a maze down here. You've been down here. There's like a bunch of shelving set up to kind of cut off the open areas into almost reasonable spaces, and so he wouldn't come upstairs for me, and I made a comment about it, and she stood at the top of the stairs. And actually, what happened, she yelled, "TT, where's mommy's big boy?" And I heard him yowl from the basement and race upstairs and just leap at her, expecting her to catch him.
Did she catch him?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well.
This is not the first time this has happened.
She
just summoned a cat.
Yeah, it's just... How long does your summons last? Oh, about like 40 seconds.
He was very happy, purring away. And they're also the barn cats are loud. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
But yeah, we have a couple of inside cats, but most of the cats are a little bit inside, a little bit outside. And my big dog spends 80% of his day outside when it's not hot out. He doesn't like the heat.
Oh yeah, your big boof boy.
Yeah, he's 140 pounds.
He's a large dog.
He's a big boy. He's put on a little bit of weight since you were here because all of his muscle is fully in now. So he's out.
Oh, damn. This big ass dog. And
he is.
Guards the lands from raccoons.
Yeah, he does. He doesn't like the raccoons. There's raccoons in the hay loft of one of the old barns that I don't do anything with, and he doesn't mind them up there. But if they go towards the chickens, he just is out there yelling at them to go elsewhere. And I wouldn't tangle with what looks to be a small bear either. So he does. But we're on to the mounted predator.
Yeah. This guy I have not seen actually hit the table, to be honest.
So I think again we're at another C tier where like this is a thing that exists. You can probably play it.
I'm not gonna lie. I think people had more hope for him.
So my issue with the mounted predator is that the mounted predator feels like it just didn't get really the attention it deserved. Like it is a predator they bolted to a raptor rather than being its own character. And like you can see that in little things, right?
I'm sorry, I'm just imagining they just like put bolts through his legs into the raptor. They're like, stay there, man. He's like, ah!
Okay, so the only thing the mounted predator can join is raptor riders.
Oh yeah,
right.
Can't even.
Raptor riders are range 12. The mounted predator model has a spear. The mounted predator is range 18.
Okay.
You know what else is range 18? The regular predator.
You know what also is range 18? Slingers.
Yep. You know, the thing that the predator can join.
Yeah.
So, Fiend Hunter is fine. Barrage 3, range 18 is fine. She is volley 3. Raptor Riders do get a free volley. We'll talk about Raptor Riders during this because this is the appropriate time to talk about it. Armor piercing 1 deadly shot is pretty good. The other special rule that the mounted predator get is expert hunters, which is pretty neat. Expert hunters is friendly speakers regiments in the mounted predator warband. Ignore hindering, dangerous, broken, and perilous terrain. So, like, that's neat. That's a neat, flavorful rule. I think with the way that Tantor's lost always inspired when it just went to the inspired rule, expert hunters would help them quite a bit because now they're not so absolutely boned by losing inspired to terrain. And the Apex would like this as well. You can run both with her. She has to take Raptors. She has exactly one regiment she can join because she cannot take Thunder Riders. And characters cannot join Hunting Pack. So it's a little bit narrow for what you can take her for. And again, she's not bad, but Raptors are probably best either as a restricted slot for the Thunder Chieftain, because you're going to want that if you're playing speakers, because you're going to want the shock. Maybe you take a mounted predator if you're going to run the janky, Brood Queen mass Raptors build. But otherwise, there's not a lot here. The warband on the mounted predator is very slim. And like I said, just doesn't really feel like its own character. I think that's part of the you look at this and it's like, oh, it's a predator, yay. And actually, in all honesty, a predator with the brood is probably better because the brood's going to give you brutal 2 impact 4, and you're going to have an extra barrage shot, and you're going to join raptors anyway.
Is it the same
and
point
you're going to have
no, this thing's 100. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's 120 for the 120 or 125 for the brood predator. So it's 120 for a predator on a brood, and you'd get 4 impacts at brutal 2, 1 extra barrage, and flank on your raptors versus expert hunters.
He's not worth
and
it.
Fire in advance, actually. And fire.
Oh, that's actually good.
Well, that's on the predator, not on the mounted predator.
I know.
The mounted predator lost. Yeah. So it's one of those things where it's it exists. You could play it. The supremacy for both is really awful.
Yeah, if I recall, it wasn't that great.
It wasn't great before. This was the one that gave you extra movement. And now it's when an enemy regiment is destroyed, you can add a chant marker of any cult that's already in your sequence. So basically, you can double a token you already have, or you can opt for one of the Warlord's cult. And because, again, you're almost always going to play your Warlord in Conquest, this would be a Conquest token, which is what you want. If that enemy regiment that you destroyed was in an objective zone, you get 2 markers instead of 1. That's it. But again, we're in a spot where a lot of things just don't care that much about chanting. So, how much value do you get out of supremacy that just gives you the occasional bonus token when you destroy a regiment fully?
No, you don't. Yeah, you don't care.
Yeah, it's a terrible supremacy. This is legitimately in the running for worst supremacies in the game.
Really?
I think so. I struggle to think of what's just flat worse than this. I'm sure there's some. I don't have.
Yeah, no, fuck that. I just read it quick and I'm like, nope.
Yeah, it's rough.
That is bad. I don't.
Yeah.
Who thought that was good?
I the whole character.
An AI maybe
feels like an AI. The whole character sort of feels like, why would you play this? And the model looks fantastic. And if you happen to have an old Brood model that you can use for this, that is also a fantastic model. Have you seen the model for this one, Cass?
For which? Sorry, the mounted?
Yeah, the new mounted resin artisan model.
Yeah, it looks fantastic.
It's excellent. They knocked it out the park with the model, and then you look at the rules and you're like, oh, wow.
I don't want to say it's a moment, but maybe I'll say many such cases.
Yeah. There is a thing you could do, because Raptors do have Flurry base, where if you really want to take a Mounted Predator as a secondary character, you could play it as Death, you could take Cure, and then you're getting Raptor Riders with a bunch of attacks, Flurry, and Deadly Blows. That actually seems pretty decent. But that's one of the other things that I think is frustrating about the Mounted Predator. Raptor Riders have Flurry, the Mounted Predator does not. It's the only thing she can join. She doesn't have Flurry with them.
Really?
Yeah. She doesn't feel like a Raptor Rider. It feels like a Predator character just got slapped on a Raptor without Brood.
They slapped her on a Raptor.
That's it. It's we put a Predator on a Raptor. Here you go. You're not really a Raptor Rider. You're not a leader of Raptor Riders. You're,
you're just a leader on a Raptor.
Yeah, it's just very weird the way it's designed. But I like the concept of expert hunters as a rule. Really neat. It's probably a good time to talk about Raptors, because I've been doing so. Raptors are really good. So the whole Huntress thing is gone. You get your leader for free now, which you used to have to pay for.
Yeah,
you don't have a standard, you just get Unstoppable. So you're Fluid, Flurry, Unstoppable, and you have the Mounted Hunters special rule, which lets you make a free volley. So because of the 3 action cap, you do get kind of either Fluid or Mounted Hunters, but getting a free volley actually lets you use the Barrage Raptors pay for. There's still only Barrage 2, but the free leader gives you that extra barrage on the leader stand, and they did go to Volley 3. So instead of getting impacts, they've got this free volley. And impacts would probably be better because you have Fluid, so you would want to use Fluid to get this massive charge range because you're M8 Fluid, and Sealed Temple have a huge charge range. So do Raptor Riders. You're gonna give up probably the volley when you do that, but the volley, it being a volley, also means you do have some flexibility, even though it's relatively low range. You could do the volley shot into something else after you're engaged. And they're 5 attacks, 5 wounds. They're only Clash 2, but they have Flurry natively. So, after you inspire, that's a 75% hit rate. That's good on 16 attacks for 180 points. They are D2 that you don't care about most of the time because they're also Evasion 2 base. And Resolve 3. And you'll note the Mounted Predator is also only Evasion 1 for reasons.
This poor guy!
The Mounted Predator is actually worse at fighting and basically worse defensively than a Raptor leader. Yeah, that's a thing.
What happened? That's my question.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, the Raptors are really good. There's a lot of lists that will play Raptors. They're restricted for the Thunder Chieftain. You can actually put the Thunder Chieftain in Raptors, and because characters don't have their own march anymore, like that's really kind of interesting to do. Like if your opponent's not playing something fast, you could throw a Thunder Chieftain and Raptor Riders, and you just kill objectives because it's got impacts and tramples. Mounted Hunters is less than amazing at objective killing. Like theoretically you can do it because you can take your free shot at an objective and then charge it and fight, but effective range is within 6 inches, so you're not necessarily going to have that option all that often. But like I said, you could be fighting something, kill it, and then shoot something that was closing in, and then you're possibly in effective range where you're actually getting pretty decent barrage out of these things with that armor piercing and volley 3. Volley 3 lets you move and shoot reasonably well. You mentioned that when we were ranting about 100k.
Yep.
March 8 fluid formation unstoppable at 180 points and 60 points per extra stands is legitimately a steal. Fluid formation is really nice on something with this much mobility as well, because you can go narrow to move on the approach, and then the turn you're going to charge fluid formation to go wide to maximize your attacks. And you're a light regiment, so you don't actually care that much about terrain for the most part. And if you're playing expert hunters, you really don't care about terrain. So yeah, Raptor Riders are really good. The Mounted Predator is just, again, it's one of those things where it's like low C. Like it exists, you can play it, it's not actively detrimental. It's just there's not much in it that's exciting. And then the Warband otherwise, so it's Hunting Pack and Raptor Riders. Your restricted slots are Apex, Quaddle, and Tantor. The Mounted Predator is one of those weird things that just doesn't have access to like your basic bitch mainstay mediums. Like you can't take Blooded or Braves with this thing. You don't actually have a medium option outside of the Quaddle to take here, which feels a little bit weird. You also can't take Hunters. I mean, not that you'd want to, but like it's just a little weird. This is one of those where maybe throwing Thunder Riders in as a restricted would be okay. Like I know you don't want Thunder Riders available everywhere, but at least it would give another option for the Mounted Predator to join. There's not a ton of things that only have a single regiment that they can join.
Yep, I do agree with you on that.
It's an odd one. Like it does exist elsewhere, I'm pretty sure, but there's not many. It just sort of feels like the Warband. The Warband is overly restricted for a character that doesn't actually have a ton of appeal going for it. Like if this thing was super strong and there were reasons why you didn't want to do that, sure. And maybe you don't want expert scouts on Thunder Riders because then they can charge through terrain and still smash you with impacts. Like maybe that is a concern that I'm underestimating here. But it's a terrible supremacy, mediocre stats, mediocre special rules, and a restricted warband. Like this is at best a C. I'll be a little bit more harsh on this one. I think you play one fairly specifically with that Queen Brood build because you're gonna give it flank with the Vision Mastery, but that's about it. Otherwise, I think you're better just playing a regular Raptor or a regular Predator with the Brood. So what do we have after this one? The regular Predator?
Yeah. Do you want to talk about? Well, when do you want to talk about the Apex Predator?
We can talk about the Apex Predator now.
Okay.
So the Apex Predator is a little bit weird right now. So it's
faster than an ostrich.
Well, it's 190 points. It is very fast at March 8. It's fairly fragile. 15 wounds, E3R4. It does have Fearless, which is nice. So the Apex Predator is really good as like a late arriving heavy because March 8 lets you get to places you wouldn't be able to otherwise. And like it's got a suite of abilities that look really good on paper. It's unstoppable, which is great. March 8 unstoppable means you're making pretty lengthy charges. You can actually famine it now, so you can be like March 10 on the charge with unstoppable. It's got Cleave 2, it's got Deadly Blades, it's got Terrifying 2, it's got Fiend Hunter, so you can get rerolls into certain things. The problem is it's only 11 attacks.
Is it really only 11?
It's 11 attacks. And a lot of monsters got to the point where they all got, a lot of them got a little bit more bulky with the last couple of updates.
Yeah, because 11 attacks.
11 attacks does not allow you to one round most monsters, and the Apex Predator only has 15 wounds going back. So like as a monster hunter, it's not actually that great at it. What it is really great at still is like hunting those MSU units that aren't fearless, because Cleave 2, Terrifying 2 coming at you from a distance on a compact platform will obliterate a lot of MSUs, which is a valuable thing right now. I personally am a little lower on the Apex than I think a lot of people are, because I think I'd rather have flexibility from a Quaddle than necessarily the hitting power of an Apex. But that doesn't mean it's bad. It's like a solid like B borderline. Like it's a B plus, because you can get a lot out of it if you have the right targets for it to go into. But like the durability is questionable, and 11 attacks, if you can't leverage the Terrifying and or the Fiend Hunter, it can really start to struggle. Like if you put this into any sort of durable infantry, it's going to have a real hard time getting, enough stands taken off the board to kill things. But like into stuff like Nord's MSUs, like just take one off the table. Oh, you took a bear sark off the table with this thing. Like it might do that actually, and there's value to that ability. But yeah, it's a tech piece, so it just depends on how you want to use it and if you value that in the build you've made. It does have 5 impacts, but it doesn't have brutal or anything like that, so its impacts are just kind of meh. I mean, you do get Terrifying on the impacts, I suppose. If you put a Predator on one and give it like the Death's Reach or something, where you've got like a bunch of extra attacks coming in, you do start to tip the scales back as far as, can I just kill a monster? But at that point, you're also like 300 some points. So
yeah, that's now like.
Yeah, it's an investment. Like, it's
not worth it, but
bad. It's it has a job. It does its job well. If you can get value out of that job, if that has a place for you, then the Apex Predator can still absolutely be very good. It's not. I wouldn't put this in competition for some of the best pieces in the game, either monsters, heavies, or in general. But it's not terrible.
I think it has a job, and I think it does that job very well. I think it's always going to see play, because there's tons of matchups where that job is going to be relevant.
Yeah, and it looks awesome.
Yeah,
like the Apex Predator, it looks. But like, if you see a table with multiple Wadrhun players both playing dinosaurs, like it is eye catching. Like people will stop and look at that.
There've been plenty of people who stopped and looked at that.
Yeah, it's a fantastic kit. Like, it's worth having. I own 3 of them.
Soon to be 4.
And it's not bad. Yeah, will be 4 whenever that thing is available. It's not bad. Like, it's one of those things where it's like some like B plus A minus. Like, it's good. It's not. It's got a job. It does the job well. That job currently is reasonably valuable. Sometimes it does just kind of tip over.
There have been times where that thing has just died, but it's not as bad as the Abomination, where it's like a cruise missile.
No,
it's bounced off, but like it'll do work.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it absolutely will. I mean, there are things that like I don't think it wants to see on the table. I think if you're in one of these areas where you're seeing a ton of Nords, a ton of light Wadrhun, faster city states list.
Like, it's not saying brutes or monsters.
Those are all, yeah. Well, and a lot of monsters, it actually doesn't fight that well. But like I said, It will absolutely eat some of these MSUs in front of you. It's pretty good into Old Dominion because they do like to run a lot of brutes, even though you don't get the terrifying. Like at that point, it's a bunch of attacks that actually do start to kill stands. That's been pretty okay, but it will die in that matchup most of the time. It just depends on did you get enough work out of it in areas where you needed to before it died. And you can also use it because it's so fast. You don't care if it comes on turn 4. Like it's going to get there, and then you can use the reinforcement line, which you like anyway. And it's pretty decent at being a flanker. Like it is very quick. If you can get around shields and have your cleave too, like that can do a fair bit of work for you. So you know, it's not bad. It's solid. It's a good piece. You should own one because they're awesome. We talk about Hunting Pack too because they're in here. Like Hunting Pack,
it's kind of the time.
So Hunting Pack are a little bit wonky. They are light cavalry, but they are only size 1. They are 120 points, and they only have 3 wounds per stand.
Poor guys.
They cannot be joined by a character stand. They do give you a token, but they cannot chant themselves, and they have a regular. And if you're wondering, like, what the hell is the point of Hunting Pack with all the stuff I just said? It's that they are March 8, Vanguard, 6 attacks a stand, and have opportunists.
Yes.
And fluid formation and loose formation. They are very fast. They are very annoying to fight at ranged, and like they hit way harder than you think. Hunting Pack are one of those things that are really easy to throw away and not get good value out of when you're first starting out because it's easy to be way too aggressive with them, and then they just keel over because they're evasion 1, resolve 2 with 3 wounds. But once you start to get a handle on where you can use them in a given game, like them hurtling around and just your opponent come forward so you can hit them in the flank with one of these 19 attack opportunist monstrosities is a ton of value for as cheap as they are. They're the cheapest thing in the faction. They are available mainstay on like all of the Predator options. It is almost always worth having one in the list. Like they're a great screen because they're cheap. They're threatening if somebody wants to like march charge into your slingers so your slingers can't shoot anymore. You just apply Hunting Pack to their ass. No one likes having dogs bite them on the ass, and that's what these things are. They're little dog raptors. And the models look really cool because it's like 6 tiny raptors on a stand.
Yeah,
they are fantastic.
I love them. They're just
low key.
They're ground
low key one of the better units in the faction. They are ground strix.
That's it.
And well, I think the game you and I played, they were basically the MVP because they randomly killed like half a unit of wardens.
I was so like it was one stand. It was like, what the fuck is happening? This is happening because like that game changes around if that stand lived that one regiment lived.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I've had.
That's just like what? How? Oh, okay. Just fuck me.
I've had several games where like Hunting Pack, even with one stand left, have just been absolutely nightmarish. And because they're so quick, when it's one stand left, they can get into really weird, awkward places and just jam up your opponent's whole lines.
Yeah, it's super annoying.
Yeah, they're fantastic. They do take a little bit of just experience to not throw away. This is a super easy one to feel like they're trash because you get them killed a bunch when you first start. And then like as soon as you realize you don't have to move 24 inches, even though you can as you come on, they get way better as it turns out. Like sometimes you just want them dirtling around on the edges of stuff.
Yeah, it's good. Something about the Hunting Pack though is that you cannot March Vanguard fluid because of the 3 action limit. So like,
well, so that's actually going to change though, because Vanguard is going to the addition on the first March, so you'll be able to Vanguard March fluid after this update. This is one where I'm actually interested to see what the Vanguard number is. Like, is the Vanguard number 3 on something like Hunting Pack where they're already a regular?
Everything else is 2.
Well, I'm expecting a lot of 3. Like, I think 3 is going to be kind of the default Vanguard number, and anything that's not 3 is going to be kind of the, unusual thing, like the one supremacy we saw for 100k that's 5. Like, I expect that to be the outlier, and most things to be 3. Like, Hunting Pack is one of those things where I have no idea what that number is, and 3 is probably plenty. Like, 19 inches coming on is plenty of movement.
Oh yeah.
But it's kind of one of those things where it's like, is it 3 because 3 is the default, and 3 is fine, or did they do something interesting? Like, well, these things are hyper fast, so they get Vanguard 5.
I would. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if they got 6. To be honest, at this point, I wouldn't even be surprised if it just said Vanguard 8. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool.
And I actually think like a Vanguard 5 or less probably helps people play these things because I think they throw them away a lot less.
Yeah, I do notice that when players do play them, if they don't have a proper understanding of like what their role is and how they're going to use them, they do just throw them away, and you're like, oh, okay, cool.
Well, and I'll throw mine away sometimes. Like 120 points, I'm okay heaving that way up.
Yeah, but like is throwing away like jamming me up, or is throwing away just putting them in a bad position because they move really far and they just getting blown off the table.
Yeah, that's fair. There is a difference between the two. Like sometimes
that's what I view throwing away as. If you actually had a plan to like speed bump with them, you're not throwing them away.
Yeah, like I've had a Helldrake only be able to come 6 inches onto the table because the hunting pack were standing there.
Yeah.
Like that's worthwhile. Like I will spend 120 points to make you take 3 more turns to be able to shoot anything I care about. And the damn things are annoying to kill with ranged because of loose. Like 3 wounds sucks, but like it's evasion 1, so they'll probably make a save. And loose formation really is obnoxious on them.
Yeah, like it's just enough to keep them alive. Like, have you played into like have Bone Chosen shot them? I wonder how Bone Chosen do for killing them. Because they are 3 wounds.
Yeah, I've never had anyone waste shots with Bow Chosen on them.
Probably because they have better targets.
I mean, I've played plenty into like heavy Bow Chosen Nords pre-update. That was my first 2 games at Michigan, and I've played it a couple of other times. But yeah, like if your choice is shoot me are to try to get to my snares and shoot them, or shoot my hunting pack, like shoot my hunting pack all day. Because you know what loves to shoot at Bow Chosen? Slingers.
Yeah.
Like, you take 20 hits. I don't care that you're evasion 2 or whatever it is.
Yeah, I noticed actually they went up evasion. I didn't realize that. I thought they were down to like defense 2 evasion 1, but no, they went up to evasion 2 during the update, and I'm like, oh, god damn it, I thought we were done with this.
No. I mean, hunting pack are D1, E1, but it's always weird to me when things are like D1, E1, because how often do you care about the defense in that case?
You don't. They're just wounds.
Yeah, they're just there. I love hunting pack though. They're one of my favorites. I throw a regiment of hunting pack in almost every list. I would never buff it out more. Like it's an MSU model. Like that's how you take these things. They're 40 points per stand, but why? Like, I think there's definitely some lists that would play 2 as well. Just because like there's a ton of flexibility with what hunting pack can do for you, and they're so damn annoying. I love them. But so the Predator is going to share a lot of stuff with the Mounted Predator.
Yeah, but he's better.
He's much better. So the big thing for the Predator is he has Ceaseless Hunt. So you used to be able to choose between Ceaseless Hunt and some other thing that gave you Sure Shot. I don't remember what it was called. So, but now you only get Ceaseless Hunt. You get it automatically. So you have Fire in Advance. The Sure Shot thing wasn't bad. I actually sort of missed the option, but Fire in Advance is a great rule when you have long-range regiments, that you do. And this is one of the characters in Wadrhun that maintains forward 4 space. So he's giving flank to whatever he's attached to. It's a Volley 3 Barrage 4. It is. Volley 3 Barrage 4, 18-inch range, armor-piercing 1 deadly shot. The supremacy is the same as the Mountain Predator. It's still trash. It is.
Yeah, I know.
And the cost is the same. It's 100 points. So it's volley 3, clash 3, 6 attacks. Like, he's not terrible in melee. With 6 attacks is decent. There is one artifact that is specific to the Predator, Mounted Predator. It's Death's Reach. And for 20 points, you get +1 attacks and cleave 1. Isn't terrible. Like 7 attacks, cleave 1 would be fine. Like if you're playing it on a Predator, that's pretty decent. So the only mainstay he has we haven't talked about. You have Blooded Braves, they're fine. We have Hunting Pack Raptors, we already talked about. You have Hunters. We should probably talk about Hunters in this because I keep calling them kind of trash. I think we did talk about them a little bit.
We have, but we can solidify the.
Yeah.
Please solidify their position in, I don't want to say being trash, but like being C tier.
Yeah, being boring C tier.
So maybe they are D tier. If they are, like,
yeah,
boring.
it's close. And then you're
okay. What do you think is the worst thing in Wadrhun? Oh no, you said the Drum Beast. Yep, never mind. Keep going.
The Drum Beast. Restricteds, you have the Apex we've talked about. You have Slingers that we're going to talk about because that's what you want here. And then you have Quaddle and Tantor, which we still need to talk about.
Yeah.
We should talk about the Tantor at some point. We did talk about the Tantor.
Kind of talked about him with the Chieftain with the meme build, but
yeah, with the meme build. So what you really want here is Slingers, and you have a couple of decent mainstays to get there, right? Because you've got Hunting Pack as this cheap mainstay that's also light, that works really well in conjunction with Slingers, because your Slingers move up, your Hunting Pack screen for them. And by screen, I don't necessarily mean you're putting your Hunting Pack like in front of your Slingers and blocking off your line of sight. What I mean is your Hunting Pack are kind of dirtling in that general area where anything that comes into your Slingers is going to have to deal with that Hunting Pack. So making the long march charge is unappealing because you're probably just going to get picked up by those Hunting Pack, or the Hunting Pack is being a little more aggressive and is kind of taking up space and being just generally in the way and making it harder to get to the Slingers. Or if you're lucky, you have a hill and you put the Slingers on a hill and you don't care anymore.
Yep.
So the Predator is a great secondary character. You're almost never going to play it as a Warlord because there's just not much of a reason to unless we're doing some meme stuff. It doesn't need to be your Warlord.
Also, his mainstay warband isn't that great.
Well, so
it's actually improved a lot. Hunting Pack Raptors, Hunters, Braves, Blood. Yeah, not really.
Well, you've got to act to your cheap mainstay items. So you could like a Braves. You've got Hunting Pack that are a good cheap screen, so you take Hunting Pack, and then you've unlocked your 2 restricteds. So at that point, you take, Slingers, maybe a Quaddle if you want one, maybe more Slingers. Like 2 regiments of Slingers now works really well, and Slingers work really well with the Predator. So we should talk about Slingers first, because that's probably the way to do this. Slingers are the only real ranged superiority regiment Wadrhun has. And range superiority is really good in this game, as a general rule. That's why you see a lot of the regiments that are good at it. So Slingers are M6. They are Volley 3 base. They are Barrage 3 range 18 torrential fire. And that whole stat block is a lie, because they have the Singing Bullet special rule. And Singing Bullets is when you chant, doesn't matter what you chant, doesn't matter what tier, your entire barrage range counts as effective range. So that means you are functionally barrage 4 and have torrential out to 18 inches, and that does affect any incoming character. So like the Predator basically becomes barrage 5. He does not get torrential, but he gets effective range, so he's barrage 5 range 18 AP1 deadly shot. So you want your Slingers to chant basically all the time, because Barrage 3, as you mentioned, talking about 100k, is kind of garbo.
Yep.
And you don't have AP, and then you won't get torrential out very far. But as soon as you do chant, you're Volley 3 base, Barrage 4, 18 inches, and you're always getting torrential. And you can shoot objectives from 18 inches out as well with that, because it's technically your effective range. A little bit of tech to think about there. So Slingers go from being not very good without chanting to being absolute S tier with chanting. The reason why they're not just nonsensically almost broken is because their defensive stats are hot garbage.
We both know that.
They are defense 1, evasion 0, resolve 3. They did go up a resolve and 5 wounds. So, standard Wadrhun, so they do at least have 5 wounds. But almost anything that touches them is killing some slingers. They die real fast. But you also have fire and advance on the predator when you take them. So you're getting flank on the slingers, fire and advance on the slingers, and this massive effective range. So you can, walk 6, shoot at, torrential fire volley 3, and then just backpedal 3 inches away or scoot to the side. And you're just getting a lot of value out of that as when you play them reasonably well. And slingers have the added bonus of being tribes. So if you're playing a chieftain warlord, you're getting vanguard on this as well. So there's a lot going on with slingers where like this whole stat block is a lie because you're stacking a bunch of other effects on them. And singing bullets is one of those things where like this is how like I wish the update would have gone more broadly. Like slinger, not necessarily to the power level of slingers, because slingers are absolute S tier. They're probably a top 5 light.
Yep.
But just like there's so much interest going on here and so many different things you can do and add to slingers. And the way the math works out, if you can aim with slingers and chant, your expected hits are whatever your barrage was. I see them played MSU a fair bit, especially if you're just playing a chieftain because he can't join them. So MSU is fine. Like MSU still starts threatening stands fairly rapidly. I like to play them 5 total stands, regardless of how you've got the characters in there. Like either 4 slingers and a predator or just 5 stands of slingers, because that puts you in that 20 shot range for your regiment. And your investment actually isn't that high. So you end up in this spot where you don't threaten to pick up a stand, you threaten to break units rapidly.
Yeah,
even if your opponent may not think so. Like you'll break things that are in terrain, like you don't care. Like 5 stands of slingers will kill 2 stands of either ghost for Old Dominion most of the time.
Even the loose formation ones?
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
But you have to chant with them. If you're not chanting with them, you're not getting there. And that does make your early game a little bit wonky because you have to be able to generate tokens for them. And it does make it a little bit predictable as to where you're going to put them in your stack a lot of the times because you need the tokens for them because they chant they're not doing much for you. They're 150 base plus, they are 50 personal stands. So the block run would be 50, which is not a huge investment for them. What I've found I actually prefer is to run 4 with a predator and do it twice. The predator's only 50 points more than the 5th stand of slinger, so it's 300 instead of 250. But I'm getting an extra shot, flank, and fire in advance out of that.
Yeah,
like that's 50 points of value. And it means my turn 1 a lot of the times is me not having to roll dice and getting 2 predator cards, 2 slinger cards, and a hunting pack on the table. Which is remarkably consistent for things that can be very aggressive and take up a ton of space, and be fairly dangerous to most lights and mediums. There are some... there's ways you can run this without a predator. You can run slingers just on the chieftain. Like I said, he can take them as a restricted. If you're not running the chieftain as your warlord, I think you're more likely to do that because then you get the vanguard on them without having to worry about it because that's part of his warband. That's probably better than not having the vanguard at all on some of them. Maybe you do one of each, and then the flank helps you out, so you're getting both slingers. One of the other things to mention with the rule changes to chanting, you used to have to start the round on the table to get a token. You no longer do. You just have to be on the table when the card is drawn, so you can get sneaky tokens on turn 1 if you can put a predator after the slingers enter the table.
Nice.
Yeah, damn.
So if you're doing like the 5 card thing I do, A lot of times I'll have a predator as my first draw just to burn a draw, so my opponent has to put something on the table, hopefully, so that I get to see where it's at. And then a predator will also be my last draw, so I'm going into turn 2 with 1 token. So I can set my deck up if I want to or need to with predator slingers, so I can predator for a token, entourage right into slingers, chant, and shoot to start turn 2. And then you take 22 barrage shots. It's 22 shots.
My hands are in the air because it's just like, oh, okay, sweet. Like,
yeah. Again, there's still stuff you can do, and this is obviously really good because it's strong. But also, this is the sort of like interesting, exciting stuff you can do in Wadrhun. It's just there's only a few places you can do it. To jump back to the Predator a little bit, I talked about the one artifact. The other artifact to talk about with the Predator specifically is Kiss of the Dilosaur. So Kiss the Dinosaur forces any enemy regiments to re-roll their defense and morale rolls against wounds or hits from the character stand, and he has Deadly Shot, and it does work on range. So potentially you're forcing your opponent to re-roll, 4 or 5 shots because he has Fiend Hunter, 4 or 5 defense rolls when you have Deadly Shot. So it makes it a lot easier to proc Deadly Shot. So he can really do damage to brutes that just kind of like he'll just randomly kill a whole stand of brutes on his own.
What's yeah, is that the one that makes he gets Fiend Hunter, or he makes
he has Fiend Hunter? So he has Fiend Hunter.
Okay,
the regiment doesn't get it. But like, so if you take Kiss of the Dinosaur,
that makes you.
Yeah.
Is that the one that rerolls defense rolls?
Yes, your opponent has to reroll successful defense rolls.
Just on anything,
the other artifact,
or
yes, all attacks from him, from his stand. It's not the whole regiment. That'd be busted as hell.
No. I was thinking because like he has specifically Fiend Hunter base, so it's like okay, he's gonna reroll these attacks, but
you're gonna reroll your defenses.
Yeah. But if it's a brute, but even then, if he's just shooting at infantry, it's like you got to reroll your defense. Yeah, no, I've played into this combo, and I'm just like, oh, this sounds fun.
Yeah,
there are good things in Wadrhun.
Well, there are great things in Wadrhun. The other combo that's kind of interesting is Hide of the Silent Hunter. So Hide of the Silent Hunter, prior to this update, used to give Bastion, which was sort of wasted outside of a meme build. But now it gives Opportunist.
Are you saying of the Apex Ambulance?
No, actually, so Hide of the Silent Hunter during this last update, you could take the Predator in Braves and give him Mantle, Long Lineage, and Hide of the Silent Hunter and play him in War. So you had Fnatic War Braves with Bastion. So when the Braves actually activated, they would be Defense 4, Shield Blessed, Resolve 5.
What the fuck, man?
But it was memey and dumb. It was funny though. Hide of the Silent Hunter now gives you Opportunist, and as we know from notes, Opportunist work on guns too. So you can theoretically have slingers getting full rerolls in the flank. And this actually works.
And I don't think it's hard for them to do that, to be honest, just because they're range 18 and they're
it's not
4 to 5 cents
horribly hard.
Yeah,
it's not horribly hard. I don't necessarily know that you need it most of the time. Like
still
good. My issue with this is more like, does it actually do that much more than what they're doing alone? But if you're running 2 regiments of slingers, one of the things I like to do is kind of angle them toward each other so that when your opponent tries to charge into one of them, they end up presenting their flank to the other one. And if you haven't, especially early in a turn, if you haven't drawn either card, you can play the ones that are free to clear off the other ones to still be able to shoot something else later, which is very, very good if your opponent has Aura of Death.
I feel like I've seen this somewhere.
You feel like that's happened to you in a game we played, and it didn't work that well because those Flame Berserkers would not die.
No, good, because you fucking deserved it. We played this matchup twice.
Yes. So Mass knows about my love of playing at least 10 stands of ranged. I think that's just sort of a mainstay thing of Conquest, is if you have good efficient ranged, you're probably playing a bunch of it because it's so efficient. So yeah, you see it here with slingers. You see it, you used to see it with like the Bow Chosen builds in Nords. You don't see it as much because of the way Bow Chosen changed. You see it somewhat in city states.
Sorry, can you repeat that? What
you see it?
Not.
Oh, you see it.
Is it opportunists? Or I didn't catch that. My apologies.
For what? Just range. If you have good, efficient range, you're playing a ton of it.
That was the word I was missing. Thank you.
Good, efficient range, you're playing a ton of it. Just because it's so good. Like, it's so helpful to be able to shoot the things in this game. So basically any faction that can does, for the most part. I wouldn't say we're in like a ranged meta or anything. I don't think you're playing like 5 stands of slingers or something dumb like that. But you're definitely leaning toward probably 2 in most lists. They are that good. There's one other thing that I think is interesting with the Predator that I sort of want to try, but I'm 90% sure it's meme and not good meme.
That means you have to play it.
Because no, here we go. So it requires you to play Predator Warlord. And it requires you to play Predator Warlord and Famine. So
what the fuck are you doing?
Okay, so the Famine Warlord restricted mastery is called Drive, and it's 30 points. And it says the regiment and the Warlord's Warband gain Cult of Famine as their battlefield role. So normally the only things that have a Cult of battlefield role are the chosen of that cult, and then your Warlord's regiment gets it for whatever cult your Warlord is. Right? Usually that's it. But this one gives your whole Warband Cult of Famine. And then infantry Cult of Famine regiments in the army gain Vanguard. And my idea is to play a Predator Warlord in Famine with Vanguard for his whole warband, and play 2 regiments of Hunters and 2 regiments of Slingers.
Go on.
And then you just like way up the table with Barrage 50.
What is wrong with you?
I'm a psychopath. We've established that.
Like, is this?
And it's the only way I would play Hunters. The only way I would play a Predator Warlord, and the only way I would take Famine on my Warlord is to attempt this and see if it's bad or not. And it'd probably be like 2 MSUs of Hunters, and then 4 stands of Slingers with the Predator, and 5 stands of Slingers. But like, you only have the one flank, so you're rolling a lot to come on this. But like, if you hit it, you're way up the table.
If you do the God roll.
Well, even if you get like the Slingers and one of the Hunters, so you've got 3 things coming in, you got 4 cards on one. Like, that's not that out of the ordinary, right? It's average.
I don't know. When I find when I have
3 out of 4 plus.
When I have 4 lights, I find that I'll get my auto in, and then I'll get like 2 of the lights, and that's it.
Well, so you get flank on 1. So you got your flank, you got your auto, and you're rolling for 2.
Yeah, you probably have a good chance to get like 3 to 4 in at that point.
Get 3, yeah. 3 is, if you get a 4, I think you're just like, there's things where I think that's phenomenal and I want to try it, but I'm not sure it's like it's a meme. I'm not sure if it's a good meme or bad meme.
Sounds like we gotta play it.
These are things I think about when I'm Insomniac. What?
Yes, it's right.
To play it because it's a meme.
Yes, you always have to play the memes.
On that hideous note, I am going to be leaving the recording at this point, but yeah.
We'll miss you, Cass.
Thank you.
What do you think about the meme? Would you run the meme? Would you run double Hunter, double Slinger, Famine Predator? Just see if you can get everything up the table just to be annoying.
Yeah, I'd probably try it.
Cass all in 2025.
Hey, why not? I think I have all those models, so that's a Wadrhun list I could run.
I mean, all those models are pretty like available too, because they had like Hunters and Slingers and Braves and Blooded in all of the early starter sets.
Yeah,
so it was super easy to end up with like 12 stands of each.
Wasn't one of the starter boxes like 3 lights and a medium? And it was just like, why? This isn't good.
I don't remember. One of them had Raptors and Hunting Pack, but then I think it had like Blooded and something else in it. So I don't know. One of the starter set I have a couple of was a Predator, and then it was 2 regiments of Blooded Braves, 2 regiments of Slingers Hunters. And like, I think they should bring that back and call it like a reinforcement box. Because like, you got the character for free basically, and the Predator's not in the other starter sets now. And that's a great way to flesh out an army.
Yeah, like that's why I like the Spires starter box and 5th anniversary, because they literally complement each other. Like you want, like one of them is like all your workhorses, and the other one is all your support, and it's just like, oh sweet.
The Wadrhun 5th anniversary box is super weird now because it has raptors in it and a chieftain, and after this update, the chieftain can't take the raptors.
Sometimes.
Wow, nice job, PB. Nice job.
Well, I mean, it's not a big deal. It's kind of funny. Like, it just worked out that way. Oh, yeah, that cracks me up.
It is very
all right.
funny.
Well, Cass, have a great evening.
Thanks. Thanks, everybody. And I hope you enjoyed this podcast that I've left early, however long it goes. Good night, everyone.
We gotta make it to 5 hours.
5? We're not making it to 5, but we're only 44 minutes away from 4 hours.
It says 3:09 on mine.
Okay, so we're 51 minutes away. Oh, we can probably do that. We got 3.
We got a bunch more shit to do. So what we got? Our Predator. We did Apex. We did Slingers. Quaddle. We got to say we did. Now we got what we did. Hunting Pack. We got to talk about the Taunter.
We can do that, but let's talk about Hunters a little bit more. So,
okay.
I mentioned that I think they're like C tier boring, and then I mentioned that I would play them in like this exact one list. So Hunters are another one of those things where, like, on paper, these things look like they should be really quite good. Yeah, it's 150. They're M6. You know, they're 5 attacks. Like, they actually fight pretty well. They're Barrage 4 with an armor piercing gun. Like, they're Valley 2 Clash 2, so it's not great, but not like bad by any means. And then they randomly have loose formation. But it's that same sort of thing where, like, if you want guns, you're gonna play Slingers. If you want cheap fast melee, you're going to play Hunting Pack. And if you want something that can mix up both, you're going to probably spring for Raptors. And Raptors are faster and play on that one list that Raptors like. Well, the 2 lists Raptors like. So, like, where is the role for Hunting Pack, and what on their profile is like this interest piece?
Where in the world is Wadrhun Hunters?
Yeah, kind of. It's kind of one of those things. Like, again, if they had taken that ignore hardened officer, which is quite good, you're probably going to play it. Granted, it was ignore hardened and reroll 6s, and you didn't really.
Yeah, but you would throw that guy on the hunt, or not the hunters, the slingers.
You played on slingers. You played on the slingers for the reroll 6s. You played on hunters for the ignore hardened. But, like, you could make the ignore hardened a chant thing, and, like, all of a sudden again, it's like, oh, you know what? I see a lot of city states. I would really like to ignore hardened. I would really, really like a gun that ignores hardened, because there's, chariots, I think, are hardened one.
They sure are.
They are. Talos has hardened.
He has hardened too.
Really
no,
it doesn't matter. You ignore hardened. Like, you're getting your AP, so he's down to defense 3, defense 2 if you can get to the flank.
Yeah, and that means he's gonna die.
Old Dominion has a ton of hardened. Like, that immediately gives them like a role you would play with. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, no, I can work these into a list if they give me something like that. That's the thing. There's a bunch of stuff where it's like, this looks fine on paper, but then you like gotta build it into a list. You're like, why would I play this when I have other options that just do things?
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at with Hunters. Like, I look at them and I want this to be good, and I think they like sort of are. It's almost not even C tier. It's just like just miss tier.
D for God damn it.
Kinda. D feels low. But yeah, the Tauntor.
So I died like an idiot. Couldn't find a thing.
You're dying again?
Yes, of course.
How many times have you died while we've been talking?
Okay, so we've talked. I have killed Promise Consort Radon. I have killed Commander Gaius. I've killed Finger Mother. I've killed a Dragon Knight. I'm on Dragon Lord Fasisax. I've run around the world a couple times doing a bunch of other random shit.
Huh.
Yeah, so I've been.
There's a ton in Elden Ring. So is there another expansion for Elden Ring coming? Is that a thing I saw?
That's Elden Ring Nightfall. Basically, if you want a layman's term it, or TLDR, just think of it as Elden Ring Fortnite, but co-op. Oh. Like, it's not. Okay. I'll probably play it, but it's going to be a three people or a 3-player co-op game, and you kind of get like dropped into a randomly generated map that has a bunch of Elden Ring assets, and you fight a bunch of FromSoft bosses throughout their various games. So like, it's already been shown like Dark Souls 3 and Dark Souls 2, so there's probably going to be some Dark Souls 1 stuff in there. Okay. Like, they just ported the boss over. And so the whole thing is like every 15 minutes a day, and then you go into Nightfall, where you go, I think, fight a boss or whatever, and it's really tough. And if you survive, you go into the next day, and you gotta do 3 days, and you fight like a mega boss, and that's like the gameplay loop. And you're just kind of running around, playing very quickly, finding items, and then leveling up your guy. And your guy's levels are not as, I don't want to say as customizable, but they're more like you're gonna be gaining so much more experience that. Okay. There's just going to be like a button which is going to be like preferred stats basically for whatever class you pick, and it's going to be more class orientated, because like the current classes just kind of give you whatever starting items you have and like kind of some extra points in various stats, like they move around the stats and that's it. And then from there you can just kind of do whatever you want. Like right now my character is level, where the fuck are you, 380, and I have like an 80 in health, 40 in mind, endurance 60, strength 80, dex 50, intelligence 18, like faith 80, arcane 50, like a ton of high stats, just because you can just do that. You just dump points in the stats and get them into places where allow you to unlock weapons, because like weapons have stat requirements, and that's really what you're putting your stats into. And the only time your stats matter for being high is when you get the weapon fully upgraded, and your scaling matters in the base game. That's when your scaling for your having high stats will matter. But like when your weapon's like a +10, your scaling it's not a thing. You're doing your weapon to just have its base damage be higher. So Nightfall is going to be like that. So it's a 3-player co-op game in the Elden Ring universe. So I'm pretty sure it was one of those like, we have all these assets, we want to kind of make a game and do a thing. This will be something really easy to do. People will most likely pick this up and play it, and it'll allow us to test a variety of different things with the player base, while also not really costing us a ton of like development. So it's a good thing for FromSoft, because like one of the things that FromSoft does is actually use their development time well. For a developer. Oh, look at that again. So, well, a lot of other developers and companies will like, we spent 6 years on this game, and you kind of like hear about them go through development hell, and just make bad decisions. Like,
there's a YouTube series I watch from a guy that's basically goes through like what happened in those development hells and why these games ended up bad.
Yeah, so like, but FromSoft,
it's very fascinating.
It really is, and it's a whole like topic upon itself of like.
Yeah, there's like a 4-hour supercut of him talking about Capcom games.
Nice. I am not surprised, to be honest, but yeah, like FromSoft like has kind of just done their one thing, and has been really perfecting that one thing for years. And I want to say kind of it's only not, I don't want to say recently, like Dark Souls 3 did very well, but Elden Ring has outsold all their Souls trilogy combined. Like that's how good it is.
Like it's sold an incredible amount.
Yeah, because it is that good. But they have been they have been refining. Like Dark Souls 1 is my favorite, but it is very chunky. Like there's bosses in Dark Souls 1 where I don't even think about when I play them, because they're just like, they're so chunky and slow to the point where it's like, this isn't a challenge anymore kind of thing. Yes. While like Dark Souls 2 is just fucking weird. And the reason for that is because it went through a bit of a development hell, and the main developer for the FromSoft games, when it made Bloodborne around the same time that Dark Souls 2 was being made. So a junior developer went and did it, and they started doing like weird things, because it's like they wanted to kind of experiment with a bunch of stuff. And like, what's really funny is, if you don't know the games super well, there's actually a bunch of Dark Souls 2 systems in like Elden Ring, because they're that good. Like Dark Souls 2 probably has the best PvP in all the FromSoft games. While Elden Ring also reuses a ton of reskinned assets from Dark Souls 3. If you don't know how the models move, and like what they're, I don't want to say like supposed to be doing, but like what that actually looks like, and how they were doing it all. I'm gonna fucking eat dicks here. Oh.
I sent you the link to that video with the Capcom ones.
Oh, is it from Nerd Slayer?
No, it's Matt McMuscles.
Okay, then I will totally check that out.
Yeah, I mean, like, you get plenty of flights back and forth for work, so there you go. There's 5 hours of YouTube to listen to Matt talk shit about game development.
Yeah, good.
And he hunts down like interviews with developers and everything too. It's fairly fascinating.
Yeah.
He's got some for movies too, because some of them are pretty freaking hilarious. He also does a series of trying to find the worst fighting games ever made.
It's like what Josh Strife Hayes, the worst MMO.
Yeah, I do. Sort of deals. They're really funny. But yeah, no, like Elden Ring is fascinating because like it's a logical end point of what was started with the Souls series, put into like an open world.
Yeah, and
I don't. It does make it a little more accessible because like you're. So I played some of the early Souls games like as they released back in the day on like the PS3.
Yes.
Yeah, like what was Demon's Souls the first one?
Demon's Souls
was the first one. Like, and that game feels overly linear, even though like it tries to give you options. It's just like you can't, because unless you're absolutely fantastic at what you're doing, like you're not going to be strong enough for a lot of those areas. But and then there are just like weird uneven parts of some of those games, and that feels like it's less an issue when you jump to more of an open world game where you can go explore elsewhere when it gets frustrating.
Yep.
So like there's accessibility there. It's weird though, like I've oddly sort of always likened those Souls games to like old school Mega Man. Which sounds stupid because they're not remotely similar genres, but just like the way those games work, right? Like you're in a relatively linear level, but you can do them in any order you want. But also you sort of have to memorize a bunch of stuff or you're just going to die over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, I'm just getting fucked by a dragon. Oh my god. Game, please calm down.
So like, and I played enough Mega Man when I was a kid that sort of thing just isn't super, super appealing. But maybe I'll give Elden Ring another chance at some point. I do own the game.
Yeah, like the open world.
It's kind of one of those things.
There's people who are they're like, oh, I got Elden Ring here, it's really good. And it's also really hard. I'm like, yeah, it is really hard. And if you're having trouble, go somewhere else. Like literally turn around.
To a different stage.
Go somewhere else. Like you will literally gain more power going elsewhere. Like the game tricks you. The game does not want you to go forward, and this has been a Dark Souls feature. I don't even know, they like staple. Like it's literally designed to fuck with you. There's a reason why there's there's a reason why there's a comic of Miyazaki, the designer or whatever you want to call him, the creator, like making out with a poison swamp. That is a comic. Because this man loves poison swamps, and this man loves feet. And my god, he's putting it in his fucking video game.
I also love that the design for the monsters in all of those games is like somebody just went to a 5-year-old to ask them what this should look like, and the 5-year-old just kept saying, and then.
So one of the there's actually like a whole like art book, and in the art book there's the undead dragon in Dark Souls 1. What's probably the worst textured monster in the entire game. Like and you gotta remember that game doesn't actually look that great. Like a lot of people are just beef jerky. But the undead dragon has a very special quality of just ugly. And
it's quite.
And the only reason this thing actually got through, because Miyazaki has a high standard, was because he didn't have the heart to tell the young artist that his texture design sucked ass. So he just kind of threw it in there. That's why you only see that thing like twice in the entire game.
That's funny.
And in the and one half of it is just its ass.
Nice.
Yeah, like
you need the zombie dragon ass.
Yeah.
We're cheating on the 4 hours there because we went off topic.
Don't worry.
We should get back onto the Tantor.
There was for the Sorcerer Kings episode, Ben and I would go off talking all the time, and there was like a guy who like left a message.
Yes, I believe there's a message about it. They're gonna love me. There's a reason why my podcasts, when I make them, are short, because that's about as long as I stay on the topic.
That's why you can come onto this one and ruin it.
Hey, I enjoy coming onto your podcast, good sir.
Okay. At least bring some tissue paper.
So the Tantor. The Tantor is, I believe, the single most expensive thing in the game at 330 points. Is it more expensive than a Fallen Divinity? Maybe I'm wrong.
I feel like a Fallen Divinity.
It is. Fallen Divinity is flat 300. So it is the single most expensive thing in the game at 330 points. For now, at least. And like, it's kind of in a weird spot. So it's a March 6 heavy. You don't necessarily want to play multiple heavies that aren't super fast because they need to all come in on 3 unless you have a bunch of flank. So the Tantor, when you're bringing one, is likely to be your auto in on 3. And what is one of the weirdest stats in the game? The Tantor is Volley 2.
There was a time where that mattered.
So flashback for anybody who has come into the game in the last couple of years. Some of the original concept for the Tantor, way back before version 2 even, the Tantor was intended to have like hunters riding on it, and it did have barrage similar the way the Mahout does now. The Mahout is extremely similar to the early Tantor. Which is interesting. But yeah, so it maintained its Valley 2 despite not having a barrage anymore. It is Clash 2, and Clash 2 for 330 is a little bit rough. It is 16 attacks, which is quite good. It has Relentless Blows, it has Cleave 1, and it has Line Breaker. It has 26 wounds. It is Defense 3, it is Resolve 3, it is Oblivious. It does have six impact. Oh, it's Fearless as well. Fearless Oblivious.
It's
Fearless
actually
Oblivious
good.
on Resolve 3 is quite good. You're gonna save the.
Wait a minute, it's Resolve 3?
Yeah, Resolve 3, Oblivious, Fearless.
Wow, it is really like. Remember watching Land of Time or Lost? What is that stupid dinosaur?
Land Before Time.
Land Before Time. Like it's really embodying. Well, no, it's really embodying like the grandparents of Littlefoot.
Fair. So it has Impact 6 and Brutal 2. So Brutal 2 Linebreaker is a really good stat line, but Impact 6 Clash 2 is not. So
but
there's a little give, little take there. Well, but it doesn't matter on impacts.
No.
So it can get shocked from the Thunder Chieftain, and then it's Clash 3 on these, which is quite good. And then it also has Trample 8. So Trample, if you haven't experienced this rule, at the end of whatever has Trample's activation, whatever is in its front arc that is in contact with it just takes that many hits. It's not attack rolls, it's just that many hits. You don't get any bonuses to them, so they're just on your base defense, and they no longer cause Resolve. They used to cause Resolve. So it's just like, after this thing hits you with its 16 Relentless Blows attacks, you also just take 8 bonus hits. And honestly, those 8 bonus hits are like what tends to finish things off for me with this thing, and it's just been super relevant like all the time. And Trample started out at Trample 10, and then it went to Trample 8, and they did Resolve for both of those, and now it doesn't do Resolve, and it's kind of been chipped away at enough where this thing went from like high A to like A to like low A to now it's probably in that same like B tier spot, kind of like the Apex. But I think the Apex is a little more broadly applicable because it's not 330 points. And then it's got, to jump back into its rules a little bit, it's got 3 different special rules. So it has Towering Presence. This makes it size 4, so you can never hide your Tantor behind things. It counts as 6 stands for the purposes of seizing objectives all the time now. This is a new thing it got. This was the one buff it got. Which
yeah,
is
there you go.
Quite good. So the Tantor now at its 330 points actually is very good at scoring. And then it's got a special rule called March of the Giants. So March of the Giants is the special rule that used to give it Always Inspired. It no longer has Always Inspired. It has the Inspired special rule, but having the inspired special rule does not make you always inspired. So now things that would strip inspired from you, like Terrain or Dread, do. And I actually think that's a big deal for the Tantor because like going through Terrain strips its impacts and inspired, and Clash 2 base is really bad for 330. So yeah, it's kind of just like there's weird chippy stuff that's kind of brought it down some. And then March of the Giants is the strangest special rule in the game. I'm going to read this to you, Mass, and I want you to tell me what this does.
Okay.
This regiment's march characteristic and march distance cannot be negatively affected by abilities, special rules, or terrain.
Okay, so it can't be slowed down?
Okay.
I don't think there's any slowdown effects in the game.
To my knowledge, there is not. So unless this is future proofing, in which case it would be valuable, right now this rule actually does nothing as far as I can tell.
Yeah, it does nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, it actually has a special that appears to do nothing.
Good job.
And like I said, maybe it's future proofing.
Well, the thing is, okay, like we've seen some hints to the 100K. You would think the Earth chapter mage would maybe get hinted at of like a speed reduction. Does it? Okay, how about this? Earth tempered sorcerer and Earth mage. Don't they have? No, they have action reduction, not actual speed reduction.
Yes,
because it only affects the march value itself, right?
Correct. It only affects the march value itself.
Yeah, this rule does.
And march distance. Well, hilariously, this also would not benefit it if something reduces charge distance, because it specifically says march distance, which is a thing I could see happening at some point. Like, cutting a march down to a maximum would be pretty good. Yeah. So there is one other thing it gets. It has its own special unique chant. Now, one of the things they did with this update is, in addition to those bonuses for the chant writers, a couple of things have their own specific unique chant. And you chant that with any 3 markers, it doesn't matter. But like, you don't get any other bonuses. All you get is this special unique chant. And the one for the Tantor is actually really quite good. It's called Dominating Presence. And it counts as 2 additional scoring stands, so now it's up to 8. And it ignores all of those rules or abilities that would make it count as less stands. So it's 8 stands get fucked.
Nice. Good job, Tawny.
It is the Tantor, like, as much as I call it B tier, the Tantor might be the best objective taker in the game. Like, it rolls up
more than the Talos.
Yeah, because it'll take things from the Talos. It rolls up. You can march, charge it into things, and get your tramples in at least, and then your 8 stands. It doesn't fight super well for 330 points. It's like literally a scaled up Mahout. Like, if you math these things out, it does almost exactly the same wounds per point in combat as a Mahout, without the rider, like the gun version of it, which is interesting to me. One of the advantages you do have, though, is because it is scaled up. Like, monsters, because you can't add stands to them, kind of have a cap on what they're interested in fighting. Like, okay, this is what I can get up to. Anything bigger than this, I can't fight anymore because I can't scale my monster. Because the Tantor is scaled up to start with. It can fight decently, quite a breadth of things, and the tramples are really good. It's just kind of like, it was the first of the super monsters, and we've seen several of them since, and so it's just kind of lost a little bit of that luster, and it probably just needs a little bit more of an adjustment. 26 wounds feels like a lot, but it doesn't have hardened. It doesn't have, any of these other things going on with it. So it's just 26 wounds at defense 3. So like, every once in a while, something with volume will just eat 17 wounds off this thing. Because you'll roll bad. Like, that's the thing that happens with the Tantor. And there's one other weird thing about both the Tantor and the Drum Beast that I think catches a lot of people off guard, is they do not have Terrifying.
Really? I do remember that one. It did not have Terrifying. It was super weird.
Is this thing Terrifying 1 or 2? It's like, no, it's not Terrifying at all.
Yeah, just don't.
It's not terrifying. Don't worry about it. Like, it's not bad. It's not like it's unplayable. It does a thing. It does it reasonably well. I think inexperienced players will struggle with it because if you don't put enough into a Tantor, it will wreck your day. Ideally, as the person playing the Tantor, you want the Tantor to end a game with like 2 wounds left. You want to have gotten your value out of that big block of wounds and just kept fighting all game. I personally enjoy playing 2 of them. Like, I like playing them that way. You run 2 Tantor together. They try to dominate a side of the table. You'll likely lose 1 Tantor, but like in the process of losing that Tantor, you'll kill enough stuff that the other one will just become a real struggle to remove.
Yep.
And they take so much to get rid of still. Like, again, it's not bad. It's kind of in this spot where it's like, you know, the Mahout came out, the Talos came out, some of these other monsters came out, and it's like, okay, it's not the Stone Forged like bonus because that thing's bad.
No,
but also it's like, it's not this super monster anymore. And I think some of it is just it was first, it was super monster, and sometimes I think there's a little bit of a challenge of kind of really going back and fully reconsidering this concept. Like, there's only so much you can toy with a concept before you just need to go back and kind of do a full revision. And it's been toyed with a lot. This thing has had 13 or 14 changes to it, mostly downs, because frankly it needed a lot of them. Like, there was a point in time where you could fanatic monsters, so you could run this thing fanatic conquest. So
I remember this thing shooting across the fucking table, and it was like, oh my god, stop.
You know, you were chanting conquest, so it was like a 9-inch march, and then a charge, and then the clash, and then the tramples, and it was dumb. The monsters in general, except the Quaddle, which we will talk about in a little bit, really for the most really for the most part still want conquest, because none of the other monsters in Wadrhun have evasion. They are all D3 hardened, nothing evasion, nothing.
They have kill me stats. They just have wounds, but only the Taunter and Drumbeast have wounds, so it's like,
yes,
the Apex has kill me stats.
It does. Conquest at least gets you to evasion 2, which a lot of times you'll want. They opened it up so you can chant whatever you want with the monsters, but like, they all already have cleave, so you don't care about that. Reroll 6s isn't terrible, but again, it's, you know, like, you can have evasion 2 or you can have reroll 6s, take your pick. And then famine can be okay if you need the extra distance. You just have to realize you may or may not be sacrificing something because your defenses are a little bit victim-y, yes. So yeah, a little bit victim-y.
The victim is inside you.
We have the Scion as our next character, I believe.
Oh boy, we will not be talking about unreleased minis, by the way.
That's fine. There's only 2 in Wadrhun.
I know. It's like Chosen of Famine, Chosen of Death. Of War.
Yeah, so the Scion's a little bit weird. The Scion used to be a super valuable character because your best way to get extra tokens was the crescendo spell.
Yep.
Also, now it's not.
And there's still times you want to cast crescendo, but also like he has a gun now.
Yeah, well, he's got a shitty nuke, as I like to call him. So he's this. Yeah, it is. He's the spellcaster of Wadrhun. He's a priest, not a wizard, which does play a role in a couple of things. He's the buff priest though. Like, he's cleave 3 5 attacks, or cleave 2 clash 3 5 attacks. So like, he actually puts the hit on things. Oddly terrifying in a duel because he's evasion 2 resolve 4.
Yeah,
so like, he's cleave 2. Actually, like, you don't. He's cleave 2. Like, you don't want to duel him. Like, randomly this thing will slap somebody and he doesn't die. Evasion 2 resolve 4 5 wounds himself. A real duelist will absolutely kill him, but he's not like one of those victim stat priest wizards where it's like, I'll duel you and you'll decline. It's like, yeah, the Scion will accept, good sir.
Yeah, no, I personally, like, there have been times where it's like, oh, I should just do a duel. And it's like, no, this never works out. You always die. The math says it's in your favor, but it's like, nope, you just fucking die. Just stop doing the math.
Dueling is sort of weird. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of
there's a bit of me that's like, We did the fishing for reinforcements episode, and there's a bit that got cut out, what I'm really disappointed in. And it's like I talked about dueling Cass and I talked about dueling in that, and there was the idea of like you should do the duel when the regiment clashes. If there's two characters, you can then decide if there's a duel. So it's not tied to the character card drawing into. But you could do like an additional duel if your card is there as well, kind of thing. Like when you draw the character, they can then duel. So you could try and like actually cut out characters, because most of the time it's like you just decline, and then it's like even now, even though you can't score, you might as well decline, because if that like a lot of the characters are just important enough to like you don't want them to die because they provide the buffs you need to be effective for that regiment. So even if you don't get a turn of scoring, you can still win the battle and then score out the rest of it. So decline the duel.
So the Scion also has this weird rule. So the Scion is a cult's character. He is also Cult of Conquest tagged. He has to choose the Cult of Conquest. It is the only cult he can choose. He chooses the Cult of Conquest regardless of whether or not he is your warlord. His warband is Cult of Conquest. On one hand, that's really nice because extra conquest tokens are good. On the other hand, there are a bunch of artifacts and masteries that are restricted to cults.
Yep, and he doesn't get access to them.
He doesn't get access to them. So like there's a bunch of stuff he can't take if he would have wanted to. Like you can't, take a cure Scion and put, deadly blades on a bunch of stuff. You can't take authority, so your braves and blooded never break. I don't know that you take authority anyway. Some of those are weird.
Yeah, you don't.
The best mastery for the warlords is probably vision, which is the conquest one. So it's 30 points. All your characters gain forward force. It's pretty good. His spell list is a little bit hit or miss. He did finally pick up the shitty nuke, so we should talk about that one. Which one is that one? It's Cacophony, I believe.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Cacophony is range 12, attunement 4, 1 hit per success. There's no special rules to it. It's just a base shitty nuke. I wish this worked a little more like the Magma one, where it just did like a flat number of hits when it went off. He's priest 6 though, so he did go up a priest level. He used to be priest 5, which would have made a shitty nuke way worse. But priest 6, he's should be getting 3 or 4 hits, so it's fine. Like it's not bad. There's no armor piercing or anything on them. You'll use that spell a fair bit just because it's something to do. And range 12 isn't horrible. If you put him on a drum beast, his range goes up like 4 or 6. Hold on, I have to look. Plus 4 inches, so you can have a 16-inch shitty nuke.
Hey, that's actually like good.
Yeah, it's not horrible. His other spell, I think, of most note is Crescendo still. So Crescendo is attunement 4. When it goes off, you add a conquest marker, and then you can look at the top 3 cards of your stack and put them back in any order you want. I don't know that second part is one of those things on paper that sounds great, but like if you think back through your games, how often would you have actually wanted to do that? Especially because a lot of times you're drawing a character to entourage.
Yeah.
So like it's neat. I don't know how often it would actually come up. He has dissonance, which is kind of neat. Dissonance is you target friendly regiment within 12. If it chants the battle cry, currently engaged enemy regiments do not benefit from inspired. Like this is one of those things that again sounds neat on paper, but like when you walk through the mechanics of this.
Well, it has a tempo problem. Like fucking stop.
Yeah, well, and it's more than that in this case because you have to cast the spell before the regiment chants. The regiment has to want to chant. The chanting regiment has to currently be engaged with an enemy model when it chants. Like you can't chant and then charge. And then that enemy regiment has to be going after all of that.
That's too much work. Yeah. Can you entourage into it?
Yeah, I mean you could entourage into his own. And
so
maybe
it's
I'm misunderstanding the timing.
No, like then it's your first thing. Like if that's the way it works, then you literally just go like Scion, all that crap, into regiment, chant, clash, you don't kill it, they counter, you're like, okay, cool, you don't get inspire. blah blah blah.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe you can charge into things. It's written very awkwardly. It says until the end of round, when target in a friendly regiment chants the battle cry, currently engaged enemy regiments do not benefit from inspired. So like I read that as like when you are chanting, you have to be engaged because it's currently engaged.
Yeah, so I would agree because there's that thing with is the decay aura spell or the decay zone spell still in there? Please tell me.
Yes.
Oh fuck.
It is. It's called Resonance.
Yeah, it's terrible.
And
that was
the next...
so bad.
So
like one of the worst spells in the entire game.
Resonance is attunement for range 12. You target a zone. Anything currently in that zone gets decay to. So you have to target the zone that already has things in it that you're not going to fight, so that you can give them decay for when they activate. And maybe you do a couple of wounds. You're not even that likely to kill a stand. It's just like it's one of those things that like, oh, this sounds kind of neat, and then you actually walk through it, it's like, this is trash. He does have one really good spell in addition to those other two kind of standard ones. Like you'll use Crescendo, you use the nuke a fair bit, and then Discordance is it's attunement for scaling range 12. It's just target enemy regiment cannot see zones until the end of the round. Like that's really potentially quite good. It is scaling. He is only pre-6, so like it's not necessarily super easy to get off, especially if there's like interference involved or anything. But like this is a turn altering spell. So on the occasion you'll use it, it's quite good, but it's a little short range and you have to be able to target the enemy, and like honestly a lot of times you're just going to be fighting things.
Yep.
So it's potentially quite good if the spacing works out for you. Yeah. And so the other thing is, so the ruling on these, the last I had read, these things that say you cannot seize, those basically count as setting your seizing to 0. So they do not override anything that says the number of seizing stands they can. Yes, they are an always. This is a never, so they count instead of this.
So like whole gray, he gets through.
Yeah, it's worded weirdly, but that is to the best of my understanding how it works. And then the Scion Supremacy ability is, as far as once a game abilities go, this one would be very good.
Is he the deck draw one? I feel like he's still.
He is the deck draw one. But it's a once a game ability, so like you have to be able to get value out of it, and you're not going to get consistent throughout the game like you would with any of the things you really want. So basically, you trigger Vision of Conquest, and you get to search your stack rather than playing off the top. And every regiment just gives you conquest markers, so you can chant kind of whatever you want for a turn. Like it's neat, but it's once a game, so like its value is kind of automatically hindered by you get one turn of this, use it well.
Yeah.
Again, artifacts and masteries are a little bit restricted because he's conquest only. Granted, the ones you'd probably want are conquest. The conquest artifact is Roar of the Tribe, which is another one of those weird required ones. So it's infantry only. That infantry regiment has to chant conquest tier 2, and then you get blessed. And it's 30 points. So it's got a bunch of timing things, it's got a bunch of requirements, and it's 30 points. Or, hear me out, for 25 points you can take Beads of Death and have Tenacious.
Anal Beads of Death and have Tenacious.
Like, for 5 points cheaper, you get something that just works that you don't have to fiddle with.
Yep.
So prior to this update, the biggest draw for the Scion, because he was really, honestly, a terrible caster,
but he had
his Warband was amazing. Yeah, so previously he was the only way to get Chosen in your army. So he has Braves Blooded and then Chosen of Conquest as mainstay, and then he has the rest of the Chosen and the Drum Beast as restricted. Now, because your Warlord can always take a couple of units of Chosen of whatever they choose, you do have other options to get them, which is super nice and one of my favorite parts about the update. But it does, I think, devalue the Scion a smidge. Chosen of Conquest are still really good. If you wanted to vision on some Chosen of Conquest, the Scion's not a terrible way to do it. But 110 for him, 210 for Chosen. It's an expensive package when you can probably just sneak some Chosen into your Warlord.
Yeah, but they've always been that way. And are those new Chosen, are they mainstays or are they restricted?
They are mainstays.
Oh, okay, then yeah, you totally do that.
Yeah.
So I feel okay, here's the thing. I feel like you're taking him for a Chosen dip in your list, or You're chosen maxing, where you're just going all chosen.
Yeah, and I mean, the Chosen of Conquest are probably good enough to consider, cock maxing, as the case may be.
as the kids call it.
We're so juvenile, but yeah, I mean, there's definitely, there's something to be said for that. Chosen of Conquest are still really good, even if they changed a little bit and got a little bit worse. So Chosen of Conquest, we can jump right into it. There's not a lot else to talk about with the Scion. Like he
gives Chosen
low B. Yeah, he's fine. You're probably not going to take him as Warlord. Vision of Conquest is sort of nice if you're starting out, because being able to draw whatever you want or play whatever you want card-wise is helpful. Once you're a little more experienced, I don't know how much you care about something like that, which was always kind of my complaint about that one.
Well, okay, so his supremacy was very much like...
It's not bad.
No, it's not bad, but like, if you know how to build your deck and play the game, you don't need it. It's right. A handicap.
It's a bit of a crutch.
Remove your crutches. Stop playing with your crutches. Get out of here. I'm gonna fucking run away from this, God. I know what's about to happen.
So let's talk about some Chosen. Okay. So all of the Chosen have the cult's battlefield role, and then they'll have the battlefield role for cult of whatever their cult is. They always give tokens of their cult. They may only chant from their cult. All of them get a special bonus for chanting. Chosen of Conquest and Chosen of Death are the two that are released. Chosen of Conquest is by far the better of the two. Chosen of Conquest changed a little bit in the update. So they went from 7 wounds down to 6, and they went from March 5 up to March 6. And then they went from 230 points down to 210. Where Chosen of Conquest got a little bit more of a nerf is in the way the chants work. So they used to have the fanatic rule. So basically when you chanted, you got a bonus token out of thin air. So you could always entourage into your Chosen and immediately chant, and you'd be chanting at tier 3 because that was when you had a tier 3.
And that's when you cock max across the table and your opponent goes, aha, I baited you because you wanted to go Need for Speed and got shot in the face for it.
So it's kind of worth talking about how Conquest changed, because Conquest, I think I talked about this at the very beginning of this, went from March 3 down to March 2. So Chosen of Conquest going from March 5 up to March 6 really just kind of evened back out, because they're March 8 most of the time. Mm-hmm. And then it's
probably why they went down, to be honest. So it affects everyone else.
Yeah.
The cock stays the same. To be honest, the cock really did not change.
Well, so they used to be able to get to evasion 3, and now they are capped at evasion 2, and they did lose that wound. So they are actually quite a bit less.
They deserved it, by the way.
Less bulk. Probably. I mean, 230 was, they were the most expensive infantry in the game. 210, they're reasonable. They're not bad by any means. Defense stats, they're defense 3, resolve 4, evasion 1. They are 6 wounds. They are Clash 3. They are 5 attacks. They do have Cleave 1 base. They are the rare Cleave 1 regiment in Wadrhun. And they have 2 impacts randomly. They're almost like a medium cav regiment when you factor in that March buff, and that their chant bonus is to give them back triple action. So a lot of times what you'll see with Chosen of Conquest is they're going to be able to March Charge Clash, Bear Shark style.
Bear Shark style, that's what we're calling it now?
Probably. The other kind of interesting thing with Chosen of Conquest is, assuming Vanguard goes to 3, which is an assumption, you're going to probably want to set up them chanting as you enter the board. So regiments do not give you a token as they come on, but nothing prevents you from spending them. And if you spend your chant with Chosen of Conquest,
so let me get this straight. So if you can generate a bunch of tokens and then they come on, they can chant it when they come onto the table, they can actually do a bunch of crap.
And then they can triple action, because that's what's going to let you get onto objectives.
That's how you're gonna Vanguard.
That's your fake Vanguard, yes. So one of the other changes.
No, they can't get Vanguard and the triple action, can they?
They cannot. No. You do not get character tags onto regiments like when you join them. So like if you put a chieftain in Chosen of Conquest, they aren't tribes. It does not pass along. That isn't noted anywhere. Like I had to ask that in an email.
Oh yeah, did you put that email in the BonkTable Discord where it was very much what the fuck was it?
I don't think I did actually.
Oh, shameful display.
Yes, terrible of me, I know. So part of this though is that you do have to, because you have to do it with conquest, you do have to kind of figure out how you're getting light conquest tokens on, which probably means slingers, but because you need those tokens, those slingers probably aren't chanting onto. So like it's not hard to do per se. It does,
but it depends on
costs.
your list build, I feel.
Yeah, it has costs to do. And then, like those bonuses for you get when you chant do not require you to chant 2. So one of the changes that made with chanting in general is you used to be able to like just spend 2 tokens to chant tier 1. You can't do that anymore. But you can still chant just tier 1. So like you need 2 conquest tokens and any other token as they're coming in, and you'll spend your 2 conquest and you'll lose that third one. It will become unsung, which is basically just discarded unless you have a 10-point mastery. And then you'll get tier 1 and you'll get that bonus because you did chant, which is all you want anyway. So it's not like hard to do. It does require you to like build this and want to do it this way. They do get a free standard now. Their standard used to be 20 points, so they are very fast if they triple march on with the chant. And yeah, like they have they're medium cav. That's the way to look at it. Like they're infantry, but they have impacts. They're very fast with the triple action. They are decidedly worth their 210. You know, I don't know that I think Chosen of Conquest are necessarily like hard S tier because 210 is expensive, but they're definitely at minimum A. Like they're very good, and that you can sneak them into any list you want. Basically, is very nice. The opposite end of the spectrum is Chosen of Death, which are one of the most disappointing things in this update. So, Chosen of Death are 220 points. They have defense 0, but they have evasion 2. They have resolve 3. They are 5 wounds. If they chant, they go to evasion 3.
And if they chant tier 2, they're going to be rerolling 6s.
Yes, they are going to be rerolling 6s. They have 6 attacks at Clash 3. They have Flurry. They have Flawless Strikes. They picked up Loose Formation at some point, like partway through these updates.
Well, they're not even out yet, and I don't think... Do
they are. They are out. They are released. Fuck. Yes.
They are out in the world.
End of November.
Oh, okay. So when I was away. Cool.
Yes. And they are 70 points per extra stand. So they're 220 base. They are more than Chosen of Conquest. They are 70 points per extra stand. They at 190, I would play these. I don't know that I would play them at 200, and I certainly wouldn't play them at 220. They're legitimately 20 or 30 points overcosted. The other thing that gets kind of wonky with this stuff is they don't mesh well with Cult of Death like extras
at all.
So they don't. They have Loose Formation, but the Cult of Death artifact is Death's Gaze that gives impact 3, but you can't because they have Loose Formation. And then the Death Warlord Mastery says for every 2 stands a non-monster Cult of Death regiment destroys as part of a charge or a clash, it gets +1 evasion to a maximum of 3, but they're going to get that anyway if they chant. Yeah. So, like, that doesn't do much for them. They probably would be okay with Cure. Like, if you've got Flurry, Flawless Strikes, and Deadly, like, that's a pretty good combo. But, like, at various points when we saw these things, they were quite a bit different than this. Like, they were 8 attacks pre-update when they weren't released. We saw them in a happy hour at 7 attacks, 190.
I remember that one.
Really, really good. And somehow they managed to make their way to 6 attacks, 220. And when they were 190 in that preview, they were evasion 3 base, so they would have had a different special rule they were getting. So, like, that's a weird... Like, they lost a special rule, lost an attack, lost an evasion, and went up 30 points at some point during this testing process. they weren't that good. So I mean, I just these ones are just a huge miss for me. And this is another one where these models are fantastic. If you haven't seen the models, they are great. It's blindfolded chicks with swords. Like it's kind of awesome.
Who don't want blindfolded chick with sword?
Basic 2 swords. Like it's great. Swords, There's a short story in the lore thing about some dumbass in the 100 Kingdoms invading a Chosen of Death lair. Like that's a terrible idea. The Chosen of Death.
I'm really not surprised about that guy.
The Cult of Death and the lore for Wadrhun is like more like your nurses, healers, midwives sort of things. Mm-hmm. So like I don't know, he wanted to attack the babies, and then their whole like spec ops unit got obliterated by like 3 chicks with swords. The 3 blindfolded nurses
to live your life,
shit, man.
Yeah.
It's actually a really good short story piece. I will say that Parabellum is really good with the little short story fluff pieces. I like them a lot.
I want books.
I do too. I want to do like lore episodes, but tough, it's so hard to just like organize. Like I'm kind of waiting for the RPG books, and I'm hoping there's a lot of lore focus in them.
Well, there's got to be just how the whole like setting functions, like all that background. That's gonna be sweet. But there's all like a bunch of lore that's in a book that came out like years ago that's not been reprinted or like published anywhere else. So it's just kind of like
I do have a copy.
Okay, because like for me, it's all like secondhand stories.
Yeah, I do have a copy of that. And that's the 2 Chosen that are released. Like Conquest are great. Death are legitimately like D tier. There's a reason I've been shortening them to chode on the Discord.
Fucking chodes.
It's a bit juvenile, but it amuses me, and that's
but we talk about the cock.
Upset about them.
Like when I was living with my
cock is better than chode apparently.
No, I was living with my Saskatoon family. My buddy there, him and I were talking about cock, and his wife was like, "Wow, you guys are really something." It's like, what do you mean? It means Crisis of Convergence or like Chosen of Conquest. What are you like? You're not into the acronym?
Convergence of series. Like, and none of those things had any names anyone knew, so everything was just like the dongulator.
What was the spider dildo? That's my favorite. That fucking dildo hands. Yeah, it's just like cool.
Oh man, this is gonna go over so many people's heads, but there's gonna be so many more who are just gonna be sitting there cackling. Yeah. I know you said we're not gonna talk about unreleased models, but I'm gonna mention them briefly here.
Is it
the only thing unreleased?
I don't care about the famine. Fuck those guys. Talk about the war boys.
Yes. So Chosen of Famine and Chosen of War are unreleased. Chosen of Famine got pulled all the way back to preview, so like I have no idea what's actually gonna.
Well, they have to be redone. They don't have a spot.
They're a little bit wonky. But Chosen of War, I think, is worth at least briefly mentioning because they are brutes and they are bulky. And with this idea that you can take 2 Chosen as mainstays with your Warlord, these probably aren't enough to get you away from Conquest, but they'd be pretty close. So the thing that has been consistent with them is that they are Resolve 4 base. They have D3, a shield, and 6 wounds. So like they are, as far as Wadrhun goes, these things are very bulky. And then they've consistently had Cleave 1 and Line Breaker, which is just, it's a nice stat line. Like they're elite, so they'll be Clash 3. So Clash 3, a decent chunk of attacks, a big chunk of wounds, low 200s for points is probably where they'll end up. It's placeholdered at 200. They were 210 previously. It was likely.
Well, here's the thing about their 210. Like before, when we had the old chant system, they would have been on par with Ashendon, and it was like ooh.
Worse. They would have been worse than Ashendon.
Yeah, no, because they would have been Defense 5 or something.
Defense 5, yeah. Like they could not release this regiment is probably one of the main reasons why chants had to change.
Yeah, because they
Chosen of War would have been Defense 4, Shield, Resolve 5, Blessed. And self-buffing to that. Like, you didn't need to do anything else. They just had to chant. And they counted as 2 of their 3 tokens. I think they'll be really good. My concern with Chosen of War, kind of regardless of how they wind up, is there enough reason... Is Chosen of War enough reason to not play your Warlord in Conquest? I don't know the answer to that until we see them.
Yeah.
I have a sneaking suspicion it's probably not. But like I would kind of like to experiment with these things in like a chieftain build, but then they don't have vanguard, so they're not. They're not. It's not quite as bad because they're M6, so they'd be 12 versus like a 15 move. But like Chosen of Conquest become really important to Wadrhun if they're one of the few mediums that can get onto an objective on turn 2. Because Wadrhun doesn't really have light scoring. So if you don't have light scoring and your mediums can't get there on turn 2, do you want to be playing a list that can't really score until 3?
No, because as I've mentioned, the meta is shifting towards light scoring, and you now need to build a list that is either light scoring or counter light scoring.
Yeah, and you can sort of counter light scoring with a speakers list because you can just punish people for getting on objectives with your pace, and Raptors can help you hold until you can apply Thunder Riders to face. But
I think it's been stated that like speakers is the light scoring punishment list. Like well, I don't know how long we'll continue talking, but like at some point we're gonna get into like the two builds, the speakers and the tribes, and like what they're kind of doing and why they are. Because like one is the light scoring and the other one, well, I don't know if it's light scoring, but like one is
it was medium scoring, but it was fast, so it was turn 2. And the other one was, you wanted to get onto this objective. Well, I've got Raptors here, and when you kill the Raptors, my Thunder Riders are coming for you.
Yeah. So one of them punishes and one of them does.
Yeah. And it's like competitive wise, it's a good way to have two lists because they do play differently. Like I said, it's really hard to look at this update from a competitive perspective and say anything negative about it because there's a couple of really reasonable ways to play this that have really strong lists, and that rewards you for playing well. The other regiment we have to talk about now is the Drum Beast.
Yeah, okay. Talk about how bad
it's terrible.
Why?
So it's 310 points. And it traded offense for a relatively not helpful buff. So it's 310. Offensive stats start out the same. Well, stats in general are very similar to the Tantor. They're basically the same platform. It's 26 wounds. It's D3, R3, Oblivious, Fearless, M6. All that stuff's fine. Instead of 16 attacks, it only has 12. So you are paying 310 points for 12 attacks.
And the Tantor is 16?
16.
Yeah, you're getting fucked.
I'm gonna be real honest
here. That is the anal beads of death.
Yes, and it's just not have relentless blows. Instead, it has drumbeat, which is when a friendly regiment within 10 adds a chant marker, it just gets to add a second one, which is great if you had a bunch of stuff that wanted to chant. But again, you don't really have that anymore.
Didn't we also determine that the one remaining officer also kind of does that, and it's not worth it?
Yeah, the one remaining officer does that exact same thing, and it's not really worth it. And then it still only counts as 3 stands for scoring. It didn't get the buff to 6, oddly. And then its chant, instead of making it just the best scoring thing around, its unique chant is called Primal Cacophony. And when you chant this, enemy regiments within 10 use their lowest resolve characteristic.
Okay.
But it's not unmodified. So this only matters if they have a character in the regiment that has higher resolve than the regiment base.
What the fuck is going on with this fucking game? Sorry, like Elden Ring is literally just like having an aneurysm.
It bugs out all the time.
Well, it's just like something's pushing me and I don't understand it.
That's nice.
And it's causing problems because it's like, okay, this shouldn't be pushing me, and now it's gonna push me to death. So, what the fuck, game? Anyway,
so it's got a bad chant. It's got less offense for 310, and then to top it all off, its battlefield role is cults, not speakers, so it cannot even gain shock.
Yeah, and it's in the shock warband, if I recall correctly.
It is not. It is in
not?
only the. No, it is only the matriarch queen and the scion.
Oh, then what was I? I feel like it was at one point.
Maybe it might have been. It might have been a long time.
I swear
ago.
It was because it was like, hey, all these things get shock, and it was in a warband where it was like it was the only thing that didn't get shock. And it was like, hey,
it doesn't
why?
get shock, man. Yeah, it's just bad. Like it's solidly like 50 points overcosted. Like, it's not as durable as a Mahout or a Talos. It doesn't do more damage than a Mahout or a Talos. It has worse support abilities than a Talos, and it has a chant that doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
I don't understand how this happened. Like, I don't know how, like, this.
It's always struggled though. The Drum Beast.
It has.
Like, people were like, "Oh, I'm amazed by the Drum Beast." It's better than the Tauntaur, but it's like, nah, the Tauntaur kind of just like slaps. The Drum Beast was the Drum Beast was his whole thing was like, what the fuck was it?
It's all it used to let you
fixing your it was like fixing your chant problem, and it was like, okay, but like, just get rid of your crutches. Like, this is a fundamental part of Wadrhun, to be honest.
Yeah, I never valued that very highly. It's just like it has to have more attacks to function, and like that chant Primal Cacophony needs to like do something. And yeah, it's really bad. Like, at some point it would be cheap enough where you take it because it's 26 wounds, but that might legitimately be like 260 to 270 maybe. But like I can't think of anything else in the game where I've looked at it and been like, this thing's like 50 points overcosted. Like, that's why I call it the worst thing in the game. And like I said, I'm not like 100% sure it is. I'm sure somebody's going to be like, well, actually, and they might very well be right. Like, there's entirely something I'm forgetting about that's actually the worst thing in the game. But like, it's gotta be in that discussion.
Okay.
Like,
what do we have left here? We did that Drum Beast. We got the Thunder Chieftain and his Thunder Riders. Then we got the Winglord and his Quaddle. Yeah. Okay, we have to come back to this because I kind of want to see if there's anything actually worse.
like I said,
I don't have anything off the top of my head, but I might have to do research. Because there's a bit of me that's like, I want to just like throw fucking something stupid from 100k in there, but like initially doesn't look bad, but is actually just stupid and wasting your time.
Well, I think all of the 100k stuff at least is like relatively cheap. Like, is the Raj this bad? Like the character
Sidar. He doesn't have.
Which one's bad?
He's the one who doesn't have any spells. The Raj has spells. The Sidar does not.
I thought all the Raj's spells all have like
they buff his unit.
All regimental buffs with scaling.
So, and he like wants to be and he wants to take that like Lord of Conflict thing or whatever, what makes him a brute, so he can sit in Flame Dance or
You could convince me maybe that's worse.
No,
the Drum Beast is.
I feel like that still has meme spec. The Drum Beast does not have meme spec. Like, you're bad, but you aren't even considered for memes.
It's rough, and it's another one of these things where like this is like a $200 kit.
Yeah,
like I know cost shouldn't factor into rules, but like when you miss with something cheap, like you miss with a literal centerpiece model, man. Come on.
That's why everyone's buying Tauntaurs.
I mean, I've got one. He's partly painted. It's a really neat kit too, because you get like it's a Tauntaur with a drum set on top of it and like a gong.
You need the Doof Rider from Mad Max. Just fucking banging on that thing. and then it like have the Doof Rider was the guitar guy. You need that guy like mounted on the thing.
Be all right. So we can jump to the Thunder Chieftain. Let's not spend too much time on the Drum Beast because it's
we got to come back and figure out what's worse.
We can try.
Is that
the Thunder Chieftain?
What are you doing tomorrow?
I have to work tomorrow, and then we are going out for. We're going to a.
You just say you're busy, but
Edgar Allan Poe themed speakeasy, where they're going to be reading riffs on Poe and serving cocktails.
What the fuck? Okay. Where'd you find that? You live in the middle of nowhere. How far are you driving for that?
2.5 hours.
2.5 hours.
Uh-huh. I drive to everything, though. It's fine.
I know.
I live in the middle of nowhere.
I know you live.
I'm driving.
That's why I'm telling you, Manitoba would be perfect for you because it's the same fucking thing. Yeah. We have condensed 90% of our population in the province into one city.
It'd be just fine.
While it's kind of weird.
Yeah, I'm down with that. So we have the Thunder Chieftain. The Thunder Chieftain is extra weird by the way. There's some weird shit in here. The Thunder Chieftain's 150 points, which does make him one of the more expensive characters in the game. He does have the stat line to back it up, though. So this is kind of the other character where you'd look at a lot of the times as being your warlord. So he's Clash 3. He has 6 attacks. He has 6 wounds. So when they gave Thunder Riders defense 4?
Yeah.
They gave the Thunder Chieftain defense 4, and as far as I know, they didn't take it away. So I think he's technically defense 4 still. Yeah, I know. So he
still is. Oh my god.
Yes, he is a chieftain merged with a Thunder Rider. So it's impact 4, it's brutal 2, it's line breaker, but he also has cleave 2 on those 6 attacks, and he does have 2 tramples. And then the big important special rule here is he still has Ride the Lightning, which gives the Thunder Rider regiments in his warband flank. So flank on heavies is really important, I think, currently, because you can't really be coming on with something slow on turn 4 and 5 because it's just too long to get there. So Ride the Lightning, and these are slow. Thunder Riders get complained about a lot in the 100K channel, but also they are March 6.
Yeah, it doesn't fucking matter because you want to March Star Juggernaut anyway. You out-threat the Crimson Towers.
Now they have Juggernaut, so yes.
Even before, you still want to do the same because you just trample, and you had the shock from the Thunder Chieftain, so you were just hitting better than the Crimson Towers. That's the whole stick there. Is that it was just you were able to have your cake and eat it too, while the Crimson Towers just fucking suffered.
Well, you were also 50 points more expensive than Crimson Towers for most of pre-update time.
Yeah, but you fucking worked.
You did. They worked. Thunder Riders have always sort of worked, but it's just for a long time 250 was too much.
Fucking points to these for that spot. Now, hold on, let me.
220.
Stop talking to Melania. Melania, shut the fuck up. They're
220 now.
Yeah, you can go fuck yourself.
So, and the Thunder Chieftain used to be 160. So to take a minimum Thunder Riders with a Thunder Chieftain was 410 points. So his supremacy, speaking of shock, is Thunderous Assault. That gives all Speaker's regiments shock. So to run down Speaker's quick, that's all your things on dinosaurs except the Drum Beast, who is cults, and it is hunters. So there's a bunch in there, and he's got some decent stuff to take. There is one mastery specifically worth talking about with the Thunder Chieftain, because
the Thunder Chieftain embodiment of Thunder Rider Kid?
Well, no, that's an artifact. So there is a mastery in Teachings of War. It does not require you to be war. It only requires you to be a Thunder Chieftain. It is resilience. It is 20 points, and all your Thunder Rider regiments gained hardened, and you're taking that if you're taking this guy. Even if you're only taking one regiment of Thunder Riders, you still want them to be hardened because they're D3. You need that on them since you can't Blessed War them anymore. The artifact that would work theoretically on them, the Horn of Ronin, does require you to be war, but because this guy's going to be your warlord a lot, you're probably not going to take this, and it's a bit of a trap. It's the cavalry regiment. Well, so here's the thing.
With war, you can cleave 1. They don't have cleave 1. Once they get in there, but you could just blow shit up with them anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
That's what I mean. It's a bit of a trap because I don't think they need it. So the Horn of Ronin is cavalry regiment, chance war 2. They gain trample +2. I would actually play this on Raptors before I'd play it on Thunder Riders.
Can you imagine the mounted predator? It's oh, the meme spec is real. I'm alive. He's coming out of the grave.
They could use the tramples, and the Thunder Riders already have it. Yes, telling your opponent to roll 20 defense dice because you're an asshole and played Horn of Ronin on a bunch of Thunder Riders is hilarious. But also, 5 stands of Thunder Riders blow up whatever they touch.
Yeah, now you're deathballing. And,
so it's how that goes. Not worth it.
But they also can get out of it, unlike other cav death balls from 100K, because they can just be I clash and I trample, and I just do enough damage and get the fuck out.
Yeah. They are really good. They're really good cavalry. They definitely hit it with Thunder Riders. This is where Juggernaut actually works. So before we get into Thunder Riders, I have
what do you mean
complaints.
Before we get into Thunder Riders, they're good. What are you complaining about?
So the Thunder Chieftain, his only mainstay that speakers is the Thunder Riders. Like everything else is not. I don't think you take vets with him because they won't get flurry with him, which does hurt them a fair bit. Braves and Blooded both give you a cheap option. You might take that if you're short on points. You can take 2 regiments of Thunder Riders. You'll likely be able to take a Chosen. All of those things are probably worth doing. And then your restricteds, you have Tantor, Quaddle, Raptors, and Warbred. I actually think there is something to be said for bringing a unit of Raptors with him and possibly putting him in the Raptors. I kind of mentioned this earlier. So you get to decide where your characters are at, like right before the first supremacy. It's not part of list build. So it's one of those things where it's like, if you think you can get away with him on the table early, putting him in Raptors isn't a horrible idea.
Nope.
And his supremacy does require him to be on the table. Raptors are a little bit less durable, though, so you do have to be a little bit careful with that. That's not, super great.
Yeah, but also I feel like the Raptors are forward at that point. You can pick off Raptors easier than you can do a block of like Thunder Riders who are being held back.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of one of those things. You have options if you want them. I like a Raptors with him. I think like the ideal with this would be like Thunder Riders, Tantor, because you're getting all 3 heavies on 3, and like that's a lot to come on the table. I think it's too expensive to like legitimately do though. The Tantor is the problem there. I think double Thunder Riders is pretty reasonable with him. Maybe you throw some Quaddle in there now to give you some mediums. That's a real thing. Artifact wise, like I said, I don't think you take the horn. You can definitely make a case for Beads of Death here because as expensive as Thunder Riders and the Thunder Chieftain is, having Hardened 1 and Tenacious 1 is really quite good. It's also possibly worth considering Kiss of the Dilosaur because Kiss of the Dilosaur is on all hits, so it works on his impacts. Yeah. Like that's not horrible. Like this thing can make 10 attacks a turn. Like that's probably worth doing.
We call that work.
Yeah. So to jump into Thunder Riders, 220. They are March 6. We already mentioned this. They are Clash 3. They are very frequently going to have Shock, which is going to be important for them. 5 attacks is not a bad thing, especially because you can give them Cleave. They do have 6 wounds, but they are kind of victim stat because they're D3 R3. Which is why you're going to take that Hardened an awful lot. With the Chieftain, you'll be at least R4 because of stand bonus, which is good. Brutal Impact 2, Line Breaker, Impact 4, Trample 2. And then they have 2 unusual special rules. The Juggernaut rule we've already talked about. Their charge distance is always March +5, so it's an 11-inch charge. But with these clowns, you can March charge because they have a lot of impact and brutal. And then they have one kind of odd rule, which is pretty neat. They have Devastating charge, so if they March charge, they go to Brutal 3 Line Breaker.
Yeah, what's good. On top of their Clash, so their Clash 4, Brutal 3, coming from downtown, doing a ton of fucking hits and damage, and then they're trampling and just like they just take the world. And it's like, okay, Crimson Tower's best shock tab in the world. How about you just fucking go in the dumpster? Dumpster hard.
I mean,
I'm Ron Swanson, and I'm just throwing the computer out. But it's Crimson Towers at this point. Like my life,
Triceratops, man.
Yeah, no, the Triceratops run, but like it's a dinosaur, so it has to be faster than the horse. How fast was the Triceratops? Probably faster than an
slow as shit, actually. So the other thing that I think is interesting here is like, so Juggernaut makes you that flat 11, but you can still chant Conquest to get the bonus on your March. So you can't just be like, well, I'll just try to, screen or stay 17 out, because they can get to 19, and you just can't realistically stay 17 to 19 inches away from these fuckers.
No.
It
might as well just be like, can you get out of slinger range? Like, that's the...
Yeah, it's the same sort of thing. They are really good. This is probably an A-tier character and an A-tier regiment. And on top of that, they work really well together. Like, this is clearly designed together. In a way I think it's good because I don't think they're like OP or unfair. I do think it is one of those things. Again, we talk about this when you're first starting. Like Thunder Riders will wreck people early because if you don't understand screens, you will lose important things to Thunder Riders because Thunder Riders sort of just kill what they touch.
Yeah, or you don't have a counter to like either kind of lock them down. Like one of the counters to Thunder Riders is the same thing you do to Cav. You just run something in to like just kind of hold them down because like they lose a lot of their special rules and ability if they're not fucking moving. And that's what you just need to do.
Well,
just need to hold them
Thunder Riders will fight their way out eventually, but by that point, like you've stalled momentum enough and probably scored enough points because they're not super fast. If you can get them,
or you've killed a standard too. What's even worse?
Yeah. One of the other things to mention with just the way this works, impacts and tramples don't care about your frontage, so you can run Thunder Riders narrow. I routinely run them too wide.
Yeah.
There's no reason not to. Like you don't care that much about their attacks. Like their attacks aren't bad, but if you've got the Thunder Chieftain regiment, like you can run them in a 2x2 block, and you're still actually getting pretty decent attacks because you'll get 6 from the leader stand and 6 from the Thunder Chieftain, so you're still getting like 14 attacks. Like it's not bad, and it makes it so you're so much more maneuverable. Being a 2x2 is almost as maneuverable as a monster stand. It's just a little bit bigger.
Yeah, but then also you're a square, so you actually move differently than the rectangle, and the monster stand is a square. So
yes,
it's actually easier to move
the
square.
Yeah, it's not a bad kind of idea to do with them. There's his warband is pretty good. I wish he had hunting pack in here instead of like veterans.
No, because that would be fucking horrible.
It'd be OP. You think that'd be horrible?
If he had restricted hunting pack, you'd just take 2 Thunder Riders, 2 hunting pack, and be like, done. Print money button.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I'm not like.
I'd be
so
like,
you could do 2 Thunders, 2 Raptors, or is that too expensive because the Raptors are 180?
Or you could take 2 Thunder Chieftains and 4 Thunder Riders, and 2 Tauntors.
It's so you can build that list. It is super expensive.
Like what, money wise or point wise?
Both. I have played that, believe it or not. I have done nothing for 2 turns and then put 6 things on the table.
Did your opponent look at you and was like, God damn it?
This was well before a bunch of updates, and it was when Old Dominion was still really slow and my opponent was playing Old Dominion.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Yeah. It was pretty funny. We had a good time with that one. That was many moons ago, as the case may be. I think that's our last regiment to go. No, we've got the Clawdle,
we get the Wing Lord and the Clawdle. So Wing Lord.
Yeah, so let's jump into the Wing Lord. So
I'm so glad that you're an insomniac. You can just stay up.
Oh, it's not a problem.
This is nothing. I've been up until like 5 in the morning and only got 2 hours of sleep and said, yeah, off to work I go.
The Wing Lord is 210. It's March 9. It is Volley 3. It is Clash 3. It's got that rule that gives it free barrage. It's barrage 6, range 14, armor piercing 1. So it's getting some decent shots. It's 11 attacks at cleave 1. It makes 6 impacts with no brutal base. If it marches over something with its fly rule that is size 1, it just like does 5 hits to it. And then if it charges into your flank, it goes from brutal nothing to brutal 2.
Please.
Yeah. It is defense 3, evasion 2, so it doesn't need that conquest chant so badly, and it is resolve 3.
What the fuck is this stupid thing?
And then it has a unique.
There's this big beautiful face in the portrait. Oh boy.
That's the Quaddle.
It's a medium.
The Wing Lord is the character. They are mediums. The Wing Lord has its own unique chant. It's called Predatory Shriek. It's the same thing. Discard any 3 tokens. And the regiment gains Terrifying +1. It does not have Terrifying base. So for this thing, it's just Terrifying 1. But if you take a Wing Lord, all of your speakers monsters can do the Predatory Shriek as a chant. So like you could do it on an Apex and be Terrifying 3, which is pretty funny. I don't know that's that good, but you can make a Apex Predator Terrifying 4, which is meme worthy. The Winglord cannot be your warlord. It doesn't get to take any artifacts or masteries or anything like that. I wish they had a section in the rulebook on character monsters, because this thing can duel, but it doesn't get. It doesn't get.
Does not get a free duel.
No, it doesn't get a free duel. It would have to use one of its things as a duel, and it doesn't get to make attacks when you kill it if it hasn't gone yet. Whatever that rule is that I can't think of right at the moment. It doesn't get a die fighting.
Really?
Yeah, character monsters don't, because they're just dead. Yeah, it's like I wish they had a section.
So the Fallen Divinity doesn't get a die fighting?
No, none of the monster characters do.
Huh. Oh, wow, that's right. Now we have like 2 more monster characters from the Titans.
Yeah.
Oh my god, so I can't wait to do the fucking Nords episode.
Like, I think there's something funny you can do if you have like a character monster fighting another character monster, where you could clash with them and then try to duel them and just get to attack twice.
Please stop!
The character monsters are pretty good, probably pretty decent at dueling, just because they have the volume and the wounds. Like, they're not likely to die. Like, what's going to do 16 wounds to this thing? Probably not a lot. And 11 attacks back is pretty decent with Cleave 1 and Clash 3. So one of the things about the Winglord Predator and the Quaddle is that, like, none of these stats are like overwhelmingly good. Like, 11 attacks at Cleave 1 for 210 isn't that great. No. 6 impacts at Clash 3, no brutal, isn't that amazing for 210. The Barrage 6 thing it's good but not great. Like, it's a fairly small number. It's just that it can feasibly do like all of this, and then all of a sudden you're making like 25 attacks in a turn. And because it's March 9, it's got fly, it can move over engagements. The Mounted Hunters lets it make that barrage for free, and it has fluid formation. So you're thinking, well, you can't fluid formation and barrage, and you probably can't, but fluid formation lets you shoot out of any arc, and because it's a single stand regiment, like literally it just shoots out, it can shoot out its ass. So like you can march over something, do 5 attacks to it, or 5 hits to it with Bird of Prey, shoot it out of your own ass, and then charge something that it was trying to screen behind it.
I hate this thing.
That's a thing you can do. It's quite good.
Does it die? Does it at least die?
Yeah, I mean, it's 16 wounds, defense 3. Like, it's not amazing. For 210, like I think it's actually pretty reasonably well costed at 210. You know, you're only probably taking 1. Its warband is very slim. It can take hunting pack or raptor riders for a mainstay.
It can't shoot in melee though. I don't think it has.
Correct. It cannot shoot in melee, so you have to be out of melee to shoot. It has hunting pack and raptors for a mainstay, and it has restricted an apex or a quaddle. I think a lot of the times one of the things that like is really nice about this, because it's a monster character, like you're sneaking an extra regiment out of a warband because it's its own regiment. So like it's a 5 regiment warband, but also a Winglord and a hunting pack is the same cost as a Tantor. Like, I took a Tantor out of my 2 Tantor list and was like, let's just take a Winglord and a hunting pack. Like, that's the same cost. It's an even swap. And I think you get quite a bit more out of this, just with flexibility. And you're a medium that's March 9, so you're able to get onto a lot of objectives. You're also, the only medium speakers are the Winglord and the Quaddle. So like, even if they weren't as good as they are, and they are both very, very good, like if you really wanted to lean into the speaker's theme, like you're playing them, because you can't not play with mediums. Like if you think about your lists, like you build in any faction, like a pretty substantial percentage of it is probably mediums. So like the Quaddle and the Winglord would see play almost regardless, just because they're the only medium speakers. That they're both very good runs the risk of having lots of Quaddle and Winglord. Maybe not like, you know, that Adepticon with all the Ash and Dawn numbers, but
that was its own problem. That was literally like,
yeah, definitely. Like it's not that problem, but I can definitely see a lot of lists running 1 of each, maybe 2 Quaddle. You know, you can run 1 or 2 of these 2 things together really well. You know, I don't think you want to run like 7 of them unless you're doing it for the memes, but that meme is pretty damn funny.
Yeah.
And unlike the other monster characters, it is not limited to 2 things in its warband. It does have the full 4. So you could do like Winglord, Hunting Pack, Quaddle, Quaddle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, its other monsters are in its restricted. It's not its mainstay.
I'm not saying how Wadrhun is like bad. To be honest, I think there's a lot of good things in Wadrhun. It does a lot of good things. As well.
Yeah. There's it's this thing, right? Like some things hit it really well. And even if they're not necessarily strong, they hit it really well. But then you look at something like the Drum Beast. It's like, why does this exist? How did this happen?
Yeah, like
I have shifted to calling it very uneven. And I think that's a more accurate statement than trying to say this, the update was good or bad. I think the update was very uneven. There are things about it that are fantastic. Competitive play-wise, it is very good. Internal consistency and balance is not great. There's a lot of loss from the way, like, chanting used to really be
the thing,
really the identity of the faction, and now it's like, well, I have these 2 things that want to chant. I don't care about anything else, to be honest with you.
Well, my problem with the old system of chanting is that it was unwieldy. It wasn't very intuitive, and it took a while to actually learn. But it caused a bunch of problems that way because it was really unwielding. It was unintuitive, and it took a while to learn. So a lot of people messed it up. And on top of that, it took power away from the regiments. So if they didn't get their chance, or if you did what a lot of players did, was just go target the back end stuff and kind of take out the chant generation regiments, the Wadrhun player was kind of just fucked.
Yeah,
to be honest, because they're paying too many points for things that are not effectively getting out. Like, there was no if 10. So if you had something that was like a lot of your regiments before the update were like B or C tier, but then they got the chant and they went up to like an A or an S.
Yes.
Like that, but now you have more like B's and A's, and the chanting doesn't really change that. Like, the power is more in the regiments, what I actually find better, because you're not punished for bad chanting, but like, it was your army rule and a part of your Wadrhun identity. And now you're
I think
no longer using it.
Yes. I think that's why I like the things like the Slingers and the Chosen and these things that have their unique chants, because like this still gives me a reason to want to chant with them and to feel like I'm getting some sort of value out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, a lot of things didn't get power put back into them. Like, Warbred didn't get power put back into them.
No, they kind of side graded to be a little more consistent. Or like,
Hunters didn't get much out of it. Like, Braves and Blooded didn't get much out of it.
I would love to see more, as you said, like more chants that are for those regiments, like relentless blows for the Warbreds when they chant, they get relentless blows. Like, I don't know, something for the Hunters, like maybe reroll 6s for the Hunters or something. Like, put that power back in, but like put it into the chants. Like, you get your chanting bonus, and then you also get your
here's a reason why you would want to build this chant for this character or for this regiment.
Yeah, and it's very much like, even if Hunters got the reroll 6s, like if they chanted, then it's like, okay, well, you can chant Conquest, you can get +2 March, so that increases your threat range, and you're reroll 6ing on the dice roll. Like, okay, there's something there.
You're getting some evasion.
Is it enough?
Of one
as well, and you're getting evasion. Like, is it enough to bring them out of the closet? I don't know. I'm not. That's not my. It's not my forte. Me neither.
Like, I mean, it'd be at least worth testing. Like, you'd put that on the table to see how it works.
Yeah, but like, I do agree, and I feel like there should have been more character or regiment specific chants to be like, okay, the power is in the regiment, and you still use the chanting system to gain that power, but you're not completely hooped if you decide not to.
And it also lets them be a little bit more specific with the bonus they want. Like, War, I think, was the problematic
100%.
one, because
Blast to +1 defense and cleave. Like,
Blast and +1 defense was a problem. Yeah. Like, access to that army wide was a problem. So you take that away, that's fine. But like, you'll still want things somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But so the Quaddle itself is 170, so it's 40 points cheaper. It's also Volley 3, but it only has 5 barrage. It is only Clash 2. it only has 9 attacks, and it only has 15 wounds. Otherwise, it is basically the same. So it's a little bit less attack oriented. Like it's not necessarily just going to go in and blow things up with 5 barrage and 9 attack, especially at that Clash 2. It does have Cleave 1. Like it's not bad as a fighter. I look at the Quaddle as much more of a technical piece. Again, it's March 9, it's fly, it's able to move to wherever it needs to be. At 170, you can take objectives with it and make some shots. You can move on to objectives that are being weakened fairly quickly. And 15 wounds non-degrading is quite good. There's kind of one oddball thing with the Quaddle and the Winglord that we were talking a little bit about in the Wadrhun channel like last week. The Winglord and the Quaddle are the only mediums in the game with a regular.
Good. They're speed 9.
Yeah, so like I was wondering,
okay,
why,
here's the thing about it's flying speed 9. It's that.
Yeah, so you can get. I didn't think about getting into your opponent's reinforcement and pushing them back. Because that's a thing you could do with a Quaddle if it weren't a regular. So yeah, I was kind of wondering why it serves a purpose. I don't know that there's anything else that's quite so currently released anyway, that's quite so mobile, to wonder if this is like a holdover from when it was a light, because you couldn't have 18 inches, not a regular, on this thing as a light, or if like, this is actually like, hell, hey, we don't want it to push back your opponent's reinforcement. They're both speakers, so they're both getting shock from the chieftain. I think if you want to lean heavily into them, you probably want shock, because Clash 2 is kind of mopey on its own. Clash 3 would be much better for them with their only 9 attacks. But it's a really interesting piece that you can do a lot with. The models for the Quaddle are an absolute nightmare to transport.
There's that picture. So, I think it's either Kang or yourself who has the Quaddle beak sticking out of the bag. Like it doesn't fit in the case. It's just like
these things are almost 11 inches from beak to feet, and almost like 12 and a half wingtip to wingtip. They're absolutely monstrous. So if you are going to play them, and it's a cool model, if you're going to play them, you'll need to figure out some sort of transport. I don't like the flight stand concept as a whole, so I drilled mine out, and I actually have the resin stands for the Tantor, and I drilled a hole in those that the brass rod fits down into, and if you drill out where the connection point is for the flight rod for the Quaddle to start with, the body is actually hollow and will sort of hold the rod in place, so it doesn't even need to be magnetized. You absolutely could if you wanted to hold more, but it just kind of sits there. It actually sits fine. It doesn't like tilt or anything. It spins if you want to spin it. There's ways to do it. It definitely transport on this thing is a thing to think about if you want to run some of them, because they are bulky. Yeah, it's a very neat piece. The Bird of Prey rule, the one where it just does like 5 hits when it flies over a size 1 thing, is one of those things that is it does not trigger morale. We've gotten rid of morale on most of these auto hit things. It's one of those things that it looks like way better on paper than maybe necessarily works in practice, because you can't stop a march over top of anything anymore. So like if you don't make it all the way across, you have to either march again or charge something. So like you have to be able to somehow get your march over an enemy regiment all the way through it with your March 9, which is actually harder than you'd think, because the thing's 110 millimeters long because it's a monster. It's less easy, I think, to do Bird of Prey than it sounds like it should be. So it's one of those things that I think occasionally happens, but you never actually are attempting to Bird of Prey something.
Yeah,
it's
just an extra.
It's a cute rule. Yeah, it's a bonus rule. It's clearly not factoring into the cost. 170 is aggressively priced. Is
it sell monster priced?
I don't think so. I look at prices typically as there's an acceptable range for everything, and I usually go with aggressive, okay, and conservative. I think 170 is aggressive, 180 is okay, 190 would be conservative.
I would also say
it's in that scale.
It's not seeing play.
You might still play it at 190.
Yeah, but it's like
you're not playing multiple.
The Mountain Jotnar? Remember the Mount Youngnar was like 190, and it was just like cool.
Yeah, you know, if it were,
like, and
if
then
it
was 170, and then it went up to 190, and it was like this thing just need to be 180, and it would have seen play last before the update. To be honest,
yeah,
and there was there was no reason for it to be 190.
You could convince me that 180 is fine. I don't think 170 is substantially underpriced. Like I said, I'd call it aggressive, but still within that range. And I think having a mix of that across a faction is fine. Like, you don't want too much stuff to be aggressively undercosted, because then that's all you see. And you can't have too much be conservative to where you just don't have enough points available in your list for things. So I think it's fine. It's you know, it's going to get talked about with its price, I think, especially if you see lists with a bunch of them, but also it's a cool dinosaur, so you'll see some lists that use a bunch of it because it's a cool dinosaur. Rule of cool definitely applies to a lot of Wadrhun models. The kit itself makes either the Wing Lord or the Quaddle. It's basically a different head for the rider. Like, that's it.
That's it?
Basically, yeah.
Wow, okay.
The Wing Lord is supposed to be throwing his spear, and I don't think the Quaddle is, but I don't know. I think this is kind of one of those things where your opponent tells you which one's which, and they're consistent with it, and it's fine. It has a different head marked, and that's about it. So what are we to? Oh man. It's almost midnight. We are well over our 4 hours.
Yes, we are. Keep going.
Yeah. Okay. So you want to talk about list archetypes, because we've gone through all of the all of the regiments and all of the characters.
Well, we have to go into matchups. Well, let's go. All right, let's start matchups, mirror matchups, and then we got to do the what is it? The worst.
Yeah, the drum beast thing. So matchups. So matchups. I actually like. So it's a little hard right now because we don't.
No. We got to go into lists. Then we do matchups.
Yeah. Okay. So there's 2 list archetypes I think are really quite good, and there's that one niche one that I think does things. So I think you run. Yeah. So I think you run a tribes-based list that's going to use a lot of vets and a lot of slingers, and then you're going to fill in from there. You could fit some Quaddle in there if you wanted to. You could fit a Tantor in there. You've got space. You could definitely play some Chosen Conquest in there. That's going to be almost certainly Chieftain Supremacy. You're probably playing a Predator in there because you'll want some flank on those lights. And that's your kind of current meta, aggressive early game list. You don't have light scoring. You don't care that much because you have fast medium scoring, and you have lights that can, you have slinger ranged. So you can attack things for going on to objectives. Mm-hmm. That is the type of list I like. I mentioned that at the beginning. I like to play aggressive early up the table. That list really lets you do that. Your other option is to kind of go the Speaker's Thunder Chieftain route, where you're going to use Raptor Riders to kind of disincline people from entering zones super rapidly, and then you're going to follow that up with Thunder Riders juggernauting their way down the field. So you're going to kind of set up your layering Raptors into Thunder Chieftain. This is one of those where you could possibly take a Scion to play some Chosen of Conquest if you wanted. You could definitely fit some Quaddle, maybe even a Wing Lord in this list, because that's where your mediums are going to be, because you're going to want the faster mediums in this one. Matchup wise, I think the Tribes list plays quite well into something like a Sorcerer Kings, who's a little bit slower. Mm-hmm. I think you have game into fast Dweg because you've got a lot of volume in this. I would like to play that at some point, because I think Flame Berserkers don't die that easy, but like you can definitely slinger them. You've got your hunting pack, and then like vets fight, the Magma Forge, the Flame Berserkers, those sorts of things fairly well. When you're doing 16 attacks with Flurry coming in, like you've got enough volume to chew into that D3, whereas maybe you don't chew into heavier stuff that well.
Are we gonna set up a game at some point then?
We should.
Good.
We'll have to figure it out when you're off.
Well, I'm off for 3 weeks.
Yes,
You live in the middle of nowhere. You have no family.
That's true. I don't have much time off for the holidays.
Because you got to give old people pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, I got to sell drugs. I actually
do you
like
deal meth? Let's find out. Yes.
No, I don't have any meth on hand. I actually like the game into most Nords pretty well, just because Wadrhun again brings a lot of volume. So and like Nords dies to volume.
Yeah, because and even with the addition of Tenacious on a lot of Nords minis, like you just kind of have to just keep hitting it. Like you want volume attacks, not quality attacks.
Yeah, you got tons of volume. It's definitely like a fairly even game. I don't hate that matchup at all. I have concerns about playing into city states. Like I think the city states lists that also have some pace to them, and then have like chariots, and then like how are you dealing with the one Talos that's going to sit somewhere? You're probably going to want to ignore it. But that is a game I'm not 100% sure I want to play with any sort of frequency. Although I don't think it's like way upside down. I think those kind of two top end Wadrhun concept lists play pretty well into most of the field. Like you're maybe not advantaged on all of these, but I think you have a game you can play. Old Dominion Ghost Jail list.
I'm gonna play that at some point.
I need to see how this goes. Because like I said, a 5 stand of slingers can actually break a minimum unit of ghosts. It does so not all the time.
Well,
I
think one of your issues with the Ghost Trail is that it threatens 20 inches.
It does. You threaten each other, and I'm just not sure the way that works out. Like, because if they're within 20 inches to threaten you, they're within slinger range to threaten them. But also, I'm not actually sure how that game ends up playing out. And I'm not sure if the addition of Quaddle makes it maybe a little bit nicer, because you can not get bogged down so badly, so you can jump the Quaddle in to start doing things for you. I'm not sure. That is one I am completely unsure how that actually goes, and I would love to play it a couple of times. I have a sneaking suspicion the person more familiar with the matchup wins.
Yeah, I would agree. I'd also sometimes you can look, or not sometimes, but a lot of times you can look at something on paper and have kind of a baseline idea how you're going to handle it. But then once
you see it as doesn't work that way.
No, and that's the thing of the practice matches. You really have to play it.
Yeah, because I think for either person that can spiral out really badly depending on where that early game goes. Like if the ghosts don't get there before they get hit with rocks, that's a real problem. But also both slingers can just melt, which is a real problem.
Oh yeah,
it's a super weird matchup. It's fascinating. The counter list where you're playing the speakers with the Thunder Chieftain, I actually think loves to play into Nords, because all of the Nord stuff melts to Thunder Chieftains, and most of it doesn't want to fight Raptors either.
No, because the Raptors, I think, outpaces a lot of Nord stuff.
It does. They're March 8 and fluid, so they can get there.
Yeah.
I would have concerns playing that.
And they have the volume of flurry. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're fine.
I would have concerns playing that into Old Dominion. The same sort of, I think maybe you just get locked out because Raptors aren't faster than Moroi. I'm not sure on Dwag how well that works into a fast Dwag. Are you worried about Raptors?
Am I? No, but I don't know. A lot of times, I'm not really worried into it unless it's actually a problem, and I don't know if it's actually a problem until I play into it and have difficulties or I don't have a solution. For me, Raptors, I've kind of played into them a couple times. I don't know how many Raptors are you running.
Probably 2 regiments.
Okay, then I want to say no because I have 4 regiments of Flame Berserkers and enough follow up that it kind of ends up being. You will hit me first, I will set the line.
Yeah, and have you set it
that's
high
what
enough
I found.
That's
what I found what happens. The last time I played into Wadrhun, it was slingers, some raptors, there's some more bread, there's some braves, there's a taunter and apex. So it was really just kind of whatever this guy had.
Yeah.
And the list could be optimized and everything, but it was very much I set the line of engagement, and then I controlled and pushed that line of engagement, and that was the game.
Yeah, I mean that seems about right.
So I think that's the matchup of like, can the Dweg player set up the line of engagement and then push out from there, and then can the Wadrhun player with the Raptors either take it back or not allow them to set it up? Because like if you allow them to set it up, they're just going to be in a really good spot, and you're just going to have a good time.
Dwag things. Sorcerer Kings, I actually think this list is maybe a little worse into Sorcerer Kings than the fast one, because like you're reliant on those heavies coming on for a lot of your damage, which means Sorcerer Kings is going to get their brutes on.
And also it gives them time to do their whole ritual thing, and you don't want that. Like, you want to be killing wizards as fast as possible, and you want to be catching wizards out of position as fast as possible, and that's...
Yeah, it's a little worse into SK. City States, I just don't know. Like, City States is so weird right now because like a lot of their stuff just seems so strong.
Yeah, like I would easily put City States currently. Like before the update, I'd say City States like they were solid and good, but I think they were that great. Now with the changes they've received, I want to be like, yeah, they're pretty good. They're an easy top 3. To be honest, like I would, like if you want to put my competitive opinions, I'd easily put like North City States and Wadrhun all in the top 3. Where exactly, I'm not 100% sure, but I could easily, yeah.
And I actually think City States is probably 1 right now, and then Nords and Wadrhun are so close to as not have much separation.
Yeah, like they're an easy 2-3, and like the thing about City States is that it's finally got its full faction. And it's had its baseline stuff for so long that now it gets all its fun toys and like the towels and the chariots, where it's just, and like Inquisitors now being good. It's kind of like it's a renaissance of their stuff.
Yeah, it's they're really, and I do not have a lot of experience into City States, so it's going to be like, if I go to Adepticon and get City States round 1, I am uncomfortable with that.
Yeah, good. Yeah. My thing with City States is that you can kind of just like maul the shit out of them, because like a lot of their baseline stuff, like a lot of their humans, they're wound 4. They fucking die. Yeah.
You can just kill them,
and like they just fall apart, and then it's like, can you kill their mortals, their humies, while holding off their unique technical pieces? And then can you swarm and take down the technical pieces? Like I think that's like the matchup, and that's kind of the baseline of what you have to do into City States, is you need to just go kill off their weak shit to generate space and open up more holes to then like kind of swarm and kill off their more harder stuff, where you got to do some baits. Like you can kind of catch a chariot if you just kind of like run it down. It's very tough, but there's only so much board space, and the chariot is actually not going to be outputting like an amazing ton of work and damage. Like there's like this, it's not gonna output more than the slingers. Like it's going to run away from the slingers, and it's gonna be hard for the slingers to catch it. But if they, let's say maybe miss the play a little bit, get in range, don't back up far enough, or depending on how the terrain is and how the game and how the map is unfolding, like how the battle's unfolding, they can't get away. You only gotta do 10 wounds to kill that damn thing, and like you might as well just take it, because you're just gonna volley of fire it to death. Yes. And you don't care about its hardened 1 at that point. While a lot of other things actually do care about the hardened 1 to efficiently kill it. But however, you have a better target in like just killing all the mortals, killing the cows, if there's any cows, killing Inquisitors. I think they're defense 3 now.
They are, D3, E2.
They used to be like basically D2, E2, what was just fucking kill me stats. So they're gonna be a little difficult, but like you can kind of use your slingers to just like burst down the things that are lower defense, higher wounds, or just like start chipping away very effectively at the mortals, like the Ogma, the Thorakides, and all that stuff. And they're going to shoot back with the chariots, but the chariots aren't going to actually win the game. The
chariots don't.
Like they're not the workhorse. Yeah, they're not the workhorse regiment. And that's going to prevent them from doing. I don't want to say it's going to prevent them from doing a lot, but it's They're good when there's enough shit in the way where they're not being bogged down. They're bad when you can actually get to them and either A, bog them down, scalpel them out, or not allow them to actually shoot because there are, like, all their other shit's dead, so they're just kind of running away. Like, it's in that end game.
Yeah.
So, like, that's why I'm not really worried about chariots.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think the matchup is playable across the board.
Yeah, like
for both these lists. Which, like I said, it's kind of weird with the update because the competitive side definitely works out fine. The internal balance is there's too much where it's just like this isn't uninspired, I guess, and then the whole faction identity basically changing is what it is. Like it's not. Mm-hmm. It's a frustration more than a problem, I think. But yeah, on a competitive end, if you want to play a competitive game with Wadrhun, I seriously think you have game into whatever is across the table from you. If you're playing a list that you've spent some time developing and some time getting a handle on, because there is some challenges with all of the fast aggressive stuff, and especially with Wadrhun being low defense like Nord style, is that it is very easy to overextend with a lot of stuff and like lose yourself games or lose yourself pieces and play from a hole.
Yeah, you don't want that.
I bet every Wadrhun player has done it because some of this stuff is so fast that it's easy to just kind of throw away. So a lot of it is just, did you get enough games in to have an idea of how aggressive you can be, especially with that tribes list? But even with the Raptors and the speakers list, you kind of work through that as far as how aggressive you can be, how much lead time can you give your opponent before you're getting on with that counter punch. Did you have the right targets? Because city states, like as you were going through, like that's a big target selection.
Yeah,
have you experienced this to know what's going on? The ghost jail's the same sort of thing. Like, have you figured out what's going on with Moroi as far as their 20-inch nonsense? It'd be interesting to see if translocation gets pulled down a little bit with the Vanguard change. 8 inches is a lot.
It really is.
So I don't know if it was on the cards at all, but that's kind of one of those things that jumped out. It's like, all right, we're slowing down for Vanguard. Wait a minute, what about those ghosts?
Nope.
No, I think competitively, like, yeah, I'm with you. Wadrhun is definitely in that top 3 bucket. I'm curious to see where 100 Kingdoms ends up after their update. I also did not get a chance to watch the happy hour, but there was some stuff in there that like looked interesting.
Yeah, like I'm really interested to see where it goes.
Yeah,
but it,
got to see the whole picture.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like if the whole picture isn't that great and it doesn't work out, then it's just kind of like, what's the point? And that's what I don't want. I don't want it to just be like effectively ass. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of worried just because the initial, like, my gripes are not being addressed, and I should be, like, I should be catered to, blah, blah, blah. There, Reichard's dead. That's not fair, to be honest. That's stupid, to also be honest. But also, I'm looking at it, and I'm like, it's...
I mean, is there enough to draw you back to this faction? I think it's a valid question.
Yeah, and currently I'm not. I don't think so. Like, I want to see full picture, but my issues with the faction haven't been resolved yet. I don't see the cavalry change. What's a big part of 100K's identity? I don't see the shooting change because 100K has the most shooting regiments in the fucking game. But like, it doesn't matter if you have like 3 or 50 shooting regiments, they're all the same fucking thing.
Yes.
Like, you picked the most effective one. What was the Merc crossbow? Currently, people are taking Hunter Cadre because they're actually viable and they're scoring medium, what shoots, what something 100K's never had, so they're different. So they're an interesting choice. But Imperial Ranger Corps, longbows, militia bowmen, I don't even count militia bowmen as a shooting regiment, to be honest. They're still being outpaced by the Merc crossbow. Glory, hallowed be his name. Well, it's true. Because this motherfucker,
Well, I mean,
this motherfucker slaps.
well, and some of it is that initial concept where it's like, all right, 100K is going to be this faction of like cheapy stuff that you can take a bunch of.
Yeah.
But like, if everything is priced between 125 and 140 points, like,
there's no
how
growth.
much different can they really be? So I mean, it'll be interesting to see how they address that. I think
it doesn't have to be the cheapo faction. Here's the thing, like
it doesn't have to be like you could change the concept. I know.
Yeah, like it could be like, oh, we got the medieval infantry. Oh, we got the medieval shooting. Oh, we got the medieval knights. Like, oh, we got the fucking satanic powered church. Don't know what the fuck's happening with that thing, but like it's fucking alive. It's coming for you. It's an angel. No, right. It's not. The last time an angel walked on the ground, this motherfucker turned into a snake and tricked everybody. Like,
did you come up with with something that might be worse than the drum beast?
No.
No?
Okay, let me have a quick. No, okay. Here, Stoneforge is in a very good spot to be worse than the drum beast, and I will debate it, but we must go through the mirror match, Wadrhun versus Wadrhun.
Oh, the Wadrhun mirror match. So,
I got you, you sneaky bastard.
So here's one of the weird things. Wadrhun dies to volume, and Wadrhun has a lot of volume. The Wadrhun mirror match tends to be an absolute bloodbath.
It's like Spires and Wadrhun. I've seen that game way too many times. It's
a similar sort of thing. A lot of it comes down
I might have found it.
a lot of it comes down to positioning.
Mm-hmm.
It is a game where there's not a lot of margins because it's like you said, it's hard to hide from slingers. Slingers will kill everything in Wadrhun.
Do they kill themselves? Can the slingers? Did you just pick up both regiments? It's like Mark 1 Bane Knights.
Basically. But so there's a lot of little technical, like, did you position well enough? Did you manage to utilize terrain a little bit better to offset some of that? Did you use your hunting pack well? Because you're pretty much always going to have hunting pack. It's a very technical matchup. I think the Tribes version is better in the mirror match than the Speakers version, just because, like, as soon as it starts to go poorly for the Speakers version, like, Thunder Riders are defense 3 and Slingers are fine with that.
Yeah, just fuck them up.
Yeah. It's kind of, but if you can get to the Slingers, then you're fine. Like, if you can get the Raptors in the hunting pack to the Slingers, it's not a huge issue. So it's a very interesting mirror. I actually think it plays really well in the mirror, but it's because basically Wadrhun dies to volume and Wadrhun has a lot of volume. So it's a fun mirror match. That game I played with Matt was one of my more memorable games as of late, and that was pre-update. I would love to play a couple more in the mirror. But yeah, it's a good one for the mirror. I actually like the mirror quite a lot.
I'm glad. What is there any like tech that you would specifically have into the Wadrhun to Wadrhun mirror? Or just like, please outplay your opponent. Oh my god, you're gonna explode.
It's a little bit of that secondary part. I do also think this is one where utilizing a couple of chants, like this is one where you might even utilize the death chant a little bit because you're not necessarily looking into a ton of cleave or anything. So that reroll 6s actually helps here,
especially to the slingers.
Well, slingers and vets, because vets have all that flurry and all that volume. I think again, it's a lot of it's the technical details more than any sort of like secret trick. Although I will say, if you have 2 Tantor in this matchup, it can work pretty well because that thing does take a lot of volume to kill.
Good thing you got 10 slingers.
It does well. So if you can get a evasion chanted Tantor into Thunder Riders, the Thunder Riders hate that.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see them hating that.
But
all their shit doesn't work anymore.
Yeah,
well, not necessarily. Like they're still throwing a lot of attacks, but like
yeah,
they're the real meat and potatoes of those impact attacks aren't doing a lot.
Yep, it's kind of a fun one. Otherwise, you're defense 0 and you just take all the impacts and die.
Yeah, you really need that evasion. Oh my! So then, what? The Thunder Riders go first and just beat you to death before you get the invasion chant.
Well, so if you can't get into them, they charge into you, and it's brutal 3 on those impacts, and you're D3, so you just take all of the wounds.
Yeah, but then you're oblivious and fearless.
It doesn't matter when you've taken 18 wounds to the things. Yeah, it's
it'll live. Don't worry. Then it takes fun, and then 10 trample,
and then 10 trample. Yeah, it's fun. It's a fun mirror, and I don't actually think there's that much cute tech to it. Like it's just like, all right, this is a bloodbath. It's a lot of hilarity usually for that game. So. Those ones where it's like 2 durable lists playing into each other are always super freaking boring.
It's the 2 old men fucking. Yeah.
So you'll appreciate this one because it's another Mark II War Machine joke. I watched Miserable Meat Mountain play into a
don't say fucking Scorn. Oh god.
No, a Scorn mediums list.
Oh, the what the fuck are they called?
Yeah,
They were the Fist of Halak. No, that was the regiment. Not the regiment. That was the unit. The Fist of Halak was the 3-man character unit. But I think the theme force with all the mediums was something very similar.
Yeah, the theme force.
Don't make me get up and grab the book.
No, don't grab the book. But I watched that game at an event. It went to time.
Oh shit!
it was the most horrifically boring looking thing I'd ever seen. Though they were both like 50 minutes into their respective clocks, and I think like 5 things had died.
Because I remember that. Was it under what the fuck is it? Where's my phone? I actually have. I still have the app. I have the app. Don't worry. We can read the names.
Oh, it's so bad.
Load the content. We need to.
It was Xerxes 1.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
It's not Makeda. It had to be Xerxes 1 because
it was Xerxes 1
because Xerxes 2 had broken legs and he was on a rhinoceros or whatever.
And horse. Yeah, it was Xerxes 1 with a ton of mediums. I don't even know if it was.
I think this was the Pillars of Halak was the list. Was the theme
force.
There
you go.
But he literally he has 3 spells. That's always right.
Yeah. So the worst game I personally have ever played, as far as like the least enjoyable, and not from because my opponent was like terrible to play against or anything, was I played Baldur 2 into the Mark II Axes theme list.
Oh,
with all the regen.
Yeah,
and we weren't playing clocks; we were playing timed turns.
Oh, God.
I won that game on scenario after 2 hours and 20 minutes. Of
what's your longest
grinding against each other?
Yeah, I think I have you beat.
Horrible. It's just like dry humping those 2 lists together. It was awful.
I think I have you beat though because I played McKay, the tank lady from Crucible Guard, into Haley 2 Signar. That game went for 4 hours. I only played 1 hour of it. I still won.
So we were on a timed round.
Oh no, we didn't play clocks or anything. We or time rounds. We just played.
Oh god, no. Oh lord.
Yeah.
I can't actually think of playing any game that was just like super long.
Well, he was trying to learn Haley 2 and didn't want to have the clock.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I was like, sure, that'll be fine. It was a terrible idea.
Lord. All right, what you got for me on things that are worse?
Okay, so I have found 3.
Okay,
you must pick the faction. It's Spires, Dweghom, or Old Dominion. Which one you want to start with?
So in Spires, I'm guessing it's the Abomination.
100% it's the Abomination. Fuck that guy.
In Dweghom, I know it's the Stoneforge.
100%. What do you think the old D one is?
I don't actually know on that one.
Okay, I'll tell you. It's the Hashashin.
Oh, the Hashashins.
Yes.
So, like, I think one of the challenges with this is that the Drum Beast is so expensive. I think it ends up being the most, like, points-wise overcosted before you'd actually play it, just because it's so spendy. But yeah, man, all 4 of those things are terrible.
Not even arguing. They'll be like, no, Mass, you picked wrong. No, they're just fucking all terrible their own way of just bullshit that doesn't work.
It's kind of one of those things, like, if Stoneforge was 200 points flat, would you play one?
Sorry, if what was 200 points thought?
If the Stoneforged was 200 points, would you play it?
No,
you wouldn't play it even with that much durability.
No, because it fundamentally like fucks your whole token economy. You are taking all your tokens.
You just don't play the tokens part of it because you don't care because it's 200 points.
Yeah, but then it's like you're losing its actual its point cost is also in its what is it? In its special abilities, and you're not using its special abilities. Like, so the problem I have with the Stoneforge is that it's literally being like, hey, you have an army rule which says get shit tickets. And then it says, hey, instead of spending those shit tickets on cool things like defense rules and healing back stuff because you're taking a steel shaper, or hey, you're taking a steel shaper to generate more shit tickets than you're taking a magma forge, or you're just like using it defensively. You're basically saying, sorry, not magma forge, you're taking a magma wizard and you're using defensively, or a fire wizard. It really doesn't fucking matter. You are then saying, hey, instead of spending it defensively, and stockpiling them, you were like, oh, I need to spend a minimum of 3 to make this motherfucker work. And even then, you're not getting, like, a bonus. Like...
That's fair.
It's not worth it without the tickets, and it becomes what it should be with the tickets, and it's still, like, it's too much cost. That's the thing. Yeah. Like, you can completely... dismantle, disarm. Those are 2 great words. By sending just 5 shit tickets on somebody, when they attack you, and you can just basically just dismantle them, and they're like, I just fucking hit the brick wall and smacked my nose, and I'm all bloody, and you're like, I'll take it, and you kill them. But with the Stoneforge, you waste those tickets on a chance of just not doing work. While the other way, you have guaranteed work done because you're just saying like, your opponent's like, take 10, and you're like, I've reduced it down to 5, and then you're like, save 3, and you take 2, and you're like, and the next turn, you do it again. So like, you're like, While this thing, you're like, you're just trying to make it fucking work, and it's just like, so many things don't work on it until you spend the tickets. Then you get into the other issue, what happens when you're not generating tickets? Like, there becomes a time... terrible. Yeah, and like, now you're just spending, like, that's... So, in a way, I don't want to say it's just as bad as the Drum Beast, but it is a contender of just fucking bad.
That's it. It's got to be up there. Like, so I think the Abomination...
now let's get into this sweet baby boy. The cruise missile of slapping?
The problem I think the Abomination has is strictly that it's a heavy. And I think it was designed at a point in time where monsters were basically heavies, and an M10 monster certainly couldn't be a medium. I think if you made this thing M9 and made it a medium and just adjusted its points a little bit, it'd be like a fine variation on like a Quaddle. Like, that's fine. I don't think it needs that much.
So
I think it's just like the design of it is old.
Yes, I do agree that the design of it is old, but I've also heard from the secret play testers that like they have tried it as a medium and it was not that great. Like, it was
but like it'd be playable at a medium. It wouldn't be good.
Yeah, well, no. Not that it wasn't that great. No, it was like OP.
Oh, OP. Yeah,
it was OP because you would just like...
I don't think it'd say M10. Like, it'd have to go down a little bit.
Yeah,
even if it went to like M8, like that'd be fine. Like, it just like
fast little horse, baby,
as a heavy is not ideal.
No, it's just like it becomes way too fast. It's still fucking slap boxes, to be honest. Like, it's not even the good slap. Oh wow, I died like a bitch. And not even like good slap boxing, but at a medium, it then finds its actual targets of like slapping lights. Like, if it gets here's the other issue with this motherfucker. I've had this motherfucker charge Merc crossbows. I believe in the flank.
Yeah. Oh, it's only 10 attacks. It's probably not killing them.
No, it killed like a stand. In the flank.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
It has flurry. Like, this thing just fucking doesn't work.
Yeah, it's fine.
That's fine.
It just doesn't work. Like, that's a design concept issue. Like, I think the Abomination is less bad than it's a concept issue. Where the concept of it just isn't there. And then the Hashashin thing is...
You're a human in an undead army that wants the undead to die. You have failed.
That is correct. So,
you're also restricted.
For that to work, it just needs to be cheaper. Like, they're 180, but they're costing you power tokens. But, like, there's 7 wounds with Cleave Deadly Vanguard on lights with evasion too. Like they have
it doesn't do anything for your army. You're now just wasting
points. That's the problem with it, right? Like it would have to be cheap enough to like be okay that you're not getting 2 of your 3 dark power tokens for it.
And you're also spending restricted slot. I believe it can only go with the Hierodeacon Deacon who has better restricteds. Like it doesn't also. Okay, that one doesn't matter. That my other point I was about to make does not matter, but it just like they. So here's the reason why I put the Hashashin over the cultists, because the cultists have a lot of the same issue. They are mainstay, and they're
cheap as hell.
And they're just a Hierodeacon bunker to get your Hierodeacon onto the table turn 1. That's literally what you're paying for. You value the Hierodeacon being on the table turn 1. I am a-okay with a regiment that does that in the faction. I'm okay if it doesn't give dark power, so it can be balanced. It's also cheap as fuck. Like there is a reason to take what is it? Cultists? I don't believe there's a reason to take the Hashashin. The other issue with the Hashashin is that he also has to deal with the Morai. And the Morai, even if the Hashashin like can theoretically output more damage, because this motherfucker can be like, oh, I'm cleave 1 with deadly blades. The Morai are just like, I fucking pop from downtown, eat a dick. There you go. Like,
I think there is a point cost where Hashashin become at least interesting because there's 7 attacks. Cleave 1 deadly blades on lights. But Moroi are gonna push them out with translocation being as it is. But is that a problem with Hashashin so much as translocation is absolutely bonkers?
Oh, 100% translocation being absolutely bonkers. Like, but then even if translocation, like before, when Morais were not great and it was all about Curies, like I still wouldn't take Hashashin.
They probably. There's a point cost where you would though, and I'm not sure where it's at, but it's
okay. What are they like? 170 right now? If off the top of my head, 180.
Or 180.
Yeah, you know that bag of dicks, man. That thing's like fucking put in work today.
150 maybe. Would you take him at 150 with 7 attacks on?
Okay, here's my other issue. At that point, I don't play Old Dominion enough to really.
Yeah, me neither. That's the thing. Like, I don't know the point cost for where you'd take that. So, like, the Stoneforge, the Drum Beast, and the Abomination all have, like, design concept issues where, like, a 310 point support doesn't work. The Stoneforge just takes from your army rather than adding to it. And the Abomination just, like, it's bad as a heavy, but bonkers anything on the table faster because it's M10 and doesn't.
Yeah, like, it needs a whole new rework.
Yeah, Hashashin probably work as they are, just costed correctly. I just don't know where that cost is.
My other issue with them is like, do you do a mainstay double restricted, or sorry, 2 max?
Yeah, I could see that.
Like that might be it. It just might be a Flame Berserk problem. Like might be a Steel. Like even here's my other issue. Okay, Steel Legion. Does Steel Legion should be on that list?
I don't think so. I think Steel Legion are not. Like, I don't think Steel Legion are unplayably bad.
Okay.
I don't think they're good.
We're going
they're low C.
Yeah, we're going for the unplayably bad. These are the fucks in the tier list.
Yeah. Yeah, those 4 are all good calls though, man. I don't know.
You were like, oh, you'll never find something worse than the Drum Beast. Like, don't you worry. I had to look at that thing for like 2 minutes.
There probably is something, but the Stoneforge was my immediate thought because the
Stoneforge is great as just a bad example.
Yeah, it is. But like you don't really hear a lot about the Abomination anymore. I think because it's so old. Like it's been around forever. Like everyone's just given up on it.
Yeah. There's people who still play it, but it's like, oh, why are you playing that thing? It's like, oh, because I think it's like Marge Simpson. Oh, I just think they're neat. Like, okay.
I just think it's holding a potato.
Yeah, holding an Abomination. Oh, I just think they're neat. Like.
All right, how much time did we make?
It's 5:22. There you go. That's your night, baby.
Oh, it is 12:30. I do actually need to head to bed here shortly.
Oh no, you're just gonna read for the next 3 hours. I know you.
Only an hour.
I only put in an hour of reading. What are you reading right now?
I have the next book in the first book is called Death, Loot, and Vampires.
Oh wow, we are both on on a similar train, I feel. Please continue.
And they just got a second book. And the first one, so the story plot line for this, it's some of these, kind of pulpy lit RPG things I've been reading too much of because they're all free on Kindle Unlimited. Free, as in I don't pay for, as in you're still paying for them with Kindle Unlimited.
This man has just targeted them all.
No, I do buy Kindle Unlimited. So the thing with the pulpy lit RPGs is there's just like a huge like array of whether or not they're good or bad. This one's pretty decent as far as the writing goes. It's it's got a fairly self-aware like whole family being isekai'd plot line.
Oh god,
but two of the characters are familiar with the whole concept, so it keeps making fun of tropes in a relatively self-aware way. Like the dad is the one who actually becomes like the
OP anime protagonist.
He is the OP anime protagonist, and like he ends up acquiring like a familiar apprentice sort of vampire, and she looks like a teenage girl, and his internal monologue is literally, if she tells me she's 300 years old, I'm gonna scream, this is absolute garbage. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's got a decent plot line going on around it, but that it's humorously self-aware of all these tropes makes me laugh.
That is pretty good. Oh my god. Yeah. I'm currently reading Dracula.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
no, this one's definitely more comedy. So there's the new.
Well, here's the funny thing about Dracula. There's there's the whole part with like Jonathan Harkin, like it's because it's done in like journal entries, and then have you read? You've probably read Dracula. I
have.
Yeah, so you know what's going on. But like, I find it really funny where Dracula is just a freak, just like harassing him, basically, and just like pulling like a big ruse. And I just find it super funny where he's just like. At one point, Jonathan's like, he did a lizard crawl out the window, and then Jonathan's like looking out the window every time Dracula does the lizard crawl, and it's just like, god damn it, dude.
Yeah. He's just a big ass troll for half of those books.
Half
of that book.
Yeah, it's like just Dracula fucking around.
Yep. No, I actually enjoyed the Dracula novel. So there's a Nosferatu movie coming out for I
think it's on Christmas.
I think on Christmas.
Yeah. I should watch that.
Looks interesting. My wife wants to go. She loves horror films, so
I got my
I hate theaters, so we'll see.
I'm just gonna get fucking gimped in a goddamn corner by two wizards. That's literally what happened. They just were like, oh, you're stuck in a corner now, get fucked. And I'm like, oh, okay.
All right, but no, I do need to
should probably let you go.
Sleep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for doing all of Wadrhun. So have we done all your podcast topics for the next 3 top podcasts?
Possibly. Like I said, I want to start shifting into lore, but it's so difficult to to organize the lore. And then I was going to go to an event last weekend when I was off, but then we got a bunch of ice here. We had a quarter-inch of ice, so I didn't drive to Minneapolis.
There's been a couple times where I'm just like, nope, I don't care. I drive a truck. I'm not going to die on this road.
Yep, it's winter. I'm done with this. So, I do still want to do some deep dives on the Wing Lord and the Quaddle. I'll probably do that. I got to redo the character rankings and stuff like that. So, no, we didn't go over all of the topics, but it's always fun being on. So,
have you on more?
You've got the annual podcasters get together at some point here, right?
Yeah, I gotta organize a little bit. I was out for 3 weeks, and I'm just like, oh, my life is draining. And then I think I mentioned maybe at the start that I went to the dentist and was like, you have a crack in your tooth, and I'm like, oh, that's what that fucking pain has been.
Broke ass tooth, yeah.
So it's like, when can I get this fixed? They're like, oh, not until the end of January. I'm like, so I'm just gonna live with this thing. They're like, yep, just take Advil, you'll be fine. That's literally what it was like. It was like, yep. Oh, January, Lord. We're gonna come in. We're gonna fucking give you a whole clean up, and then we're gonna go check it again, and we're basically just gonna, you're probably just gonna get a root canal. And I'm like, oh, sweet. And it's like, if that doesn't work, we're just gonna pop the tooth out. I'm like, oh, that's fun.
Awesome. You can get a gold tooth, Big Pimpin' style.
Yeah, just fucking. I can get it like engraved. It's like one of my molars way in the back, so you'll never see it.
Oh,
but yeah,
oh Lord,
it's gonna be real something. I'm super excited.
Oh
yeah.
All right. Well, don't stay up too late playing Elden Ring.
Right. Thank you very much for coming on, Apex. I hope everyone enjoyed listening to this masterpiece, if you will. And Apex, is there anything you want to plug?
No, I don't think so. I think, I don't know when I'm going to record again, so I don't have anything to plug personally. So
okay.
Just listen to more BonkTable. Matt has more content than me anyway.
Yeah, because I fucking grind wheel myself. There is a thing that I recorded today that I'm probably like, I'm gonna be really honest, I don't think it's ever gonna come out. It's just bad. I'm like, it's just bad. Like there's ideas, and they're like, this is just bad.
Perfect.
So
I love it.
Yeah, I'm glad that you came on and you talked about Wadrhun, because it's like, it is interesting, and also I get to hear other people's opinions. So like, if you ever wanna come on to something and be like, oh, I have a topic, or oh, I want to hang out with you guys about your topic, just shoot us a message. You'll be a-okay. Will do. If you are a person who wants to come onto the podcast, I don't know, message me. We'll figure out a time. I don't know who you are. Maybe I'll start getting random people.
Perfect.
I'll get like Joe McDuck. This is a terrible idea, to be honest.
Oh Lord, probably.
Yeah, 100%.
You should try to get one of the Aussie guys on, like Ewan or somebody.
I could probably bother Reese. Reese would be fun.
Oh, try to get Reese on. Get some.
Well, here's the thing. I could make fun of his podcast.
You could. I mean, they don't do episodes all that often.
No, that was okay. So like there's many reasons why I have the glory of BonkTable, but one of them is that I found there was a lack of Conquest content, and I was like,
definitely was.
It's like, oh, I could talk about this, and it's like I've just become the fucking bad boy, I guess, of Conquest content for some stupid ass reason.
Oh Lord, that's what got me the most tonight, and I'm sobered up from the drinking earlier.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
So, yeah. But one of the things like I did start on was Vanguard Virage Gaming, and like I quite enjoy their stuff. I just wanted.
Me too. And
it's also long format. What I really enjoyed. A lot of their stuff was like 2 to 4 hours. Like they did their faction breakdowns for like 4 hours. I'm like, oh, this is great. I love this stuff. But yeah,
they go pretty in detail on those. So
yeah, but I think it's like Reese is a developer, so he's just busy. And then it's also like, hey, you're developing the game. You're no longer like being a third party outside source. And like he doesn't put his like development into the podcast. Maybe like a little bit. Now I feel bad because I'm now critiquing a podcast, but I'm also kind of like, yeah, whatever, it's fine. I listen to their stuff.
Really critiquing it, just kind of talking about it.
Yeah, and
yeah,
like
it's a weird place to be in, to be a dev and running like a what started as a fan podcast. Like there's definitely some balance to put in there, and I applaud him for even attempting it, to be honest, because I think it's hard to keep your eye on what's current when you've got who knows how many iterations of upcoming rules and stuff going on.
Yeah, and also like, no, I don't want to, and like not being like letting your opinions in as well, because like there's times like one of the things for BonkTable is that I don't want an affiliate code, because there's people who are like, oh, why don't you have an affiliate code? I'm like,
you want to be able to say stuff sucks.
Yeah, like truthfully, like fucking Drumby sucks. Stoneforge sucks. Hashin sucks. The Abomination has been a fucking abomination for so goddamn long. Do something.
Oh, I love it. Like, all right.
Yeah. So yeah. Anyway,
oh, Lord.
Join the BonkTable Discord. Subscribe to the YouTube. Follow Cass on X, or Twitter, whatever the fuck it's called nowadays. I am still playing Elden Ring in a middle boss fight, so that's what people get to watch out for.
Perfect.
If you ever want to like hop onto something, just shoot me a message. If you're like, this isn't into my Wadrhun only podcast, or maybe you want to just hang out and just be weird shit with Cass again, you're more than welcome to.
That sounds great.
Weird shit with Cass. Do. I don't know what thumbnail.
Thanks for having me on, man.
Yeah, thank you for coming on. Do appreciate you.
Bye.
Bye. And we're done.